The arrival of the sanctuary, I became the king of angels in another world. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction. So please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter. And if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 51. But in any case, this also brings them a lot of convenience and benefits. Do they not understand city building? It doesn't matter, just buy it. Talent? Talents in this world are really cheap. Because only those with strong strength and force can rise. Become the supreme strong man, even a noble. What if you don't have the strength? There is no other way, then you can only become the bottom and be bullied and oppressed. This is the reality. German soon left. At the same time, Raymond also rushed out of the training ground in the castle with great interest. Now that the magic corps has arrived, what are you waiting for if you don't recruit them quickly? This is a real bumper harvest. There are 2 large level 6 magic cores and 5 large level 5 magic cores. He is so greedy, this wave is so comfortable. Ho ha ho ha. Ding. Recruitment resources have been detected. Do you want to recruit level 3 ordinary soldiers, griffins? Ding. Recruitment resources have been detected. Please ask if you want to recruit level 3 strengthened troops, Royal Lion. Hearing this beautiful and sweet system prompt sound, Raymond suddenly laughed. This feels so comfortable. Ho ha ho ha. Recruit. Ding. Host, please note that you have successfully recruited the 3rd level ordinary soldier, Griffin X5. The 3rd level enhanced soldier, Royal Griffin X2. Boom. Roar, roar, roar. In the blink of an eye, 7 powerful and astonishingly huge Royal Griffins and Griffins appeared out of thin air on the training ground. Then they all leaned over and crawled towards Raymond without hesitation. Salute respectfully. Royal Griffin Wendy, Selendi, see dear great lord, Griffin Smart, see dear great lord. The smile on Raymond's face suddenly became brighter. Welcome, everyone. You are also welcome to join us. Come on, everyone. He stretched out his hand to pull them up one by one, and then said with a smile, I don't have any big restrictions here. From now on, you can move around freely as you like. If anything happens, I will notify you again. In addition, there are some of your kind here too. Alderson, Raymond shouted into the sky, and not long after, a huge figure galloped over and landed on the ground. It was the Royal Griffin Alderson. Lord, he first saluted respectfully, and then glanced at the other Royal Griffins and Griffins, and then became a little surprised and excited. Lord, is there someone new here? That's right. Ho ha ho ha. Raymond smiled and continued, Alderson, take them around, and tell them about our situation and rules. Yes, Lord. Then they flapped their wings and flew high together. In this way, Raymond's current military strength has become Royal Griffin X3, Griffin X9, Temple Marksman X13, Temple Archer X42, Temple Grand Guards X123, Temple Lancers X194. Very good. In this way, we can now officially establish a foothold in the Principality of Lane, Raymond murmured. I felt a little excited and happy in my heart. Before doing this, you have to ask him if he is under any pressure. Although it's not much, there is definitely something to it. After all, in addition to level 7 experts, the Principality of Lane even has level 8 experts. Once you are targeted by them, you will definitely have a narrow escape. But now, 3 major griffins are in hand. And he also has himself, so he is completely confident that he can compete with a single level 7 powerhouse. This is a 4v1 game after all. After all, 4v1, it's definitely impossible to be crushed and massacred, right? That's enough. Looking at the Principality of Lane, there are very few level 8 experts. There are only a handful of them, so as long as they are more cautious and low-key, there will definitely be no danger, even if there is really one. They now have the ability and strength to solve it. Finally grown up, ha ha ha, nothing happened in the next few days, but the footsteps of early spring finally arrived without stopping. On this day, early spring arrives, everything revives, the white snow recedes, and the entire earth finally regains its new vitality and vitality. Also on the same day, a platform had been erected on the vast land outside Greystone Village. Although it was very simple, it was still very eye-catching. At this time, almost all the more than 8,000 to 9,000 villagers in Greystone Village have completely left their homes and gathered here, because they already knew what they were going to do. Hey, I heard that we are moving to another city next. Seriously? Of course the nonsense is true. This is the news that Lord Armala and the others said personally. Next we will move to the city. It is said that it is over there in the Fido Valley. Ah. Fido Valley? Isn't that the other side of Lake Austin? Isn't that the territory of those damn fishmen tribe? Do we really want to go there? You are so scared. Even the Lord dares to go there. What are you afraid of? I don't care whether he is a fishman or not, I will go wherever the Lord goes. That's right. The Lord is so kind to us, where else can we find him? Totally impossible. If you don't dare to go, get out of here and don't be embarrassed here. Who said I dare not go? Just go. I am a level 2 low-level knight. If those damn murlocs dare to sneak attack and rob us, I will definitely kill them. Let them all know. I am so awesome, big brother, you are bragging. Ha ha ha. Everyone was talking a lot, but there seemed to be no pressure at all. They were all relaxed, with determination and smiles on their faces. In fact, they already knew what they would do next. In fact, they also knew their next destination, Fido Valley, where there would be great danger. But they are not afraid. It doesn't matter. After all, no matter how great the danger is, how can it be compared to not having enough to eat, not having enough clothes to wear, or even starving to death? In the past, they were bugs on the ground, at the bottom of the stratum, struggling to survive on the verge of death. But what now? They were well fed, clothed and well off. This is what they dream of. With such a good city lord, it's too late for them to love him. So, it doesn't matter where we go, move to the city, casual? Danger? Dangerous ass. They are not afraid. As long as the Lord is with them, they dare to go anywhere. It's surreal. After a few more minutes, Raymond nervously climbed onto the stage that was the focus of everyone's attention. Huh? He took a deep breath, but he was still very nervous. To be honest, he took a deep breath, he was not very nervous when fighting, killing, and hunting, but now, his feet and legs are shaking. Chapter 52. Because of this kind of scene, whether it is the past life or this life, this is his first time. However, he calmed down quickly. Then he glanced at the many pairs of eyes in front of him, showing admiration, excitement, cuteness, and love for him. He was touched in his heart. I also feel a little emotional in my heart. Sure enough, what I did paid off. It seems like everyone still likes me. Ha ha ha. Then he raised his hand, pressed it lightly, and then spoke directly. Everyone, fellow citizens of my territory, I am your Lord Raymond, and I called you all here today for one thing. That's what's next. We're going to move to the city. He glanced at everyone, and no one denied it, him. Then he also laughed. Continue to have all seen what has happened during this period. Thanks to all you, our Greystone Village is getting stronger and stronger now. What about all of our lives? Getting better and better, okay, but in this case, this place is no longer suitable for us. After a pause, a trace of ambition appeared in his eyes, and he said with a smile, next, I believe that our Greystone Village will get better and better, and our population size will become larger and larger, so we plan to move the city to a place that is more suitable for us, and that is Fido Valley. We will build a new city from scratch there, and by then, our Greystone Village will also become Greystone City. Even a bigger place, so I hope you all can come with us. Of course, I will also give you all a guarantee. I, Raymond, will take good care of you and let you live a better life. You will be happier and happier in the days to come. Before he finished speaking, someone suddenly cheered. Long live the Lord! Everyone paused for a moment, and then erupted like a roaring mountain and a tsunami. Long live the Lord! Long live the Lord! Long live the Lord! Seeing this, Raymond's eyes turned red, and then he laughed happily. Everyone, thank you for your trust. Then next, I announce, we, Greystone City, move to the city. Boom. The crowd was excited. They were all excited. Don't worry, Lord, we will go wherever you go. You are the best Lord I have ever seen. Thank you for saving us. Everyone took action together and moved to the city. Lord, don't worry, leave the construction of the new city to us. Whoever is lazy will be beaten to death. Roar. 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 Move to the city. After seeing this scene, Irmela couldn't help but walked behind Raymond and whispered, Lord, can you let me say a few words? Go ahead, Raymond nodded. Everyone, Irma is worthy of being an old man. He didn't hold back. He said calmly in the roaring atmosphere, you all know how good the Lord is to us. I don't need to say more. Then, you all know. Next, it's time for you to repay us. Building a new city is a task that belongs to everyone. All young adults, over 14 years old and under 55 years old, must participate. Of course, there will be enough food and supplies, so you don't have to worry about this. In addition, thank you Lord, you can do something. The more you work, the more you earn, and I will never treat you badly. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then shouted and cheered again. Long live the Lord, there is still money for this? I knew the Lord was a good man. Ha 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 ha, no, that's not fair. Why can't I participate in city construction work when I'm only over 70 years old? I can do it, and I, although I am only 12 years old, I am very strong, I have strength. Please be quiet, Irma said calmly, controlling the situation calmly. I understand your thoughts, but building a new city is not that simple, and it requires more than just hard work. So, don't worry, everyone will have something to do in the next period of time. After arriving at the new city address, anyone who is interested in participating in the city construction task should come to me and my people to register. We will be responsible for guiding you and arranging work, but one thing you must remember is that the construction process is all planned, and it is absolutely forbidden to mess with it. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning against others. Do you understand? Clear, the civilians all shouted in unison. They were in full swing and ready to start work immediately. Lord, I finished, Irma whispered to Raymond, who couldn't help but smile. Although this guy is not very strong, his ability in this situation is really strong. Completely dumped him several times. A true genius in internal affairs. Then he looked at everyone and said with a smile, everyone, let's start moving to the city. Following his order, the more than 8,000 to 9,000 people in Greystone Village began to move into the city in an extremely orderly manner, followed by most of the escort soldiers. And all this has attracted the attention of many promising nobles. Well, what is this? Why are so many people coming out? Is it a move to the city? It should be right. Those untouchables, the guard soldiers, and those grains and meats, etc. are all there. This should be a move to another city, and it seems like there are quite a lot of them. Who is this? It seems to be the Greystone Village of Baron Omar before. I saw him at German Night. Greystone Village? Are there that many of them? And is their army that powerful? I see there are many people, hundreds of them, and they are actually very well equipped and powerful in combat. Who knows? It just so happens that they can leave if they want to. If they don't leave, we will have to endure such a powerful army. That's right, it's good to go. Good to go. Beaten City, Viscount Will's castle halls. Haven't Evan and Dorrance come back yet? How many days has it been? Viscount Will asked worriedly. When his dearest and most powerful son, Knight Evan, and the others set off on the expedition, it was the beginning of the winter retreat period, and now, more than 10 days have passed. Even the winter season has begun. It's early spring, and there's no news yet, and he hasn't come back yet? His intuition tells him that something must have happened. But he doesn't want to believe it all, because those are his lifeblood. His son, Evan Knight, and Dorrance, these are his only two subordinates with high-level combat power. They are also his greatest confidence and support. There are also other professional and powerful men who are high-level and high-level, which are a total of 3 more than 100 troops. These are the majority of his strength. Once something happens to them, to read Baoshua novels, go to Filu Novel Network, this will be very important to him. To me, it was a devastating blow. He couldn't bear it at all. Dear Viscount, don't worry, Lord Evan and Lord Dorrance are powerful men, and they have so many troops. It is absolutely impossible for anything to happen, absolutely impossible. I think they have achieved a perfect victory now. I don't know where to celebrate. In a few days, they will definitely return in triumph. Dear Mr. Self-Consciousness, please rest assured, a short old man with sinister features said with confidence. Something happened? How could something happen? Absolutely impossible. Their army in Beaten City is definitely one of the most powerful armies in this area. Unless the Olander family attacks them, otherwise, nothing will happen. I hope so, Viscount Will sighed. He was still living like a year in his heart. At the same time, Hansen City, the meeting hall. Earl Guten Castle father, Please allow me to personally lead the Hanson army to the expedition. This damn Baron Raymond actually dares to blackmail us. It is really abominable. You are really looking for death? A middle-aged man with wheat-colored skin and extremely strong muscles. He also had brilliant short white hair. He stood up angrily and roared. His whole body was filled with fighting spirit, and he was extremely powerful. Amazing. Boom. This is a super strong man, and he is also a powerful super professional with unique fighting spirit. His name is Griffin, the third son of Earl Gudin, also holds the title of Baron, and at the same time, he is also an extremely powerful warrior genius. Although he is not old, he has the strength of a super sky warrior. He's known as the white-haired devil. He has a great reputation. At this moment, in this conference hall, besides him, there are several other people. Zero request for flowers. Count Gudin, who has light yellow dark golden hair and looks like an aging lion. His long fiery red hair reaches to his waist, and he is dressed in luxury. The bright magician robe is particularly dazzling. The elegant plain makeup, the beautiful eyes full of wisdom and mystery like the moon. The perfect figure with particularly attractive lines. This is a very beautiful mature woman. He is Earl Gudin, his second daughter. Her name is Lelia. She is also a powerful fire magician with super sky magician's strength. Then there is an old man standing behind Count Gudin with his head bowed respectfully. That was Earl Gudin's centuries-old servant, Ohard, the housekeeper with super earth thief strength. And the last one, who was full of fighting spirit and was extremely powerful and hot, shining like the sun, with a handsome young man in his 30s or 40s with short blonde hair. His name is Ossis, and he is also a powerful sky jockey with super terrifying strength. In other words, there are only 5 people in this small conference hall. It's just one person, but there is actually a count, a powerful professional in the 3rd level, a 1st level. Such a lineup and strength are enough to scare people to death. Please be quiet first, Griffin. Listen to what everyone is saying. Earl Gudin shook his head expressionlessly, then looked at everyone else and asked, don't be stunned, tell me what you think, Father. What is the origin of Baron Raymond? Not only did he annihilate so many of us, but he actually captured Uncle Zhugulyan. This shouldn't be something that ordinary super powerful people can do, right? Lelia frowned slightly and said Lord Zhugulyan's strength is not much different from mine, so it's not easy to capture him alive. Unless a super strong person takes action personally, it is possible. Or the only way to win is by relying on numbers. Ossis analyzed it quietly, and then came to a conclusion. If the level hadn't taken action personally, they should have been at least 3 levels. It should be at least this way. After speaking, he looked towards Count Gudin and asked, My lord, is this what Lord Zhugulyan said in his letter? He said. He was defeated head-on by one person, and that person was Baron Raymond. Earl Gudin glanced at him and said with twinkling eyes. What? Ossis was stunned for a moment and said in shock. Is he already a level 1? Impossible. How could a powerful man be just a baron? And who is he? We have never heard of him before. If you follow what is said in Chocolate Angson, the Baron Raymond who defeated him was probably not a superclass, but he was still very strong. In addition, they also have a super flying monster called the Royal Griffin. Count Gudin frowned and said. Super flying monster. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then their faces became solemn. If you are a magician, you can try flying when you are about level 1. Because there is a level 1 magic called flying, but if you are a warrior, you are still a professional of other types. If so, most of them are only qualified to try flying at level 1. So for them, flying monsters definitely have an innate advantage now. Relatively speaking, if they had the choice, they would rather provoke 3 times as many people. Ordinary enemies are not willing to provoke such a flying monster enemy. Because of the former, they have the ability and strength to suppress and restrict the opponent. But the threat and suppression power they can bring to the flying monster are really it's much smaller. This is a summary of countless experiences of blood and tears. It is definitely very real and reasonable. Thinking of this, Ossis couldn't help but speak. He asked with a slight frown, Your Majesty, what are they? Who? It's impossible for such a powerful strength to appear out of thin air all of a sudden, right? Don't forget, I don't know either. Earl Gudin shook his head and said with twinkling eyes. Before that, I investigated him carefully, but I came to the conclusion that the information should be all false. According to the intelligence, this Baron Raymond is the noble lord of a small fiefdom and the son of Baron Omar. But that Baron Omar is dead. How did he inherit his title of Baron? But do you think this is possible? Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then their expressions became strange. Yes, is this possible? Of course it is impossible. Chapter 53. Can a mere son of a baron defeat the captive Lord Zhugulian? That is undoubtedly a fantasy. What's more, those other powerful subordinates can't come from this way, so this must be false information. Also, a reminder, the guy named Baron Raymond should be less than 20 years old. Earl Guten spoke again, but his words were like a bomb. It exploded directly among all those people and exploded into flowers. No, under 20? How is this possible? This is impossible, Griffin said with a face full of shock. His expression was as if he had seen a ghost. He couldn't believe this was true. You must know that he has been hailed as a warrior genius since he was a child, and he also received all the support from his father, Earl Guten. Training. Just like that, he was almost 35 years old before he successfully reached the top level. That was a full 35 years old. The other party did it when he was less than 20 years old? How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. Ossis, how old are you when you become a successful and powerful person? Earl Guten asked again. 20, no, almost 28 years old to do it, Ossis said with a solemn expression. At this moment, even a true genius like him was intimidated. A super strong man less than 20 years old, real or fake, is this a human? Even if he was in the kingdom when I was studying for advanced studies, I had never heard of the existence of such a monster. A super strong man less than 20 years old? Is it really possible for such a monster to appear? It is incredible. At this time, Count Guten spoke again. He said expressionlessly, okay, now let's talk about your opinions again. 2 questions, do you want Zhugulian to be saved? Do you want to take revenge on this matter? 407 Lord Earl, if it is really a super powerful man who is less than 20 years old, I suggest you be more cautious. Let alone our Principality of Lane, even when I was in Dick Kingdom, I have never seen such a person. Behind this monster, there is definitely an unimaginably powerful force supporting him. Otherwise, he would not be able to do such incredible things, Ossis said seriously. Father, I also think we need to be more cautious about this matter. Let's not talk about other things, just his own strength and the flying monster. How much price do we have to pay to kill him? Whether or not he can even be killed is a question mark. Once the operation fails, it will be a huge disaster for us. Lilia also nodded and said with a serious expression. Earl Guten nodded and looked at Griffin. Griffin, what's your opinion, father? Just say what you say, I listen. I listen. Griffin smiled, not daring to be arrogant anymore. Okay. So now this is the last question, Earl Guten sighed and said, the other party has a big appetite and wants 2 super magic cores. Let's not mention that I don't have these things. Even if I do, is it worth it? Everyone was silent immediately. Super magic cores. And it's still 2 pieces? To be honest, the price he asked was too outrageous, they really couldn't pay it. But does Julian just ignore him? This is impossible. After all, it was a high-ranking class, and it was a class that was extremely loyal to their Count Guten. This concept is different. In other words, their question now becomes, fight? Don't dare to fight. Redeeming people? Can't afford the redemption, give up? But not willing to give in. A complete dilemma, do not know what to do with it. Why? Seeing this scene, Count Guten sighed and suddenly said, old man, I need your help. What do you think we should do? I'm a little confused. Ohart, who had been silent, slowly raised his head, hoarse his voice, and said slowly, Lord Count, I think Lord Julian must be redeemed. Oh? Why? Ask Earl Guten first. Lord Zhugulian is the same as everyone present. He is a person who is truly loyal to you. It is worth saving him, and he will bring you greater rewards. Secondly, Lord Zhugulian, like Lord Ossis, is expected to reach the impact level. Lord Earl, you should understand that this opportunity is very difficult. If you lose one, it may take many years to get it back. It's not worth it. Hearing this, everyone nodded silently. Indeed, who is the most promising person among them in the short term? First is Ossis, and then Zhugulian. This is like scratching a lottery ticket, although it's just an opportunity, but even if it's just this opportunity, it's already very valuable. This is called hidden value. And if we think about it from another angle, this money is not only a ransom, but also an investment. Lord Earl, gentlemen, what do you think? Ohart's cloudy eyes flashed with a faint light of wisdom. He said softly, no matter how strong his background is, Just because he is such a young monster-level genius, it is worth our investment in him. Got it, a super genius under the age of 20. I don't know where his limit will be, but he will definitely become a super genius. This cannot stop him, and even if he is a super strong person, he must have high hopes too. What's more, what about the legendary super? Lord Earl, I think this is really an opportunity. What do you think? As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned, and then gasped, with shock on their faces. Yes, a super genius under 20 years old? Where will his future limit be? Super? That is definitely easy. Song, that's it. I'm afraid their investment has already paid off. What if it's a first class? Or even a first class? Then wouldn't they make crazy money? Yes, why didn't they think of it? Ha 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 ha. After sweeping away the previous gloom, Earl Gooden laughed, and a bright smile appeared on everyone's face. Yes, this ransom must be paid. Because this is the prerequisite for them to be able to make friends with investment partners. It's worth it. But what to do with this level of magic core, and it's still 2 pieces. Father, can we get it? But at this moment, Lilia said with some worry. The market price of the super magic core is 100,000 gold coins and upwards. How about 2 gold coins? That's more than 200,000 gold coins. But the problem is that it's just the market price. The real selling price can't be this low. Because this is a strategic resource, no one will sell it. So, more than 200,000? Don't even think about it. If you want to buy it, to get to 2-level magic cores, you need at least 300,000 gold coins to start. Even if you are unlucky, it is not impossible to reach 400,000. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Filu Novel Network, although they can get this money, but it will definitely drain their wealth, and more importantly, they may not be able to buy it at all. This is the biggest trouble. If they really can't buy it, what's the point? What should we do? At the same time, Earl Gooden also closed his eyes and whispered, I don't have the super magic core now. If I want to buy it, there are only 2 ways, the Phoenix Chamber of Commerce and the royal family. Don't even think about the royal family, there is no way they can sell us something so important, they will definitely be on guard against us. Therefore, only the Phoenix Chamber of Commerce has the most hope, but 2 super magic cores, according to their prices, we shouldn't be able to afford them. As an earl, after so many years, he knows the Phoenix Chamber of Commerce very well. Cheap things are very cheap, and expensive things are also very expensive, which is the money earned from strategic resources. Do you need it urgently? Then you can only bite the bullet and buy it. Too expensive. Lord Earl, in fact, we only need to buy a piece of super magic core. O'Hart spoke again, softly. The ransom does not have to be that much. I have read Lord Zhugilian's letter. He probably meant that the other party just opened his mouth. We can just make a counter offer. Moreover, I think this is actually an opportunity chance. What chance? Count Gooden said doubtfully. Doesn't he want 2 super magic cores? Let's send 1 piece to you first, and then we owe another piece. We can't pay the owed piece for the time being, so we'll use our labor force to hold it back first. I think we can let Miss Lilia go and take a look in person. Lord Earl, if we can get closer to each other, isn't this our ultimate goal? In addition, isn't Miss Lilia very resistant to marrying the 6th prince? This is also an opportunity, and you can also take this opportunity to understand their true background and strength. Definitely kills multiple birds with 1 stone. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then Lilia was even more directly surprised. She stood up and said loudly and excitedly, Uncle O'Hart, you are a genius. That's right. I do not want. I will never marry that good-for-nothing Kiggle. Father, let me go. I am willing to go and see Baron Raymond. Kajeline, the 6th prince of the Lane Principality, is a nationally famous pure waste. He has low intelligence and is very useless, but he has already made an engagement with Lilia, and this is just a recent thing. To put it bluntly, this is a threat in control. But there is no other way, they can only obey, but if there is a chance to solve this matter and destroy this marriage, she is absolutely willing to put in all her efforts to fight for it. Yes, that loser, she doesn't want to marry her. She really does. Don't want to. Then, after a moment of silence, Count Gooden sighed and said, Lilia, go to the Phoenix Chamber of Commerce and ask about the super magic core. Lilia's beautiful mature western face was instantly surprised and even made her laugh wildly. Eyes are red. Thank you, father, thank you. Go go. Earl Guten waved his hand and said helplessly, I know that Kagel was wronged about that incident, but you also know that there is nothing we can do. This is our pressure. But if there is a chance to save it now, Lilia, my daughter, please feel free to be bold. Just do it. I will do my best to support you. Thank you, Father. Soon, the quotation from the Phoenix Chamber of Commerce came, and as expected it was still a sky-high price. 230,000 gold coins, but this is in stock. Within 3 days. You can pay and deliver the goods. If you want to wait, you can. If you purchase goods from other countries within 3 months, the price can be reduced by 30,000, but it will still require a full 200,000 gold coins. What's this? This is monopoly. This is huge profits. In the end, Earl Guten and the others chose to pay the money obediently. Are they left with 30,000 gold coins in 3 months? This is definitely a bloody profit, but they can't afford to wait. There is no need, since it is a big gamble, then you must make up your mind and be decisive. For them now, time is money. 3 months? That's really enough to happen. I really can't wait for this. In this way, 3 days later, with a blood loss of 230,000 gold coins, Count Guten and the others successfully bought a super magic core from the vampire-like Phoenix Chamber of Commerce. Then, escorted by Aurelia and a small team of less than 5 people, they quietly left Hansen City and headed towards the Greystone Village. At the same time, after several days of traveling, Raymond and the others finally arrived at their destination, Fido Valley. This is a plain that looks very vast and wide, as if it has no end. The surrounding scenery is very beautiful, full of green trees, and the breeze blows, making people feel very comfortable and comfortable. Ray 2.5 millimeters. This is the urban construction expert I bought from Duke City, O'Neill. He is a dwarf, a master architect from other countries, and under his leadership, at least 3 cities with a capacity of 100,000 people were born. But later his country was devastated by war, and he also became a victim of the war and became a slave. Matt German brought a person and introduced him with some emotion. Hello, dear Lord, I am your slave O'Neill, the white-haired old man, who probably looked a few decades older, said to Raymond with his head lowered cautiously. Slave, Raymond felt a little emotional. To him, this was a very distant term, but he had to admit that in this world, the existence of slaves was really very close to him. Then he smiled again and said, O'Neill, next I need your help. As you can see, here, I need to build a new city. In return, I will immediately remove you from your status as a slave. O'Neill was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly raised his head, staring at Raymond in disbelief. Leader, Lord, are you telling the truth? Matt German on the side, but didn't say anything, because he had already guessed that with Raymond's current behavior, there is a high probability that he would do this, right? I don't care about other places, but here, slaves are not allowed or needed in my territory, Raymond said categorically, and then smiled again and said, O'Neill, you can rely on your abilities to earn rewards. So congratulations, from now on, you are free. Chapter 54. O'Neill was stunned for a long time, staring at Raymond. He was shaking all over and couldn't believe it. After a long time like this, he suddenly fell to his knees with a bang and kowtowed to Raymond several times. Then he almost exhausted all his strength, trembling, and said in a firm and trembling voice, thank you, Lord, you are a great person. Really thank you very much. Please leave the construction of the city to me. This is my strength. I can definitely build a city for you that will satisfy you, I swear. No one can understand his current mood, maybe only other slaves, only they can understand. But at this moment, he really felt that he was free. This feeling made him extremely suffocated and trembling. It seemed like he was going crazy. But it also gave him an unprecedented feeling of being reborn. This made him extremely grateful to Raymond. And thanks. Can he be free by relying on his ability? Can he earn a reward? That's good. This time he will definitely give everything. He will definitely try his best to create the greatest in his life. An unprecedented work of art. To repay all this, to repay the great and respected Lord. Notice the other party's mood, or determination. Raymond also laughed, then patted his shoulder and said, that's up to you, O'Neill. For specific requirements, Uncle Matt German, Ilmra and the others will contact you. In a word, just go ahead and do it boldly. I believe in you. He is now more and more aware of the true meaning of existence as a lord, which is to leave professional matters to professional talents. Delegating power is enough. All he needs to do is to hold on to the recruitment system of the temple castle infinitely. Recruiting an army of troops honestly and expanding the army to become stronger is enough. With strength, he can have everything. It's the Lord. I'll go immediately. O'Neill nodded immediately and became very motivated. The establishment of the new city, the terrain, geographical environment, address requirements, design and deployment of various aspects, etc., all require on-site field investigation. 03 can accurately determine it, which is why he was only brought in now, the reason for coming to see Raymond. So their next task is very simple: connect, sort out the requirements, conduct on-site surveys, and determine the appropriate construction location. Then they will make urban construction drawings, refine the structure, distribute tasks, and officially start urban construction. This series of processes will take a few days, but it is also very important. After all, a tree that embraces each other starts from the ground up, and a tall building starts from the ground. The importance of the foundation and the bottom layer is absolutely self-evident. This thing is extremely important. So before that, they still need to live a period of hard life, sleeping in the open air for many days. But are the conditions really hard? Of course not. This is of course much better than the severe cold winter. Being able to withstand the winter is absolutely, it was just a sprinkling of water, but I didn't feel it. 3 more days passed like this. O'Neill and the others worked overtime to complete the city construction master plan drawings, and they were finally completed. They finally appeared in front of Raymond. Lord, this is the city construction plan drawings drawn up by all of us. Please take a look at it. O'Neill lowered his head extremely respectfully and said. Raymond took a look at the drawing and found that it was still too complicated for him, so he shook his head and said, O'Neill, please give me a brief explanation. This drawing is too complicated and I can't understand it. Yes, my lord. O'Neill nodded, then took another deep breath, and then spoke again, said slowly, Lord, first of all, based on the opinions and requirements you have put forward before, we finally decided to build our new city in the form of a circular ring. Therefore, our main construction goal now is to serve as a part of the core of the city in the future, within the first ring. Hearing this familiar term, Raymond also had some emotions in his heart. This feeling is a bit complicated. That's right, within the first ring, but O'Neill didn't notice this, but continued to nod and explain. Lord, our estimated goal is to have enough land and buildings in this ring to be enough for 100,000 people to live in. In this way, once the first ring is completed, our next new city can become one of the few large cities in the northern region. This is also our first step plan. Generally speaking, the population of territories and fiefdoms with hundreds or thousands of people are mainly villages and towns. If the population reaches tens of thousands, it can be barely called a city. But it is only the smallest kind. This kind of city is generally called a small city, which is not eye-catching, but if it can reach a population of more than 30,000, it can be called a medium-sized city. If it can reach a population of more than 100,000, it will be called a large city. If it can reach this level, it is indeed a very good territorial city. After all, although there are indeed tens of thousands of large and small territorial fiefdoms in the northern region, most of them in fact, they are still just villages with a population of several hundred. Even the proportion of towns with a population of several thousand is not high, not even 1/10. Let alone those at higher levels, cities with a larger population, even large cities. Looking at the entire north, there should be only a few dozen large cities with a population of more than 100,000. And most of them are earls, nobles, and even earl families. Power is the main force. You can imagine what this concept is. If their first step plan goal can be achieved like this, then its follow-up potential will definitely be extremely amazing and extremely vast. Thinking of this, Raymond he couldn't help but ask, what about the follow-up plans for the second and third parts? Lord, our second follow-up plan is the second ring road you mentioned before. According to our predictions and plans, if this second ring area can be built, by then, the total population of our new city should be close to, or even exceed, 1 million. O'Neill said, so much? Millions of people? O'Neill, are you serious? Lemon said in surprise. He knew that if a city with a population of more than 100,000 can be called a large city, then a city with a population of more than 1 million can be called a giant city. Giant city. Or super city. Large cities. For example, Duke City in the Fankeo Plain is of this type. The total population of Duke City exceeds 2 million. and it is definitely a truly giant city. And there are only 7 such giant cities with a population of 1 million in their Principality of Lane. 1. Among them, the 2 major districts in their northern region, Fangkeo District and Kratos District, have 3 giant cities. To read Baoshabang novels, go to Filu Novel Network. There is a giant city in the Lane District in the central area. It is also the location of the imperial city, Lane City. There is also a giant city in the Kalay District in the central area. In the Ixti District in the southwest, they have a total of 2 giant cities. 7 in total. As for the northern district, what are the central district, the southwest district, Fangkeo District, Kratos District, Lane District, etc.? What are these? It's very simple. The former is a geographically divided area. Divided by geographical location, they are the Principality of Lane. It can be roughly regarded as 3 major areas: the Northern District, the Central District, and the Southwest District. Then there is the aristocratic area of the regime, which is divided into 5 major areas. They are the Fangkeo District, the Kratos District, the Lane District, and the Nakolai District, and Ikesti District. At the same time, these 5 districts also represent the upper limit of the aristocratic power class in the Principality of Lane. Marcus, or even Duke. You can imagine what this concept is. Lord, yes, it is indeed a population of 1 million, and according to my estimation, there will not be any problems with the urban construction territory. There is definitely enough land for us to squander it for construction and expansion. Even if everything goes well, the 3-ring plan is not impossible, O'Neill said excitedly. 3-ring plan? What is that? Chen Fei was stunned for a moment and said doubtfully. Lord, according to our estimate, if a central point is erected to build a city at this location, O'Neill stretched out his hand, pointed at a certain location on the map, and then said with great excitement, in the end we may even be able to create a huge city with a population of tens of millions. This is also our final 3-ring plan, 10 million people, real or fake? O'Neill? Uncle Matt German, is this true? Lehman was also shocked, asked incredulously. A city with a population of tens of millions in this world is not simple, at least in the Principality of Lane. There is no precedent for this. Currently, the largest city in the Principality of Lane has the largest population. The city is Lane City in Lane District, which is also the imperial city. But basically, they only have a population of more than 4 million. They are still far away from the population of tens of millions. Raymond, if the plan goes well, this should be possible, but this is only the maximum space for urban construction expansion, and does not represent the final result. And in this matter, population diversion is the biggest problem. Draining tens of millions of people is an extremely difficult task. Especially in our Principality of Lane, the population base is not that large, so it is almost impossible. Matt German nodded, but then shook his head and said, no matter what, it's great to have this space. O'Neill, you guys have done a great job, Lemon said with a smile, very happy. In any case, this urban construction space is equivalent to the foundation. Only if the foundation is well laid will there be subsequent high-rise buildings. Otherwise, you will not even have the scale and space to accommodate the population of this city. No, it will all be in vain. It will be meaningless. Lord, this is all due to you and Lord Matt German. O'Neill shook his head and sighed. To be honest, this location was chosen really well. Not only does it have huge potential, but it also has convenient transportation and is easily accessible in all directions. It runs through the Fangkeo Plain and the West River of Longdon from east to west. This will bring us great convenience. And more importantly, there's even a large area here that can accommodate and support us in building a food base. Food base? Raymond was stunned for a moment, and then he became pleasantly surprised. Where, although with his current strength and wealth, food is not expensive, but if he can really tinker and pull up a large city here in the future, or even a giant city, a supergiant city, then the food issue is definitely the top priority. With so many people combined, they eat an astronomical 750 words every day, so it's okay not to consider it. Lord, look. That's it. O'Neill stretched out his hand and pointed at the northwest area at the core of the city. At this, Raymond was stunned for a moment. Northwest? If he remembered correctly, isn't this direction the direction of Lake Austin? Yes, O'Neill nodded, his eyes lit up, and said, Lord, this is a huge black land, and as it approaches and is constantly being poured by the mist of Lake Austin, subtle changes have made this place an extremely excellent food production place. Lord, there are many Many types of food suitable for this place, especially the kind of food with 2 rice on the waterway is a perfect fit for the environment and soil here. Absolutely no questions asked. Moreover, I also made a rough estimate of the production here. Lord, if we can complete the formation of a food base, the food output here can even support the food gap of tens of millions of people. This is simply an astronomical figure, food for tens of millions of people. Raymond was stunned for a moment, as if he had been hit in the head by a hammer. He was dizzy. His face was full of shock and unbelievable. Is it true? Is it true? Is it really such an exaggeration? In addition, Lake Austin is also a natural aquaculture base. At this moment, Matt German also spoke and said with a smile, Lord, if we can get rid of those fishmen or even capture them, we can let them help us cultivate aquatic products in Lake Austin. In this way, even without those food bases, the aquatic fish, etc. alone are enough to support the food needs of our millions of people. This is a good deal. That's right. Suddenly, O'Neill also nodded heavily and said with great excitement, I have studied Lake Austin for a while before. Because it is occupied by a tribe of fishmen, the underwater environment is excellent and has not been damaged at all, so it has a very complete ecosystem. Even if the scale of this level of ecosystem is only self-sufficient and does not damage its ecological and environmental conditions, it is enough to support the food needs of millions of people. This is difficult. Moreover, Lake Austin also produces a lot of underwater treasures, including jewelry, coral reefs, various rare underwater animals and plants, and so on. Lord, we can definitely use this to form a breeding scale and form an industrial chain, then sell it through the gold trade line to Longdunxi River and reap huge profits. This is definitely a very cost-effective and long-term business. Great value. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55. It can be seen that they have definitely put a lot of thought into this, and have seriously thought about and studied all aspects. In this way, a complete urban construction scale plan has been freshly released and thoroughly studied. Spread it out and place it in front of Raymond. O'Neill, Uncle Matt German, thank you for your hard work. I am very satisfied with this plan. Let's do it, Raymond said without hesitation. I don't say how far these ideas can be realized in the end, but even if it is 1/10, he is definitely very good. After all, everything depends on man-made things. As long as it is not a dead end and despair, but there is hope, he will do it. He is fully capable of turning this hope into reality. After all, don't forget, he is cheating. Lord, you are too polite. This is what we should do. After receiving Raymond's affirmation and approval, O'Neill was very happy, but at the same time he was still a little worried. He glanced at Matt German in a vague way. It seemed that there were any other problems? After noticing this, Raymond asked curiously Uncle Matt German, O'Neill, do you have any questions? Raymond, it's a bit. Matt German nodded and said softly, although the plan has been drawn up, the number of various types of urban construction materials required is astronomical. This is a big trouble, and in addition to that, we now have some gaps in many other places. Raymond was stunned for a moment, then said with a faint smile, Uncle Matt German, what are the problems? How do they need to be solved? Tell me and I will do it. Urban construction is a long-term plan that cannot be completed overnight, so there are problems. It's also normal. Just find the problem and solve it step by step. This problem is not big. First of all, there is a big gap in urban construction materials, stone, minerals, cement, etc. Matt German didn't talk nonsense and got straight to the point. He explained carefully. Raymond, although our current area has great development potential, there is also a very troublesome and thorny problem at the moment. That means there are no stone minerals anywhere near here. This means that our urban construction work must rely on transportation from external forces. Secondly, there are minerals, iron ore, concentrated iron ore, copper ore, etc. These are similar to stones. Although the demand is relatively not that much, if you look at it individually, it is still a lot. After all, it is urban construction, and the demand is huge. Then there's the cement thing. After a pause, Matt German's eyes flickered and said, the process of making cement is not difficult, but it requires burning and baking, raw materials and time. Moreover, ordinary flames are prone to failure because it is difficult to control their accuracy. So it's best to be a magician, but you also know, we have very few fire magicians, there are only a few of them, so the cement manufacturing progress is very slow to be honest. Raymond, these are no small problems, and you can't force the speed to increase, you can only take it slowly. After hearing this, Raymond didn't hesitate. For such a big city construction project, there will definitely be problems in all aspects, and this is the time for him to personally contribute. It doesn't matter if there are problems, as long as they are solved. And he also has this confidence, we will definitely be able to solve these problems. So is there any way to solve these? So he asked. The first is the issue of urban construction materials. This is the top priority and the basis for everything. Raymond's eyes flashed. We must find the source of stones and minerals as soon as possible. And the only person who can supply us with such a large supply of goods is Viscount Clay from the west, by the West River in Longton. Viscount Clay. Raymond was stunned for a moment, because he felt that the name was a bit familiar. Then his eyes suddenly lit up and he spat out, Clay Noble Alliance. Yes, it's them. Raymond nodded and said with twinkling eyes. Viscount Clay, the founder of the Clay Noble Alliance, a very powerful Viscount Noble. He even uses subordinates with different levels, so his status and strength are considered to be at the top even among all the Viscount nobles. In addition, he also has a title, that is, the Stone King. Stone King, yes, Raymond nodded and said with twinkling eyes, Viscount Clay owns a large amount of stone and mineral resources in his territory. Using this as a base has created a lot of wealth and strength for him, especially in our Fankeo district. Viscount Clay's stone resource strength is definitely one of the best, so if we can buy stones from him, there should be no problem with our city construction plan, but this is also a problem. Raymond looked at Raymond, who was also thoughtful. Trouble? Indeed. This seems to be a trouble. If you want to buy his stones, you must not fall out in the first place, but he is not prepared to pay them any taxes like this or that. So, this is a very troublesome contradiction. I have an idea, Lord. At this moment, Raymond suddenly spoke. Uncle Raymond, you say, what idea, Lord Baron? Do you still remember the information I mentioned before? Viscount Will of Bitten City is also one of the 4 major Viscounts of the Clay Noble Alliance. Therefore, if he, or others related to him, come forward to purchase stones, this will not be a problem. All gone, Raymond said with a smile. Should he come forward? Raymond was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized. His eyes lit up and he said, are you saying that you secretly found a puppet to control Bitten City? That's right. Raymond smiled and said, I have a candidate here for you to consider, Lord Baron. Viscount Will has 18 children, the 7th of whom is called Winchman. He was born because his mother was forced to give birth, and therefore, his status has always been very low. I was also bullied miserably, therefore, if we can start from him, we can completely support him secretly to become the new Viscount Winchman. By then, we will be able to gain a lot in a short period of time, at least on the trade line along the West River in Longton. What do you think, Lord Baron? I see. Raymond nodded immediately and said without hesitation. Let's do this. Leave this matter to me and I'll do it myself. The city construction has begun, and he has nothing to do now. He might as well find something to do for himself. For example, this is quite good now, Viscount Will. He must die. He has been wandering around for so long, and if he doesn't give, how could he come back with revenge? But what Raymond said was right. If he could secretly support a Viscount in Key, that wouldn't be bad, it would save him a lot of trouble. Thinking of this, he asked again Uncle Raymond, O'Neill, is there anything else I need to do? Temporarily unavailable, Raymond shook his head and said with a smile, if possible, we also need to recruit some fire magicians, but this is not simple. It only depends on luck, so there's nothing we can do. Fire magician, Raymond murmured, and remembered this matter in his heart. Then he nodded again and said, to read Baoshuang novels, go to Filu Novel Network. That's it. I'll go to Nabaton City to check the situation first. Thank you for your hard work, Lord Baron, Raymond whispered. Thank you for your hard work, dear Lord. Then O'Neill also quickly lowered his head and said respectfully. This kind of thing should have been completed by their subordinates, but now? They have to trouble the Lord to do it personally. This is actually their fault. This must be changed. If you become those other nobles, you might even kill them. So, Lord, he is really a good person. But Raymond obviously doesn't care about this either. That's it, I'll leave first. After smiling and waving his hand, he just walked away. But in order to keep a low profile, he only took away Alderson and Awakens. The strength of the two of them was one level, plus himself. You can go anywhere, and it must be completely enough. Just like that, a few days later, Bitten City, Viscount Will's castle. With the torture of time, the old Viscount Will has become more and more frightened, more and more anxious, and more scared. Damn it, it's really hateful. Why? This is impossible. Bang bang bang. Viscount Will, with a distorted face, yelled in the room, holding various objects to vent his anger. The shot made a bang bang sound. In front of him, a purple-haired man who looked to be about several years old was standing there quietly with his head lowered and silent. His head was covered with blood, as if he had been injured by something, but even so, he didn't make any movement at this time. He just clenched his fists tightly and said nothing, still letting Viscount Will go crazy. But the more this happened, the angrier Viscount Will seemed to be. With a bang, he suddenly picked up a vase again and hit the purple-haired man on the head. The vase exploded and debris flew, blood sputtered out again. Waste! You loser, you are talking, are you mute? If I had known this was the case, I should have strangled you to death, you idiot, you useless piece of shit. You are just like that despicable bitch mother of yours. They're all bastards. Bitch, Viscount Will was cursing crazily, just like always. Although the purple-haired man's face with his head lowered was extremely angry, he still didn't dare to show it. He could only lower his head and endure all this silently. It's like he has been there for so many years. Come on, it's always been like this. Get out of here. Trash, get out of here. Finally, Viscount Will couldn't bear it anymore and roared angrily. The purple-haired man turned around and left silently. Boom, boom, boom. Then the extremely harsh and intense sound of breaking things resounded in the room. It was only then that the purple-haired man with blood all over his head finally couldn't help but raise his head and murmured with twinkling eyes. Our Evan and the others really dead. His name is Winchman. He is one of the many descendants of Viscount Will who is very hostile and despised. Because of his poor background, he has been abused and bullied since he was a child. It was not until he worked hard to become a super senior warrior that the situation improved slightly. Improvement, but only slightly, because his father has another more outstanding son. Super Earth Knight Evan. It is precisely because of the existence of the other party that he dare not resist and can only tolerate it. Until today. But now, after he knew that Evan and the others might be dead, his twisted heart, which had been suppressed for a long time, finally had an unprecedented wave. Why? Why should he be treated like this? Why should he be treated like this? What? He couldn't resist, even to become a being like Evan. He was not willing to do so. He was really not willing to do this. At this moment, a voice came, making his pupils shrink. Are you Wingman? Who's here? Winchman's face changed drastically and he drew out his weapon. You must know that this was the explosion of his father, Viscount Will, and Uozeo's defense force was extremely tight. It is impossible and should not be possible for anyone to appear here. But now how is this going? Relax, don't be so nervous. At least you and I are not enemies, right? The voice came, and then in the dark corner of the castle, 3 figures slowly appeared, 1 person, plus 2 monsters? Introduce yourself, Lord of Greystone Village, Baron Raymond. Nice to meet you Wingerman, Lemon said with a smile. Obviously, this is the Raymond who sneaked in, as well as Alderson and Owens. Although their normal size is very large, in Viscount Will's castle, it is obvious that bigger. You can imagine how extravagant and greedy this guy is. Level Warcraft, Winchman obviously knows the goods. He just glanced at Alderson a few times, and his face turned pale and his feet softened. His whole body started to tremble. Is this actually a super Warcraft? How is it possible? But he still forced it. He calmed down, then looked at Raymond tremblingly, lowered his head and said, Dear strong man, don't you know why you came to me? Want to chat with me? Raymond smiled, and then without waiting for his answer, he continued to speak again, saying, Your father, Viscount Will, sent a team of troops to attack my territory, but it is obvious that they are too weak, so they were all killed by us. When he heard this, Wingman's expression changed, but he was not surprised at all. After all, this superclass monster with a full Gundam level has now appeared in front of him. Doesn't this explain everything? Is it? Evan, Dorrance and the others? They are just 2 level 5 experts, compared to level 6, they are too weak. Their failure, even death, is absolutely natural. Chapter 56. Dear strong man, yes, I'm sorry. Those things before. Everything is my father's plan, not mine. I can't stop it either, but I really don't dare to be your enemy, he explained with a pale face. His head felt dizzy, and he was extremely frightened. At this moment, Raymond suddenly said, "Do you want to be a viscount?" As soon as he said this, Wengerman was obviously stunned for a moment. Then he suddenly raised his head and stared at Raymond in disbelief. "Dear Lord, what do you mean?" Literal meaning. Raymond smiled and said calmly, "Your father is stupid and offended me, so he must die. Not only that, I will also take away his title, his wealth, and everything he has. So, do you want to become viscount in his place?" The titles of the Principality of Lane are based on inheritance. Once the title holder dies, the descendants of the title holder can inherit the title according to the right of inheritance. This is recognized by the Principality of Lane, so if all conditions are met, Wingman, it is indeed possible. Can replace Viscount will. Become the new Lord of Bitten City. Become the new Viscount. Because of this, but as soon as he said this, Wengerman's expression changed obviously and he started to tremble. Viscount? Him? He was the only one who was silent for a long time, then suddenly turned around and walked back into the room where the banging was still happening. "What else are you going to do here, you damn loser? I'm not telling you to get out, you, Wengerman, what do you want to do? I am your father." With a scream, everything came to an end. A moment later, Wingman walked out with his head covered in blood, and then he knelt down without hesitation in front of Raymond. "Dear strong man, I am willing to be your slave. Please allow me to offer you my sincerity." As he spoke, he even lifted the head of Viscount Will, who was still staring at death. Seeing this, even Raymond couldn't help but sigh. A ruthless person? No, I should say he is a smart person. Talking to smart people is effortless. Nodding, he said softly, "Get up 203, by the way, these are Alderson and Ovens. In the next 3 days, they will follow you and do what you say. Within 3 days, all the troubles for everyone will be solved. I want you to take complete control of Bitten City. Do you have any questions?" Bang! Wingman kowtowed with excitement, and then said without hesitation, "Absolutely no problem. Lord Raymond. Please trust me." In the next 3 days, Bitten City completely changed without any surprise. From the natural death of Viscount Will at the very beginning, to the other descendants of Viscount Will, they all died unexpectedly. Then, after the remaining forces in the city, who felt something was wrong and seemed to be planning to be uneasy, suffered serious sudden attacks overnight, everything became extremely quiet, and everything in general became quieter. In less than 2 days, Wingman replaced Viscount Will and became the new king of Bitten City. The new lord. On the morning of the 3rd day, in the main hall of the territorial castle, Raymond was sitting there. At the same time, Wingman was still kneeling in front of him, looking extremely humble and respectful. "Lord Raymond, everything has been resolved. Now the city of Bitten is completely under my control. I don't know what I should do next," Wingman said with his head lowered. Obviously, he knew very well what his status was. He was just a puppet. He always recognized this reality and did not dare to expand. Otherwise, he was very aware of those extremely terrifying griffins. The royal griffin will definitely let him die without a burial place. "How much is Viscount Will's inheritance and the wealth of Bitten City?" Raymond asked. "A total of about 6,000 to 7,000 gold coins." "Lord Raymond, so much?" Lehman was a little surprised. Although he is a viscount, the amount of gold coins that is close to the 7,000 mark is really not a small amount. After all, if you use it to buy magic cores, you can buy a super magic core. Oh. He's just a viscount, can he make so much money? Mr. Raymond, our Bitten City is a city close to the West River of Leylongton, so it will be slightly richer, Wingerman explained. Of course, he won't say that this has something to do with Viscount Will's greed. These gold coins of his, it is no exaggeration to say, are entirely based on the lives of the civilians at the bottom. Over the years, countless civilians have died under the oppression of his father, Viscount Will. It can be piled up into a mountain. What about the magic core? How many? Raymond asked again. Magic core. Wingeman was stunned for a moment, then thought about it carefully and said, "There are 2 super magic cores, and there are probably more than 10 super magic cores. How many super magic cores seem to be there?" "Sorry, Lord Raymond, I can't remember the rest clearly. Do you still have 2 super magic cores? So rich, Raymond murmured, and then spoke again. Send me all the magic cores, and keep the gold coins yourself. In addition, I need you to do something for me, Mr. Raymond, please speak. I will definitely do it. He didn't even dare to ask what it was. Because he knew that no matter what he asked, he would have to do it, even if it cost his life. I need a lot of urban construction materials, stones, minerals, etc., so I need to buy these things from Viscount Clay in your name, and the larger the quantity, the better. Can it be done? Raymond said urban construction materials. Winchman was stunned for a moment, and then said without hesitation. This is no problem, Mr. Raymond. We in Bitten City are one of the core members of the Clay Noble Alliance. We have priority in purchasing these things, absolutely no problem. And these things are cheap, for sure. By the way, Lord Raymond, how much city construction materials and stones do you need? About 5,000 gold coins, right? Raymond said uncertainly. Before he came, Met German and the others told him that the budget for stone and mineral investment for the first phase in one ring construction plan was about 3,000 gold coins. He felt that it would be best to have more, so he decided I quoted 5,000. However, Wingerman was shocked. How much? 5,000 gold coins. His pupils shrank and he was in disbelief. What's the problem? Raymond frowned slightly. No, Lord Raymond, yes, to read Baoshuang novels, go to Filu Novel Network? Wangman smiled bitterly, not knowing how to explain. 5,000 gold coins of budget investment in urban construction materials. What is the concept? You have to know the initial investment in the urban construction of Bitten City. The consumption is only 300 or 400 gold coins. This is more than 10 times as much as them. What is this for? Build a city? And is it a large city? Lord Raymond is like this. He swallowed and explained, although stones and minerals are cheap, their output is limited. In particular, Viscount Clay's family's urban construction resources, stone output, etc. can only account for tens of thousands of gold coins a year at most, and these outputs are basically booked in advance. So, this may be a bit difficult, a little difficult? Raymond glanced at him and said calmly, this is your problem. I will only tell you what I need. If you can't do it, you should understand the consequences, even if it is a puppet. It needs capable people to do it. What do you think? Winchman suddenly started to sweat profusely and said quickly, I know Lord Raymond, I will try my best to do it, just know it. Raymond nodded, and then said calmly. But I can tell you that my urban construction resource needs are more than this. The share of 5,000 gold coins is just the beginning, and there will be more in the future, 50,000, even 500,000. It's possible, so this is a long-term demand gap. Maybe you can use this to talk about it. And as soon as possible, after the negotiation, all urban construction resources, stone minerals, etc., send them all to Fido Valley. Frito Valley. Winchman was stunned for a moment, and then his expression turned strange. Lord Raymond, are you planning to build a city there? But, what about the fisherman tribe in the north? They are in trouble. It's none of your business. Raymond shook his head and said lightly, any other questions? Gone. Don't worry, Lord, I will definitely handle this matter in the shortest possible time. Please trust me. Winchman gritted his teeth and said, then I look forward to your good news. A few hours later, after collecting the magic cores handed over by Winchman, Raymond recruited 2 new griffins, stayed to help Winchman, and then left here. As a result, his current strength of the Griffin army has successfully broken through to double digits, reaching 1. And at the same time, another good news has arrived. Because of Count Guten's envoy, Lilia and the others finally arrived at their temporary city in Fido Valley. In this temporary urban area, there are lively scenes everywhere. Although most of the urban construction materials have not yet been arrived, the urban construction materials that Matt German bought from Duke City in advance still play some key roles. According to the urban construction drawings and planning and design, a small number of people have already started urban construction work. Although other people have nothing to do, they still come out to watch with a crowd, and even can't wait to help. Sigh, the workload now is too little, we don't know what to do anymore. I don't know when the Lord and the others will be able to buy back the city construction materials. Just wait, don't you have any patience? Look at how well built these houses and roads are. It's unbelievable that we will live here in the future. This is simply paradise. The Lord is really great. I heard that he came up with all these designs and cement alone, which is incredible. He is really a genius. Yes, Lord, he is a great genius, especially this cement, it is amazing. The house it shows is not only strong, but also windproof and rainproof. Compared with this, the place we lived before was really a pig's nest. By the way, Sir Irmela and the others have issued a new city decree, strictly prohibiting open defecation. Everyone must protect our city environment. Please remember it for me in the future. You must not mess around, nonsense. Don't worry, how could we not listen to the Lord's order? From now on, even if I am suffocated to death, I will never urinate or defecate casually. What do those nobles and adults think of this? Sue, quality. Yes, that's right, I also want to be a quality person. Everyone on the street was talking to each other and chatting lively, and this atmosphere also shocked Lelia and the others who had just arrived here. Uncle Fogg, what is going on in this place? Why do I feel like this place is so strange? Looking at the scene in front of him, Lelia couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, he didn't expect it to be like this at all, and it's not like he had never seen the scene in the early days of the city's establishment. To put it harshly, it was completely its hell, with corpses everywhere, bloodstains and numb slave-like civilians everywhere. Otherwise, how do you think those tall and magnificent cities were built? They were all made with the lives of these low-level people, bit by bit. It's all piled up. Although she can't bear it, she has long been used to it, because this world is like this, everyone is like this, but now all this is completely different from his worldview. Although everything is just at the beginning, although all this can be said to be nothing, there was no such numbness, despair and difficulty on everyone's faces. A large number of villagers were shuttled through. It was a prosperous scene. Everyone's faces were full of life, even hope. If he hadn't been sure that this was his destination, the new address of Greystone Village, she would have even thought that she had gone to the wrong place. Lelia, it seems that Baron Raymond is a truly good lord to the people in his territory, the man called Uncle Fokker spoke. His body was filled with surging fire magic, and he was wearing a set of very dazzling and luxurious magician robes. Obviously, he was a strong fire magician. And this is a super powerful fire earth mage. He, and they, are all followers of Lelia. This is the regular form of magicians. Many magicians will stick together and interact with each other, support and communicate with each other to form a strong combat power and threat. A long time ago, Lelia followed Fogg to learn magic, and later surpassed him. Then the other party also became one of Lelia's followers. Master Fokker, Lady Lelia, the building stones here don't feel quite right. Another middle-aged man dressed as a mage walked to the roadside and patted the building walls and even the ground, then his eyes inside, there was an incredible look of shock. Chapter 57. This strength is very powerful, at least dozens of times stronger than ordinary stone. And I feel that these things, even for super-level or even super-level professionals, would be difficult to break through. Not only that, their ceiling is also very good, they seem to be waterproof and windproof, and their integrity is very strong. Hiss, how on earth did this thing come out? Why do I feel like this thing is so powerful? The more he spoke, the more the man couldn't help but gasp and be shocked. Although he is not as powerful as Lelia and Fogg, he is also a genuine super fire magician and a dignified magician. Existence. His knowledge and vision are definitely extremely broad. But now? He really doesn't know what this thing is, which makes him feel incredible. This should be the cement they are talking about, right? Cement, Master Fogg murmured, then suddenly looked at a little girl who was just over 1 meter tall not far away, and asked, "Children, can you tell me what this magical stone is? I heard you say this is cement. What is this and where did it come from? What's the use, dear magician?" "Hello." Unexpectedly, the little girl didn't show any stage fright. She saluted them first and then started chattering excitedly. "Yes, this is called cement. Let me tell you, this is a very magical stone created by the Great Lord. I heard the adults say that in the future, our city, houses, roads, ground, etc. in Greystone Village will be used. These cements to build. In this case, our home will become very safe and beautiful in the future. Lord, is it really the mysterious and powerful Baron Raymond?" Mage Fokker and the others were silent for a moment, with shock in their eyes. Then they saw Lelia reaching out her hand, taking off an earring from her earlobe, and handing it to the little girl. She said with a smile, "Kid, thank you. This is your gift. Please accept it. Although it is just a decoration, it is also a decoration for her, a powerful sky mage. The market price is at least several dozen yuan." gold coins or more. She believed that the common people in front of her would definitely like and want such a gift. But she didn't expect that the little girl refused without hesitation. Pretty sister, no, I don't want it. Lilia was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, children, you can take this earring back and sell it to your adults. In this way, you will all have food and even meat to eat in the next few years. She thought it was because the other party was too young and didn't understand the true value of this earring, so she explained it carefully, but the little girl refused without hesitation. I know, beautiful sister, you have this earring. It's beautiful and must be worth a lot of money, but I can't have it. The Lord once told us that no matter at any time, if you like something, you must work hard for it. I just talked to you, I don't deserve this, but I will become a beautiful and powerful magician like you in the future, and I will also have my own beautiful earrings. As soon as he said this, not only Lilia, but even the other folk mages behind him were stunned for a moment. Then they looked strange and stared at the little girl in disbelief, with indescribable shock on their faces. I will also have my own beautiful earrings? Is this what a little girl of the common people can say? They looked at each other, only feeling that their hearts were greatly shocked. At the same time, Lilia was also shocked after looking at the little girl for a long time, he suddenly laughed and said, Kid, what's your name, beautiful sister? My name is Oriel, the little girl said proudly. Oriel? Lilia smiled, then knelt down, touched her head and said with a smile, I will live here for a while in the future. If you want to learn magic, why don't you learn with me? Let me tell you, I am very powerful, real. Oriel was stunned for a moment, and then her face was full of surprise. She jumped up and pulled Lilia's clothes, turned around and shouted to her mother who was not far away, looking a little scared. Mom, this beautiful sister wants to teach me magic. This beautiful sister said she wanted to teach me magic. Ho ha, I'm going to become a magician. That's great. Ha, magician? Oriel's mother was stunned for a long time, and then she became ecstatic. She quickly walked over and said to Lilia very nervously, excitedly and cautiously, Dear Master Magician, yes, I'm sorry, this child is ignorant, don't blame her. I'm sorry, hello, my name is Lilia, I am a super fire sky mage. Oriel is a great child, I like her very much, please let her learn magic with me. Lilia said with a smile. Level. Oriel's mother was stunned for a moment, then she gasped, with shock on her face, is it really super? Hiss, how is this possible? But she reacted immediately and fell to her knees with a bang on the ground. He then pulled Oriel to his knees, kowtowed to Lilia with excitement and thanked her. Lady Lilia, thank you, Lady Lilia, thank you very much. Not long after, their group gained a little follower, that girl Oriel, and then they went to the Lord's mansion castle in the center of the city together. Although construction in other places has just begun, here, the large scale is already in place. Looks very majestic and domineering, and panda, and then they saw the group of griffins in the castle, even the group of royal griffins. Look, what is that? Warcraft? Could those be the flying monsters mentioned in the Lord Zugilian's letter, the griffins? What a powerful sense of oppression. Moreover, I have never seen this kind of monster before, the super fire magician from before said with a solemn expression. Then he looked at Mage Falk and Lilia, but both of them shook their heads without hesitation and said with a solemn expression, we have never seen this kind of flying monster, and, Lilia stared at Alderson and the others closely, her eyes full of solemnity and shock, and at the same time, she murmured incredulously, at least 3 of these monsters are level 1 or above. And all the others are level 1 as well. Unbelievable, this Baron Raymond, what is going on with him? How could he be so powerful? Sister Lilia, the Lord is very powerful. Ha. As if she was happy because Lilia praised the Lord, Oriel couldn't help laughing and said. At the same time, a figure came not far away, and at the same time a voice came, welcome everyone to come to us. Sorry, the urban construction work has just begun, it may be a little inconvenient. Please bear with me and forgive me, it was Matt German who came. Baron Raymond, we are also very happy to come to your territory and city. To be honest, your territory and city are really an eye-opener for us. First time meeting you. My name is Lilia. I am the second daughter of Earl Guden. Nice to meet you. Matt German was stunned for a moment, and then said with a smile without leaving any trace. Everyone, the Lord is already waiting for you in the hall. Please come with me. Lilia was stunned for a moment, and then her face turned red. To read exciting novels, go to Philu Novel Network. She knew that she had been embarrassed, and even her master could admit her mistake. "Hello, Uncle Matt German." Oriole suddenly waved her hand and said hello. "Oriole, it's you, why are you here?" Matt German obviously knew Oriole and asked curiously. "Sister Lelia said she would teach me to learn magic. I am going to become a magician." "Uncle Matt German, do you think I am good?" "Ha ha ha." The little girl put her hands on her hips to show off, so cute. "Learn magic?" Matt German was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously glanced at Lelia in front of him. It wasn't until the latter nodded with a smile that he couldn't help laughing. "Oriole, you are awesome. Ha ha ha, everyone, please come with me." Not long after, they finally saw Raymond. "Welcome everyone, I am Raymond, the Lord here, nice to meet you, everyone, please take a seat." Lemon's attitude is very enthusiastic and positive. "Just kidding. Since these guys have chosen to come, it also means a compromise." In other words, in his eyes, these guys are no different from walking super demon callers. Those are super demons. "Hey, you said you can't be enthusiastic or active. Zero requesting flowers, thank you." Baron Raymond, Lelia and the others sat down, and then they saw Lelia speak again, her face slightly red, and she said awkwardly, "Hello, Baron Raymond, my name is Lelia, I am the second daughter of Earl Guden. This is my first time meeting you." "Nice to meet you." "Of course, me too." Raymond smiled and then asked straight to the point, "Everyone, can you let me know your choices and decisions this time?" Obviously, his mind is completely on that level of magic core now, so he doesn't intend to go around in circles with them. It's best to be direct. "Dear Baron Raymond, before that, can you let us meet Masters Hugulian?" Lelia said softly. "Sure." Raymond nodded, and then shouted towards Matt German outside the door, "Uncle Matt German, please go and bring that chocolate." "Yes, my lord." Not long after, under the leadership of Namat Gemin, Hugulian followed him slowly and came here. "Miss Lelia, I didn't expect you to come in person. I'm sorry for causing you trouble." Hugulian saw Lelia obviously stunned for a moment, and then said with some guilt, "No, Uncle Julian, this is our problem. I'm sorry when you suffer." Lelia shook her head, then looked directly at Raymond and said, "Dear Baron Raymond, next we can talk about the issue of ransom." "Talk?" Raymond was stunned for a moment, and then said calmly, "My request is very simple. I have already said it, super magic core, it's that simple, super magic core, yes, and we have already brought it." Lelia stretched out her hand and touched the ring on her finger, and it suddenly appeared out of thin air. A very huge, sparkling magic core. This is a superclass monster, the magic core of the fierce gold earth dragon lizard. The Phoenix Chamber of Commerce sells it for a full gold coin. This is also our sincerity. You can take it and check it." Raymond took the piece of magic core and looked at it, and then said calmly, "Is this the only one?" "Yes." Lelia was also very calm and confessed, "Just this one super magic core has cost our family a huge amount of gold coins. We can no longer afford a second super magic core, and in a short period of time, we will not be able to buy a second super magic core. Baron Raymond, you should also know that super magic core is an absolute strategic resource. All the major forces have strict blockades on it. We have tried our best." "Alright." Raymond nodded. On the surface, he seemed a little dissatisfied, but in his heart, he was already happy. Of course, he knew that the super magic core was a strategic resource in the true sense. Even a super magic core is so difficult to buy, let alone a magic core of this level. But isn't that what extortion, or doing business, is like? The asking price is high and the money is paid off. Does he really expect the other party to bring him 2 super magic cores? Obviously that is absolutely impossible. It is impossible to dream so smoothly. But having said that, the form still needs to be adjusted. "Master Lelia, to be honest, I can understand your difficulties, but you should also be able to understand me, right? If it were just a super magic core, our previous conditions and requirements, maybe it's not right. After all, this is different from my psychological expectations by one super magic core. This is too different. What do you think?" "I see." Lelia looked calm and said calmly, "So we plan to owe Baron Raymond a super magic core to you. When we collect enough money to buy a new super magic core in the future, we will buy it immediately, offer it with both hands, and give it back to you, Baron Raymond. What do you think?" As soon as these words came out, not to mention Hugulian, even Raymond was stunned for a moment, and his head was full of questions. "No? Oh? What does this mean? Are they really planning to give it? Isn't it something like this? Operation?" However, At this moment, Lilia came even harder. Continued. Of course, we will not owe this money in vain, so we will choose to stay and wait for you, Baron Raymond, as interest. Baron Raymond, do you think that's okay? Chapter 58. Raymond opened his mouth, and his brain suddenly went haywire, but he couldn't help but ask again for sure. Master Lilia, are you sure you are not joking with me again? Certainly. Lilia nodded without hesitation and said calmly. Dear Baron Raymond, this is our sincerity, and we are also willing to become friends with you, so that our relationship will not be destroyed because of previous misunderstandings. Next, we are willing to stay and obey your orders until the debt is paid off. Raymond was silent for a moment, and then asked again. Anything can be done, can? Lilia nodded without hesitation and said confidently. Dear Baron Raymond, we really come here with sincerity. Our family hopes to become friends with you, so we also hope that you can believe in our sincerity and determination. Alright, Raymond nodded and suddenly said something shocking. Then you all go and burn cement. Burn cement. Lilia was stunned for a moment, and not only him, but the others were also stunned and looked at Raymond in surprise, as if they didn't quite understand what Raymond meant by his words. You should have seen it when you came, right? The stone here is different from other places. That thing is called cement, and its strength, adaptability, and other aspects of efficacy and performance are far superior to ordinary stones, but the method of making that thing is a bit troublesome. It requires the process of burning, grilling and decomposition, but because it requires uniformity and accuracy, the effect of ordinary flames is worse than that of 957, so it is more suitable for you fire magicians, so if you want to stay, you can. Just let me burn cement, Lehman said calmly. However, his words made Lilia and the others look a little uncomfortable, because they all understood the true meaning of this sentence. Isn't this just asking them to do hard work as laborers? Just kidding, how is that possible? They are noble magicians. What does this mean? Does it mean that the other party is humiliating them? Lilia's face changed again and again, but she still couldn't hold back and said, Dear Baron Raymond, I am not going against your will, but, do we really need to do such a small thing personally? Master Lilia, I understand your thoughts, but in my case, your thoughts are wrong. Raymond shook his head and said calmly, I know that you are all noble magicians and nobles, but here, your identities are meaningless. If you want to stay, come on. Yes, then you have to do something. Otherwise, there's no point in staying here, right? In fact, I don't care about you people at all. In addition, I think you should change your thinking. There is no distinction between high and low in work. There is no shame in doing anything as long as it is meaningful. At least this is how it works for me. After saying that, he directly put away the magic core, stood up and said to Zhugulian. The rich man congratulates you, you are free, and you can follow them out of here and go back. Then he walked away directly. Obviously, with the super magic core in hand, he didn't bother to talk nonsense with these guys. Out of sight, out of mind. He was happily recruiting his new unit, the Temple Sword Soldier. Isn't that good? That is a full-level ordinary soldier, comparable to super combat power. What is the concept? That is an unprecedented new high combat power. That thing is more tempting to him. And now. It's coming soon. Ha, comfortable. Lady Lilia, he really went too far. He actually humiliated us like this, me, I really can't accept it. After Raymond left, the young magician couldn't help but said. His face turned red and he was extremely angry. He really felt humiliated. He actually asked them to do such menial work. This is not humiliation. What are they? It's simply unreasonable. Lilia opened her mouth, her face turned blue and purple, but she still didn't know what to say. Her subconscious told her that the other party didn't seem to mean this, but reason told her that the other party was really humiliating them. You must know that they are noble magicians. How could they do such despicable things? To be able to say such things, isn't this humiliating them? But at this moment, I heard Zhugulian's voice suddenly coming from the side. Lilia, everyone, maybe you should have wrongly blamed him. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then looked at the chocolate in disbelief. Uncle Julian, you? Lilia said in disbelief. He didn't understand why Zhugulian wanted to speak for the guy who captured him, and wrongly blamed him. What do you mean by wrongly blaming him? Isn't this an insult? I understand what you are thinking, Lilia, but this kid is a very strange and magical person, so maybe he is different from what we think, Zhugulian explained. Lilia and the others were stunned for a moment, and then fell silent, Because they suddenly recalled the things that happened when they came before, strange and magical? Maybe, but... Dear Mr. Matt German, may I take the liberty of asking who is currently responsible for your cement production work? At this moment, Master Fox suddenly looked towards Matt German outside the gate and asked. As soon as he said this, everyone's attention was attracted. Matt German smiled and then said without hesitation, they are all fire magicians like you. Of course, apart from that, they are more ordinary people. As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell into silence. What? How is it possible? The young magician murmured in disbelief, and then said in disbelief, do you really use the noble magician as a coolie? Are you crazy? It's just a job. There is no distinction between high and low in work. At least that's the case here. Matt German smiled and didn't say much, but asked again, everyone, do you need to leave here? I can take you out if necessary. Lilia was silent for a moment, and then suddenly said, can you take us to your cement production factory? Lady Lilia, the young magician's expression changed. If you want to go back, you can leave now, that's okay, Bobbit, Lilia said calmly with no expression on her face. The face of the young magician known as Bobbit changed again and again. He could only be helplessly discouraged by anything. He lowered his head and became silent. Matt German, could you please take us to the cement manufacturing plaza? May I? Lilia said again. She looked towards Matt German. To read Baoshua novels, go to Filu Novel Network. The latter smiled and did not refuse, but nodded and said, please come with me, everyone. At the same time, Raymond was finally happy and excited. Started his new round of recruitment. Ding. Recruitment resources have been detected. Are you recruiting ordinary soldiers, Templar swordsmen? Hearing this beautiful and sweet system prompt sound, Raymond suddenly became excited. Finally, here he is, the Templar swordsman. These are genuine forearms, genuine level 4 combat effectiveness. So comfortable. Ha ha ha. Recruit, Ding. Host, please note that you have successfully recruited a superordinary soldier, the Templar swordsman. Ding. Attention, Host Raymond, congratulations, you have successfully recruited a superordinary soldier, the Templar swordsman. You have gained 150 years of fighting spirit cultivation, and the power of your Holy Light fighting spirit has been strengthened and evolved into Holy Light Judgment fighting spirit. You have obtained the innate skill, Holy Blessing strengthening. Boom, 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 boom. At that moment, the fighting energy in Raymond's body immediately began to expand and become stronger. It strengthened and evolved. Then there was a buzzing sound. I saw Raymond's whole body began to sparkle. Transformed. It became a ball of light. Under the dominance of the system's power, the fighting energy in Raymond's body rapidly transformed and evolved. Finally, it turned into higher level of fighting energy, Holy Light Judgment fighting energy. And, at the same time, within his own body the strength also began to skyrocket, and finally, it directly broke through and skyrocketed to the category of Superstar War Master. In this moment, his strength has completely transformed from beginning to end, at least becoming several times stronger. Very good, finally reached a level, Raymond murmured, with a little excitement on his face, and at the same time he seemed to be relieved, because this time he finally reached the level of strength, and with this, not to mention, but at least in the Principality of Lane, with his current strength, he definitely has a sufficient foothold. Although there are indeed super professionals who are more powerful than this level in the Principality of Lane, but their number is definitely only a handful. It is definitely very rare, and should even exceed the number of fingers on one hand. In other words, except for those few people, with his current strength, he no longer needs to worry, scruple, fear anyone. The current strength and development are already somewhat formed. So, I have to say that Lilia and the others are really his great blessings. Although what they brought this time was just a piece of super magic core, the value of this piece of super magic core, to him, but it is absolutely priceless. Even super doubled. His current strength has definitely risen to new level 0. It's taken off again. Ho ha ho ha. Raymond smiled all over his face and laughed in his heart, but he still quickly moved towards the new figure that appeared in front of him. He was so majestic that he even looked like a shining swordsman. The figure looked over and saw that it was a human-like swordsman who was more than 2 meters tall. He has medium-long golden hair, which looks extremely thick and flutters in the wind, as if shrouded in holy light, which is particularly dazzling. His expression was very cold, arrogant and sacred. He was wearing a huge armor that shone with dazzling holy light, covering most of his body. He looked extremely solemn and majestic. He also held a giant longsword in his hand, which was particularly eye-catching. The sword was shining with light and fighting spirit was strong. It feels very oppressive. Moreover, Raymond recognized this power of fighting spirit just at a glance. Holy light judgment fighting spirit. That was definitely the newly gained and possessed fighting spirit power, holy light judgment fighting spirit. This appearance, this battle, this momentum, all describe 2 words. That is powerful. Boom. But at this moment, I saw him kneeling down on one knee directly in front of Raymond. At the same time, his face and tone were particularly pious. Templar swordsman Devos, see the greatness. Dear Lord, may the light last forever, and you and the light will always be together. Get up, Devers. At the same time, you are welcome to join us at 4.7. Devs, nice to meet you. Raymond quickly stretched out his hand and pulled him up, then said with a smile, the places outside are all my territory. You can look around and move around freely. Devs, if anything happens, I will call you. Clear. Devos nodded, lowered his head at the same time, and said with a particularly pious attitude, I will be standing by to accept your orders and calls. Dear Lord, go. Devs nodded again, then turned around and left. Looking at the background of his departure, Raymond began to make calculations in his heart. In this case, his current military strength should become now, Templar swordsman, Royal Griffin, Templar marksman, Templar archer, Templar Grand Guard, Templar lancer. Well, I should have no shortage of high-end combat power in my hands now, but the number of low-level units seems to be a little lacking again. Raymond thought for a while, and then some ideas and plans appeared in his mind. That's it, find time to mention their number again. It is indeed not the same as before. As my new city gets bigger and better, the gap in the number of soldiers at the bottom will definitely get bigger and bigger. It would be better to resolve this matter as soon as possible, or maybe we can simply recruit some from among the people? This should be okay, right? Chapter 59. For him now, the greatest value and use of his low-level soldiers, or other low-level professionals and civilians, is no longer in combat, but in public security, control, patrols, etc., a more grassroots and more basic urban management behavior. And in this case, there is indeed no need to use his recruiting army from the temple castle. In fact, in many aspects and many things, his ordinary people or other low-level professionals, they are all fully qualified for these jobs. Okay, let's decide like this first. When the construction of the new city reaches a certain scale, you can start recruiting grassroots soldiers, Raymond murmured, and then turned to study the additional rewards for his recruitment of Templar swordsmen this time. Rewards for fighting spirit cultivation? There is nothing to say about this. It just makes his current fighting spirit strength soar to the next level. It is all routine operations, and then there is the so-called holy light judgment fighting spirit. There is actually nothing to say about this. Because if nothing else happens, this should be the advanced evolved version of the holy light fighting spirit. It's just a higher level and more powerful. This should be considered a routine operation, right? Raymond's eyes swept across these rewards, and then fell on the last additional reward, the so-called talent skill sacred blessing enhancement, and looked at it carefully. Holy blessing enhancement contains powerful prayers and blessings of light magic power, able to provide range protection for his subordinates, soldiers, and even the army. Improve the amplification strength, as well as the affinity and resistance of light magic power, etc. This talent skill has the highest level. Current level. The maximum increase range and quantity of this talent skill, square kilometers, population. Hiss, he took a slight breath and was a little shocked. It's actually a range-wide group amplification talent skill. This should be 03, a very powerful talent skill. Right, try it first, he murmured, then raised his hand and directly used the power strengthened by the sacred blessing. Boom. Rumble. The next second, a buzzing sound came from his body. Suddenly, the holy light judgment fighting spirit in his body seemed to be strengthened instantly out of thin air, and his overall strength was slightly improved. There can probably be an improvement of about 20%. Sharp. It is indeed a product produced by the system. It is really a high-quality product. This talent skill is really quite powerful, Raymond murmured, a little excited. Of course he knew that if only one person's strength was increased by about 20%, it would be nothing, but if it was the effect of a group increase, the concept would be different. After all, The power of the army is always much greater than that of an individual. Especially for a system that can recruit the army of the temple castle, the advantage of any group's increased talent skills will be magnified to the limit. It is absolutely valuable, amazing. So, I feel comfortable this time, ha 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 ha. Almost nothing happened in the following days, because all major operational projects had to wait until Wengerman had solved the stone and other urban construction materials before the next step could be made. Since it was a problem solved, this will of course take some time too, so until then, they all still need to wait patiently, but at the same time, many people have discovered and noticed the situation and movements on their side. XT District, Amkunset City, Orland Family Castle. In a very luxurious and huge conference room palace, there are already many people in gorgeous clothes sitting here. They are all internal members of the Olander family, nobles, powerful professionals, and even high-level officials. As for why they are gathered here now, that's because today is their annual family annual meeting, which is held at the beginning of every spring to review the past and design the future. This has been their habit for many years. After the meeting began, every big and small matter was brought up, put it on the table to discuss and resolve. Until nightfall, someone suddenly said, "Master, I have something to report." He was wearing a fiery red aristocratic robe. Although his appearance was not outstanding, he had a high-ranking aristocratic temperament, as if he was born to be a superior. His name is Bellamy, and he is a super light type. A senior magician, he is also a Viscount noble, a core member of the Olander family, one of the 6 Viscounts, with a very high status. It can also be said to be a very powerful one. As for the head of the family he is talking about, it was none other than the contemporary head of their Olander family, and one of the 2 count members of their Olander family, the Lord of Amkunset City, Count Brunus Olander. "Oh, dear Bellamy, just say what you want without being so polite," Brunus said with a smile. He looked very amiable and kind. "Master, everyone, I recently discovered that someone has moved to the Fido Valley and seems to be planning to build a new city there." Bellamy didn't talk nonsense and said straight to the point. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned for a moment. "Fido Valley? Which Fido Valley? Are you dementia? Hans, is there no other Fido Valley but that one? Hiss, is that really there? Who is so stupid? Dare you go to that place without fear of being plundered, and harassed to death by those damned despicable fishmen? Hey, the last time such an idiot happened almost 10 years ago. What happened to that guy? It seems like he was killed by a sneak attack by those damn lily fishmen, right? Oh, how pitiful. Yes, I still remember this. What's that guy's name? Motto, it's Mariro. The idiot from 10 years ago was named Marito, and he was actually a very old Viscount noble. He was very powerful and had 2 levels of subordinates. It's a pity that I didn't survive those damned, despicable fishmen in the end. It seems like it lasted for more than 2 years, right? In the end, he was secretly attacked and killed. Hey, those despicable fishmen are indeed quite troublesome and insidious. They only attack sneakily and never fight anyone head-on. Once something goes wrong, he runs away immediately." Slippery, to read Bayosha novels, go to Filu Novel Network. Everyone started talking, and it was obvious that they were no strangers to this. After a moment of this, when everyone's discussions had subsided, Count Brunus spoke. He stretched out his hand, pressed it down, then looked at Viscount Bellamy in a calm tone, and asked again. "Bellamy, have you found out who it is? To be honest, I'm quite curious. Who is so brave and dares to go to a place like Fido Valley? Are you looking for death?" "Ha ha ha," but Bellamy said with a strange expression. Patriarch, I found it out. But the result is a bit strange." "Strangeness? What's strange?" "According to the information I investigated, the man who is building a city in the Fido Valley is named Baron Raymond." "Yes, he is just a little baron," Bellamy said with a strange expression, but after he finished speaking, everyone's expressions became a little strange. "Baron? Just a baron? Seriously? Bellamy, what's the background of that guy? What family does he come from? Or is there any other powerful force behind him?" Count Brunus asked in a deep voice. "There seems to be none. Nothing." "Yes," Bellamy shook his head and suddenly sneered. "Master, according to my investigation, this seems to be just a lucky guy who got lucky." "Why do you say that?" Count Brunus frowned slightly. "Baron Raymond is just a little guy under 20 years old. Even his fiefdom is just inherited from his dead father, an ordinary baron. However, I investigated and found that just before last winter and now at the beginning of spring this year, his military strength had experienced some abnormal and mysterious increases, mysterious enhancement of abnormal circumstances. Count Brunus's face darkened, and he couldn't understand. He frowned and asked, "Bellamy, what do you mean, Master? I have found out that there are some unprecedented mysterious flying monsters in that guy's army. And those flying monsters are very powerful. Almost all are above level 1, Bellamy said solemnly. Flying monster, and it's above level 1, real or fake? Everyone was stunned for a moment, shocked. Obviously, the flying monster is quite a deterrent to them. After all, this thing is really difficult to deal with. It is also very dangerous. Bellamy, do you suspect there is someone behind him? Count Brunus looked at him and asked. That's right, Bellamy nodded and said with twinkling eyes. Master of the house, everyone. I suspect that there should be someone behind him, and this suspicion has been somewhat confirmed by the intelligence I just received yesterday. Just a few days ago, my people suddenly sent news that Mage Lelia from Hansen City had quietly left Hansen City. Later, my people discovered that she actually came to the territory of our Olander family, and the destination where she appeared. It is also the new city under construction in Fido Valley, so I have every reason to suspect that behind that boy Baron Raymond is Count Guten. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was completely silent. Everyone's faces and eyes were a little confused and gloomy. Count Guten? Of course they are familiar with him. This is their old acquaintance and old rival. After all, the territories of these two aristocratic forces are closest to each other, and they even directly border each other on a large area, so there will inevitably be a huge conflict of interest. Because of this, if they are really behind the scenes, then they must do this no matter what. Attention has been drawn. When he thought of this, someone spoke with murderous intent. Said, 397 Master, please let me go. My territory is very close to Fido Valley. I will directly lead people to destroy them. Our Olander family's territory will not allow these rats to roam around. His name is Davidson, one of the 6 Viscounts of the Olander family, and he is also a powerful super sky warrior. He advocates force, so he vigorously develops the army and force. And he has the full support of the Olander family, so if we only talk about the level of the 6 Viscounts of the Olander family, Viscount Davidson is definitely the most powerful first noble. His strength is amazing. Master of the family, I also feel that this matter must be dealt with, no matter what their purpose is. But in the territory of our Olander family, they will never be allowed to mess around, so, just send out troops and kill them, and all financial reimbursements can be handed over to me. I'll take the responsibility. Someone spoke again. This is also a Viscount of the Olander family. His name is Cody. At the same time, he is also the richest Viscount in the entire Olander family. And there is no one else. Because of the territory and fiefdom are located on the banks of the Lay Longton West River. At the same time, on the banks of the Lay Longton West River in the nearby area, apart from the Clay Noble Alliance, Viscount Cody is the most powerful and the most profitable. You can imagine what kind of concept this is. It's equivalent to his Viscount's family wealth, and even second only to the entire Clay Noble Alliance. It's so awesome. Count Brunus also nodded at this time, seeming to have this idea, but he still did not make a decision immediately. Instead, he looked at the other guy who had been almost silent and asked, "How I pretended to be dead? Tell me your opinion. Do you have any thoughts on this matter?" As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes were focused on him, and it seemed a little restrained and respectful, but it was true, because the status of this person called heir was really not simple. Het Olander, another Earl nobleman of their Olander family, is also a genuine top-level sky jockey. A genuine super genius. And if we exclude the higher level in other words, het, his strength is definitely worthy of our Olander family. Undoubtedly the strongest number 1. This is because in addition to his own strength having reached the peak, he also has a super peak monster mount that is as powerful as himself, the Snowstorm Silver Wolf King. In other words, this is a combination of Chapter 60. Moreover, this is a top-level combination. It is conceivable that as long as they are below the level, basically no one can be his opponent. Under this, Hate is definitely the strongest being who can conquer all enemies. And more importantly, behind Hate, there is a master. He is one of the strongest men in the Principality of Lane, the Super Heir Great Rider, the third disciple of Lord Mawson. One can imagine what this concept is. That's a super level, a truly invincible creature. Even for an Earl family like theirs, there's a huge gap compared with the other party. This is also the origin of Heir's Earl title. In order to win over him, but also to give Lord Masson face, as a favor. Therefore, the other party has a very special status in their Olander family. In a sense, it is even higher than that of their family head, Earl Brunus. A higher status. What are you asking me for? Can't you just figure it out yourself? Hate stretched himself and said calmly. If you want to fight, fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Count Brunus also looked at him calmly and said. I want to fight. But there is no suitable reason. After all, they haven't done anything now. If they take the lead in provocation, we will be passive in the future. Besides, you also know, Count Gudin is not a soft persimmon either. Behind them there is also the background of Master Ruthdev, especially the woman Lelia. She is Master Rutherford's registered disciple, and the relationship between them is also very good, right? As soon as these words came out, Howit's eyes also changed slightly. Mage Rutherford? Of course he knows that they are the famous magician genius in the Principality of Lane. The great Ice Star Archmage. Obviously this is also a ruthless person character. It is impossible to offend her easily for no reason. What's more, the profession of magician is inherently special and more noble. Although the other party is only a level 1, under normal circumstances, even his master, Lord Mawson, he would not easily offend a superstar magister. This is also a reality, so Brunus' worries and scruples are not unreasonable, but then Haidt still shook his head and said, I have no idea, don't ask I. If you really want to fight, you can let me go, but don't ask me about such brain-burning things, I don't know how. Although he said that, Earl Brunus laughed when he heard it, because this was the answer he wanted. You know, Hatter is his brother. Does this guy have any brains? Thinking about this kind of problem, can he not know? So, he just wants to tell the other party in advance that there may be a fight, or he may need to take action personally, so let him be mentally prepared in advance and express his position first, that's it. As for the solution? As the head of the dignified Olander family, he is not a fool. So he has already thought of the solution in his mind. Maynard, he shouted here, my lord, a middle-aged magician with a weak complexion and a rather strong appearance, but the whole person's temperament makes people feel a little wise and deep, nodded with a smile. But obviously, this is a magician, but only a top-notch one. You go there on behalf of our Olander family and inform that Baron Raymond, want to build a city in Fido Valley? Can. First, city construction fee gold coins. In addition, from now on, he will need to pay 70% of the tax to our Olander family, Count Brunus said with a sneer. As soon as he said this, everyone also sneered. There are not many fools who can come here. It is obvious that they all understand what the master's plan is. The first is the city construction fee. Gold coins must be the sky-high price among sky-high prices, and more importantly, 70% of the tax? This is even more to drive people to death. But that's right. Because the purpose of doing this is to drive them to death. As long as they can be forced to resist first, then wouldn't there be a reason to kill them? Everything is a conspiracy and has a purpose. But it's like a process. No matter what, for some things, the process must go through. This no way. A few days later, at the new site of Greystone Village, Raymond looked at the fishman corpse on the ground in front of him and was a little surprised. Wendy, where did they come from? Murloc, he thought these guys wouldn't show up so early, but he didn't expect their patience to be so short, that they couldn't help but run out so quickly. Lord, on the edge of the big lake near the west, when I was patrolling, I found that they were attacking our villagers, so I killed them directly. Royal Griffin Wendy said respectfully. Attack villagers. Raymond was stunned for a moment, and his face turned gloomy. Is there death? Have. Wendy didn't hesitate, nodded directly, and said, although their strength is not strong, they are still very crushing to ordinary people. When I went there, they had already attacked and killed 4 or 5 villagers, and it looked like they were planning to carry it back to the big lake. Carry it back? Raymond was stunned for a moment, and then his face darkened, and his expression became even more ugly. The fishmen are from the sea tribe, and they are not the same race as humans, so cannibalism is not a very rare thing, but he still can't accept this. Irimura, he said softly, exist, let's issue a decree. During the construction of the new city, it is prohibited to stay away from the city, and it is also prohibited to approach Lake Austin in the west. Raymond said softly, I know, Lord, I will take care of it. Heir nodded and said, boom. Raymond was just about to say something, but he suddenly heard the sound of a violent storm breaking through the sky, and then, a huge thing came. It was Alderson Lord, Wengerman's stones and city construction materials are here, real, very good, but it's finally here. Lemon got excited. He said quickly, come on, take me to see. Yes. Not long after, outside the new site of Greystone Village, at the front of a huge team of thousands of people, Raymond finally saw the stone and building materials that he had been thinking about for a long time. Lord Raymond, this is what you want. It's all here. Wingerman tidied up his words and said carefully. These are just the first batch, and there are probably 7 or 8 more batches left. Sorry, Viscount Clay and I spent a long time, but we can only buy these. The total is about more than 1,000 gold coins, but he also promised me that he can continue to sell us more in the future, so it will take some time. In addition, these stone urban construction materials are very heavy, therefore, it can only be transported over several times, just over 1,000. Raymond glanced at him, but didn't say much. Then he looked at O'Neill and Matt German behind him and said, Uncle Matt German, O'Neill, you go check these stones. Urban construction materials. See if these can work. Yes, O'Neill took the lead and ran over quickly. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. He checked carefully. It didn't take long before he ran back excitedly. He said with a smile, Dear Lord, no problem. The quality of these stones and building materials is very good, and they fully meet our requirements. After hearing this, Raymond breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and then looked towards the uneasy Wengerman, and said in a calm tone, Remember what I told you before? Wengerman was stunned for a moment, then his face changed drastically and he started sweating profusely. Dear Mr. Raymond, I'm sorry, Raymond's request from him before was the amount of gold coins, but what about now? Not even a third of it. If it were his former father, Viscount Will, it would be possible to kill him. What is this called? This is called a failure in doing things. There is absolutely no problem in killing him, of course, but Raymond quickly shook his head and didn't bother to scare him anymore. Okay, let's continue moving the goods. As soon as this statement came out, Wengerman was stunned for a moment, as if he couldn't believe it. Is this okay? What, you are not satisfied? Raymond asked. No. Thank you Lord Raymond. Thank you Lord Raymond. If Wengerman is granted amnesty, he would be so grateful. At the same time, Raymond was too lazy to pay attention to him and turned to he wanted to leave right away. After all, the stones, urban construction materials, etc. have all initially arrived, so the next priority must be to officially start the urban construction work of his new city. City construction, that is the top priority. Compared with this, he must be too lazy to bother and scare the little Karami of Wingerman. Wait, respected Lord Raymond, please wait, but at this moment, Wingerman suddenly stopped him. Anything else? Raymond turned around and looked at him in surprise. That's it, dear Lord Raymond, I have a gift for you, Wingerman said cautiously, and I'm sure you'll love it. Gift? What gift? Raymond asked curiously. PLZ follow me, Wengerman said quickly, and then immediately led the way. Of course, Raymond could not be afraid of this. I followed him directly. Not long after this, under the leadership of Wingerman, they arrived somewhere in the middle and rear of the transport team. Here, there is a carriage covered with black cloth, leaking out of the corner, and there seems to be a dirty big lock on the corner. So, is this a lock? So what's on this carriage? Prison van? Dear Baron Raymond, this is the gift I want to give you. Please take a look. Wingerman took a deep breath, and then carefully pulled away the black cloth of the prison car. Immediately, Raymond was stunned, because under the black cloth, there was really a cage. All he could see was the cage. In the corner, there were 2 thin and petite figures huddled up, and they were still dirty. They huddled there motionless, not knowing whether they were dead or alive. Boom! Wingerman immediately patted the cage heavily, fiercely and kindly. Hello. Wake up, everyone, don't pretend to be dead for me. The sudden sound made the other party tremble, but they also seemed to be more frightened. They were trembling all over and huddled there. There even seemed to be a faint sound of sobbing. But these few actions also allowed Raymond to see clearly the true identity of the other party. Is this Catwoman? Cat-ear girl? He stared at the 2 petite figures in the cage in disbelief, because he actually saw a pair of straight ears among the dirty, but very beautiful bright yellow hair of the other party. A pair of cat ears. He was stunned. What is this? Is it really the legendary orc Catwoman? Although he also knew that there were indeed orcs in this world, but he had I've never seen those before, so I don't have any feelings about them, but I didn't expect to see them here today. Jin Dezio, to be honest, this feeling is really strange, complicated, and wonderful. Or cat-ear girl, such a thing actually exists? Yes, dear Baron Raymond, this is the gift I want to give you. This is my father Viscount Will, the twin Catwomen bought from other countries some time ago. They are both beautiful. And more importantly, they all have their first time. Don't worry, Baron Raymond, this is definitely a top-notch product. Wingeman worked very hard to sell his gift, which also made the Catwoman twin sisters in the cage burrow deeply and huddle together. Their little faces became more desperate, trembling and pale. Their names are Na and Mina. They are indeed two sisters and twins. But perhaps because of this is the origin of their desperate life. When they were very young, they were caught by the human capture team. From that day on, they all knew what would happen to them, either death or being played by humans. And this is also true. Over the years, they have been trained on how to please and serve men, and then be sold as commodities. Until today. And now, the fateful moment for the two sisters has arrived. Maybe this is also the beginning of a nightmare? Nina is the elder sister. She was unwilling to give in. She couldn't help but raise her head and glance outside the cage, feeling in her heart she looked very desperate and numb. Is this our future master? Although he is good-looking and very young, the experiences of the two sisters over the years have told her that these human nobles are all perverts. Scumbag. He is a devil. So, maybe the guy in front of him is like this, right? Nina lowered her head in despair. Chapter 61. Boom. But at this moment, she suddenly heard a muffled sound next to her ears, and then the special cage door lock that locked them was shattered and cracked. At the same time, a pleasant voice came, "Can you still move? If you can, please come out." Nina and Mina were stunned for a moment, and then they both hesitated for a long time. Then he slowly raised his head and looked outside the cage. At this time, he saw that Raymond was looking at them with a calm face. After a moment of silence, Nina still lowered her head obediently and pressed hard, holding her sister Mina's hand. She slowly and stumbled out of the cage. It's like he's very weak and hasn't had enough to eat. Moreover, they were really dirty. Their clothes were in tatters, as if they had crawled out of a garbage dump, and they were all smelly. But even so, their appearance still shocked Leigh. Fool him, Nina on the left is a little taller, maybe about 1.4 or 5 meters tall, right? The skin all over the body is as white as snow, and there is even some body fragrance. Even the stinking dirty smell can't cover it up at all. Her appearance is very cute, like a treasure girl who came out of the second dimension, especially dazzling. And it's not just her, Mina on the right is also somewhat similar to her. Since they are twins, their appearance must be similar, and they are also very cute and beautiful. But this is not the highlight. The highlight is, big. Really big. Pure white, dazzling white and big. It's incredible, it's the best. Raymond couldn't help but think of these two words in his heart. Although he is now a lord, has a higher vision, and has seen many beauties in this world, but the only one who can really compare with these two cute cat-ear girls in front of him. I am afraid that the only woman is Lilia. That woman Lilia is indeed very beautiful, at least 90%. But he has the temperament and beauty of a mature woman, and these two cat-ear girls have the kind of cute and kawaii beauty. The types are different. At the same time, seeing that Raymond was silent, Wingerman thought he had given the wrong gift and immediately became a little flustered. Although many people like the orc maid, but there are also many nobles who think orcs are a despicable and inferior race, and are not interested in them at all. If Baron Raymond is such a person, wouldn't he be in big trouble? He was immediately sweating profusely and started to explain in a panic. Dear Baron Raymond, yes, I'm sorry, I didn't know you didn't like these despicable orcs. Most of the kingdoms of the orcs are in the north and northwest of Luoman continent, which is far away from us, so this is definitely a rarity here, priceless. So, I thought you would like them. I'm sorry. Raymond glanced at him, and then said calmly, you can go away. If you are interested in doing this, you might as well think of a way to buy more stone city construction materials that I need. Wingman was stunned for a moment, and then he immediately lowered his head and thanked her frantically as if he had received an amnesty. Thank you, Baron Raymond. Thank you, Baron Raymond. Don't worry. I will definitely work hard to complete my mission. I'll get out of here right away. I'll get out of here right away. After saying that, he lowered his head and turned around to leave, never daring to do anything more. Stayed, and at the same time, Raymond turned around in the opposite direction. Walked towards the front of the transportation team, and at the same time dropped a sentence, "You two come with me." As soon as this scene appeared, Nina and Mina were stunned. Sister Nina, me, should we follow? Mina said cautiously, as if she was very timid. Nina was silent for a moment, and finally she helplessly pulled Mina's head and nodded. Let's go, we can't run away anymore. It seems that there are humans here. A country where we will be caught wherever we go. Instead of getting caught again, why not stay here for now? She glanced at Raymond's back, as if she wanted to say that this person seemed okay. But she could only think about it in her heart and couldn't say it out loud. Is that okay? Maybe. Right now, the two sisters have no choice but to accept their fate. As long as they are not the kind of demonic and perverted human masters, then for them, it is still okay and acceptable, right? Is this the Orc Catwoman? As soon as he returned to the front of the transport team, German made a somewhat surprised sound. That guy Wingerman got it. It seems that Viscount Will bought it from other countries before his death. Athk shrugged his shoulders and said, so that's it. German suddenly understood and nodded. But orcs are indeed rare in our Principality of Lane. I haven't seen them a few times in so many years. They should only be in the homes of the big nobles or even the big shots in the Imperial City, then we'll see more of them, right? Raymond, are you going to take them in? I think it's okay. You have to know that you are also a real noble lord. You should arrange for some people to stay and take care of your daily life. Besides, don't you think you should have some kids, child? Raymond was stunned for a moment. There is no way. Uncle German, I guess under 20. Are you serious? I know. Isn't it normal to have a baby in your 20s? German looked at him in surprise, and then continued, Raymond, do you know how old your father was when your brother was born? 15. You are older now than your father was, 15 years old? Raymond was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that this is a different world, and it was not the Earth he was used to growing up. It's really normal to have a baby here at 20, it's even a bit old. Because under the double pressure of the aristocratic class and the harsh natural environment, many people actually gave birth to children at a very young age. But he obviously didn't have this idea yet, and kept saying perfunctorily, let's talk about it then, let's talk about it then. Seeing Raymond being so perfunctory, German could only smile bitterly and stop trying to persuade him, although he very much hoped that Raymond would have descendants, or even spread his branches, thereby continuing the bloodline of their Bryan family. But he also understood that this boy Raymond was different from others. It was okay if he was willing. If he doesn't want to, it's useless for anyone to persuade him. But fortunately, the boy is not very old now, only less than 20, so he is not so anxious about continuing the bloodline and having children. Then take your time. So he simply changed the topic and continued, Lehman, there is no problem with this batch of stones and city construction materials, then we can start the real city construction. According to the plan, the first goal of the first phase should be housing accommodation for about 1,000 people, as well as other corresponding urban construction, infrastructure, roads, and even those inner city gardens you mentioned. Urban environment, etc. These things are expected to be completed within a month. On this basis, the people of our territory can also move in one after another until the subsequent first ring territory is completely established, but this requires the support of raw materials and time. Theoretically, if all urban construction materials, stones, cement, and even population, etc., are enough, half a year, or up to 8 months. The first ring area of our new city will be initially constructed, but only if no one comes to interfere with us. In addition, there are also some problems with our current population. Although our current population is almost 10,000, it is still too small compared to now. So Raymond, I think we can start recruiting and absorbing new people. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network, no problem. I have no opinion, Lemon nodded without hesitation, and then gave an idea, saying, if the population gap is really big, just go to Bitten City to attract people. There is now a population of more than 30,000 people there. It's okay to pull them all over, but Raymond, doing this makes too much noise. German shook his head and said a little worried, if we really evacuate everyone in Bitten City, we will definitely be targeted by many people. This conflicts too much with the plan we mentioned before. No, no, no. What was the plan before? Keep a low profile. Therefore, it is definitely impossible to evacuate everyone in an entire city. Because it's really eye-catching. Once you do it, it will definitely be discovered immediately within a few days, so this is absolutely not okay. As soon as he heard what he said, Raymond laughed directly. Ha ha ha, Raymond, why are you laughing? Isn't this right? Matt German said in surprise. Yes, but that was before. Raymond smiled and shook his head, then said seriously, Uncle Matt German, I am now officially informing you that the previous low-key plan has been cancelled. Go ahead and do it boldly, just don't get into any big trouble like that. I will be responsible for all the remaining problems and troubles. Matt German was stunned for a moment, staring at Raymond in disbelief. Raymond, are you? Raymond smiled and stretched out his hand and patted Matt German on the shoulder. The latter suddenly trembled. His pupils shrank immediately. His expression was as if he had seen a ghost. He blurted out. Class, Uncle Matt German, I'll leave the rest to you. Don't worry so much, I'll take care of everything. Raymond waved with his back to Matt German, and walked towards the city at the same time. And after seeing this scene, Nina and Mina, although they were still a little confused, they were still honest and very. The cute boy quickly took steps to catch up with Raymond and left. But at the same time, Matt German was stunned in place for a long time. Then he suddenly burst out laughing, and the excited and happy the energy is extremely rare, even unprecedented. Even O'Neill wonders what happened to this guy. Why did he suddenly start going crazy? Are you okay? As night fell, inside the Bryan family castle, Raymond had a Western-style dining table placed in front of him. It had hot lean meat soup, grain meals, and large pieces of meat with smoke coming out of them. It looked very appetizing. At the same time, two sisters, Nina and Mina, were standing behind Raymond, looking at the food eagerly, as if they wanted to eat it. Why don't you have something to eat together? Lemon asked, holding a piece of meat in his hand. He didn't look back at them, he just kept his head down and continued to eat. Don't want, Nina subconsciously retorted, but the next second, her stomach growled. Grr, the sound of her stomach growling meant that she was hungry. This moment made Nina blush, but she was still very cautious. She seemed unwilling or afraid to accept human charity. There must be something hidden in it, drugged? Or something, so she has to hold back. I do not want, she continued. But she could bear it, but her sister Mina could not, for neither sister had eaten for several days. I'm really starving me, I want to eat something, I'm hungry sister, Mina whispered helplessly, looking very pitiful. As soon as she finished speaking, a big piece of meat was brought directly in front of her eyes. At the same time, Raymond's voice sounded. No, take it and eat it Mina, you can't eat it. Nina was anxious. But Mina glanced at her sister, and then at the delicious meat in front of her. She was so hungry that she couldn't bear it any longer. Finally, she suddenly stretched out her hand, and her white, beautiful little hands directly touched it. She held the big piece of meat with both hands, and then started to cook it. But she only took the first bite, and then she couldn't help but her beautiful eyes were shocked and widened. She said in surprise, is this Warcraft meat? Nina was also stunned for a moment, shocked. Warcraft meat? Yes, this is Warcraft meat. How does it taste? Is it tasty? Raymond ate with his head down and asked at the same time. Delicious, but, isn't this too expensive? Mina stammered. The delicious food is not expensive, and the monster meat is free. We hunt it ourselves. Raymond smiled, then looked at Nina who had a troubled face, and asked, don't you want to eat? As he said that, he took another bite of the big meat in his hand, and made a delicious sound of enjoyment in his mouth. The feeling and appearance were simply too exciting. No, Guru, her stomach growled again, and Nana's whole face turned red. She was so charming and cute, and the beautiful cat-ear girl also stood up and trembled, as if she was embarrassed. Really don't want to eat? Forget it, Raymond smiled. He knew that Catwoman didn't trust him yet, but it didn't matter. Take your time. This is normal. Then he and Xiomina ate happily. The food was very comfortable and delicious. It was not until half an hour later that he was satisfied with eating and drinking, stretched himself out, and murmured, eat enough, eat enough. Then he stood up and walked out of the room. When he saw this scene, Xiomina quickly took her sister Nina's arm and said, Sister, look, there's a lot of meat here, eat some quickly. These monster meats are so delicious. I have strength now. Nina's face turned red and she began to distrust her, but now she was embarrassed. Of course she also knew that this was left for him intentionally by Raymond. Otherwise, how could there be so many of them, and they were all untouched? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62. Grr, the sound of hunger rang again, and Nana's mouth also secreted a lot of saliva, which made her unable to stand it anymore. She was really hungry now. Forget it, never mind, she murmured, then immediately grabbed a piece of meat and started chewing it as fast as she could. Just the first bite, her fluffy cat ears suddenly trembled. So delicious. Warcraft meat? She hadn't even eaten it over the years, she had only seen it from afar. Over the years, the best the two sisters have eaten is just some grain and meat porridge. So her current mood and feeling are really beyond words. It's very complicated, and also very comfortable, touching and exciting. Sister, this human doesn't seem like a bad person. At this moment, Xiomina suddenly couldn't help but said, but she still held a bowl of grain and meat porridge and slurped it. Although she was already full, her revengeful eating still made her want to eat more. I really can't help it, not a bad guy, Nina murmured, but she didn't refute anything. She just ate the meat silently and enjoyed everything. In fact, she knew very well that whether the other party was a good person or not was no longer important to the two sisters. Now they are the slaves and slaves of the other party. Whether the other party is good or bad, they can only accept it and cannot resist, but even so, she herself does not seem to notice that her current face and expression are already better than before. The uneasy despair and numbness, etc., have been much, much better. Even their current treatment is much, much better than they had secretly guessed and imagined countless times. In other words, they are now better than reality. Imagine, so it seems that this makes it easier for them? Nina ate the meat silently, but her eyes were a little bright. So, is he really a good person? The two sisters really met. Are you a good person? Is this true? Nothing happened in the following days, but the large-scale urban construction work has officially begun, and it is already in full swing. Houses are rising from the ground, wide and majestic roads, etc., all appeared in their new city one by one. Everything was moving in a good direction, and everyone's faces were full of hope, anger, and smiles. It is conceivable that for them, they seemed to have seen a bright future. However, just a few days after the good news, bad news came again. On this day, Wingman returned to Greystone Village with a sad face. New town, and also brought bad news. Baron Raymond, sorry, something happened. I didn't expect that Viscount Clay would turn against me. He detained our stones and city construction materials, and also detained my transportation team, and what? Raymond glanced at him and asked, and he said that he would not sell anything to us in the future, and that we need to return the previous stones and urban construction materials, otherwise, we will compensate him, Wingman said with a wry smile. Compensate him? Raymond just laughed and asked again. How much does he want me to compensate him? Gold, Wingman said with a sad face. His face turned pale. He explained, Baron Raymond, I'm sorry, I really didn't expect this, and I don't understand why Viscount Clay did this. Gold coins, this is completely impossible, this is a total robbery, don't you understand this? Raymond smiled and sneered. It seems like that guy's planning to cause trouble for me. And are you specifically against me, Gold? Haha, how is that possible? He's dreaming, this amount of money, not to mention it is impossible for him to compensate? Even if he is willing to compensate, it is unlikely to be so much, so it is obvious that the other guy is completely shouting with his mouth open. What's more, I'm afraid that the guy on the other side didn't expect him to be able to pay the money. He just simply wanted to cause trouble for them. That's all. Baron Raymond, I'm sorry, it's my problem, Wingman said with a wry smile. Can he not understand what is going on? Of course he understands, but what happened to him now is that he is not doing things well, and of course the problem is also with him. But Raymond doesn't too lazy to blame randomly. He just shook his head and said okay, I understand, let me handle this matter next. The other party obviously wanted to cause trouble for him, so of course he would take the initiative. It just so happened that Devers had nothing to do these days. Let him deal with this matter and it will give him something to do. So just when he was about to speak, he saw a voice suddenly coming from outside the door of the house. "Lord Baron, may I come in?" Raymond was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Uncle Matt German, come in, what's the matter?" Matt German walked in quickly and said with a serious expression, "Lord Baron, something happened. A pair of troops came from the northern district. There are many people, at least Shanran people, and they are still members of the Olander family." The Olander family? Raymond was stunned for a moment, then his face darkened and his eyes flickered. "Looking for trouble, should be." Matt German nodded and said with twinkling eyes, "There is a guy who claims to be the envoy of the Olander family, and he's outside the city now, and he said he wants to see you. Then go check it out." Raymond didn't hesitate, his face became cold, and he stood up at the same time and walked towards the door of the house. Blessings never come in pairs. Misfortunes never come singly. Now that these two things are colliding together, it's no wonder that he will be feeling a little unhappy. His face looked a little unsightly. So quickly, Raymond arrived at the outer area of the city and walked out of the city gate. At the same time, he also saw the thousands of troops in the distance, as well as the not far away. There was a middle-aged magician with a somewhat arrogant expression, wearing a magician's robe and riding a mighty and domineering flame wolf. "It seems you are Baron Raymond? Hello, this is the first time we meet, so please take care of me. By the way, let me introduce myself first. My name is Maynard, from the city of Amquinset, from the Olander family." "Nice to meet you." Maynard looked at Raymond condescendingly and sneered. "Nice to see me?" "Yep. Master Maynard, looking at you, it seems like you are not here as a guest." Lemon didn't look at him either. He just stared at the thousands of troops in the distance, his eyes flickering, and he said in an indifferent tone, "To read Baoshuang novels, go to Filu Novel Network." Master Maynard smiled and didn't explain anything. He just spoke again proudly and said, "Baron Raymond, this is the 6th Legion of our Olander family. How is it? Is it okay?" Haha. In fact, the configuration of this 6th army is not high. There are only 50 magicians among them. And they are only first-level magicians, very average. Moreover, the strength of the other soldiers is not strong either, that is to say, it is only about average level or level. Do you know, with this kind of strength, among all the legions of our Olander family, we can't even be ranked in the top 3. Ha ha ha. So Baron Raymond, you don't have to be afraid, at least now. Our Olander family won't do anything to you, but if it happens in the future, it's hard to say. Ha 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 ha. Master Maynard laughed, seemingly arrogantly. This also made Raymond feel a little unhappy, and his eyes became cold. "What, are you threatening me?" No, I'm just telling you the reality, Baron Raymond. By the way, you should have received another gift from our Olander family, right?" He narrowed his eyes and sneered. "Are you short of stones and urban construction materials?" As soon as he said this, Raymond was stunned for a moment, and then his face turned gloomy. "So it was you." At first he thought it was a coincidence, but he didn't expect that it was done by one person. Haha, are they flexing their muscles to show off their abilities and force? So majestic and arrogant. "That's right, it's us." Maynard smiled and said proudly. "Baron Raymond, I think you are also a smart man, so I will tell you frankly, I don't care where you come from or what background you have, as long as you are in the territory of our Olander family, then, at any time and at any time, you must be obedient and sensible. Understand?" As soon as he said this, Raymond immediately raised his head and looked at him, and then suddenly laughed. "Master Maynard, you seem very arrogant." As soon as he heard this, Master Maynard was also stunned for a moment. Zero ask for flowers, Zero, how can he also laugh? Ha 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 ha. The next moment, he didn't even have any unnecessary excuses with Raymond. Instead, he directly raised his hand and cast a magic spell in the sky. There was a loud bang, and the magic power exploded. The army of thousands of people moved directly with a rumble. The deafening sound of marching and the trembling sound of the earth were all amidst the sound of the march of thousands of people slowly approaching. They were getting closer, closer. At the same time, tremendous pressure swept over the sky. It was like overwhelming the mountains until they were only a few hundred meters away from Master Maynard and Raymond, and then their march slowly stopped. Until then, Master Maynard was arrogant and led. With some arrogant sneers, then Raymond rang in his ears again. "Baron Raymond, according to my understanding, this is not arrogance. If you can have such strength, you should be like me, right? What do you think?" Ha 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 ha. But he never expected that when Raymond heard this, he actually nodded. "You're right. Master Maynard, as long as you have the strength, it is indeed natural and reasonable to be arrogant, Raymond said lightly, and then saw him waving his hands with his back to the gate of the new city of Greystone Village, and shouting softly at the same time Devers. Almost at the same moment, Devers walked out of the city gate. And when he saw this scene, Master Maynard couldn't help but frown slightly, and a little excitement emerged deep in his eyes. Dignified, and angry. Baron Raymond, what are you going to do? I think I should kindly remind you. If you want to go against my Olander family, this is not a wise choice for you. I just want you to see a show, Master Maynard. Raymond glanced at him and said with a smile. Don't be nervous, take it easy, take it easy. Then I saw him looking towards Devers and said lightly. Devers, kill them. Almost at the same moment, two voices with completely different tones rang out. Yes, my lord, what did you say? Baron Raymond, what do you want to do? Are you crazy? But at this moment, the show has begun. I saw that Devers walked past Raymond and Master Maynard as if there was no one else around, and then walked directly towards the army of thousands of people. After seeing this scene, Master Maynard's expression changed for a while, and then gradually became sarcastic, and sneered. He alone wants to take the initiative to fight against the 6th Legion of our Olander family? Really stupid, snort. If that's the case, then let him go, just let him die. Obviously, although he does not know the true strength of Devos now, he does not believe that Devos alone can do anything to the 6th army of the Olander family. In addition to the population of thousands, among the 6th Legion behind him, there are also strong super professionals with a minimum of no less than 3, and a minimum of no less than 2 digits, and more than 10 strong super professionals. In other words, unless a super strong person comes in person, even a super strong person will probably suffer under the hands of this large 6th Legion. Will Devers be a super strong person? Haha, obviously, absolutely impossible. So what we should worry about next is not him at all, but Raymond. It's this extremely stupid Baron. Huh? Does he actually want to fall out with the Olander family? Haha, a life or death thing, really looking for death? At the same time, when Devos walked towards the 6th army step by step, the leaders of the 6th army also looked with contempt in their eyes. With disdainful expressions, they were riding high on their mounts, looking down at the little Devers. Alone? Just one person. It was really stupid. They were really looking for death? But there are thousands of people. With more people, we will naturally have more confidence. Ha, is this guy here to die? It's really courageous, but it's a pity. It's also ridiculous. It's so overestimating one's own abilities. 10. Chapter 63. Want to kill him? He is lucky. It seems that our Ulan family does not intend to go to war with him, so we should give him a small lesson, right? Otherwise, cut off his hand. Ha ha ha. Many people in the 6th Legion of the Ulan family laughed sarcastically, and their voices were loud and clear, covering the surrounding area. But at this moment, Devos also slowly picked up the huge sword in his hand, raised his head at the same time, and stared at them indifferently. As soon as this scene happened, those 6th leaders and leaders of the Legion seemed to finally realize that something was wrong, and their faces changed slightly, because they all had a feeling in their hearts at this time, that is, pressure was coming, and the huge terrifying pressure seemed to appear out of thin air. It instantly enveloped their hearts. What do you want to do? Put down your weapons or we will absolutely kill you. Someone couldn't help it and roared angrily, but what greeted him was Devos slowly holding the sword tightly, and at the same time the inner fighting spirit burst out instantly. Buzz! Rumble, rumble, rumble. At that moment, there was a loud roar, shining like the sun, and the terrifying and vast fighting energy of the white holy light spurted out directly, making the brilliance of Devos suddenly become like a person. It was about to overwhelm the entire 6th Legion. But after seeing this scene and feeling all this, the faces of everyone in the 6th Legion changed, their pupils shrank, and their faces were filled with suffocation and horror. At the same time, the Master Maynard in front of Raymond suddenly trembled all over and blurted out, "Level? This is impossible." 280. However, at the same time, Devos took action. He waved the long sword in his hand, the holy light shone, and the bright magic power particles were raised, and he said calmly at the same time, "Judgment of swordsmanship, Shingai Ao judgment." Boom. At that moment, a sword slashed down, instantly. An extremely huge, terrifying and astonishing sword energy, even dozens of meters in size, came out directly, and struck forward with unimaginable speed and power with extremely sharp speed. Boom, boom, bang. Wherever it went, it seemed like even the air was torn apart. A terrifying tearing sound erupted. At the same time, this force, this sword energy force, had already arrived at the 6th Legion in an instant. But its speed was too fast, so it could be clearly seen. Those in the 6th Legion didn't seem to react, and then they were directly penetrated by the terrifying and huge sword energy. Then, boom, boom. A terrifying loud noise erupted directly, resounding throughout the sky. The huge mushroom cloud exploded directly in the center of the 6th Legion crowd, and then the land seemed to be cut apart, with huge ravines forming on the left and right, all of which were cut open. There was a gorgeous turbulence, and in the next second, the entire earth exploded, split in two from the middle. It completely began to collapse, and the huge earthquake shock wave force spread out in an instant, setting off a huge shock wave, which continued to shoot out, creating ripples one after another. When he saw this scene, Master Maynard trembled all over, his face turned pale, his scalp went numb and cold sweat broke out. It's over, impossible, how could it be a level 1? How could he have subordinates who are super powerful? This is impossible. In just these few seconds, his mentality and arrogance were completely changed. At this time, his heart was filled with regret, shock and horror, because he never expected that this small Greystone Village new city, this small there is actually a powerful person hiding under the little barren. Such a terrifying and invincible dragon. One sword, just the power of one sword, it directly devoured the 6th Legion he brought. Although it was not a complete tragic death, was there any difference? The turbulent earth was cut in two, separated left and right, and the terrifying and astonishing mushroom cloud of fighting spirits submerged and swallowed it up. In this case, even if they are not dead, they are definitely half disabled. Therefore, no one will question or doubt the power of a super strong person, and this destructive power and deterrence are the complete interpretation of the power of that super strong person. This is really terrible. They are finished. Something big happened now. Master Maynard's face was pale, and his whole body was trembling and stagnant. He seemed to have lost the ability to think and was completely stunned. To be honest, if he had known that this would be the case, if he had known that the other party actually had super powerful subordinates, he would have absolutely. I don't dare to have this attitude, because even our Olander family really won't offend a super powerful person so easily. Not only was that stupid, not only was he seeking death, but it was also really uneconomical. But now, it was all too late. He had made a very wrong choice, and at the same time he had also done a very stupid thing. He actually provoked a terrifying nobleman with super powerful subordinates for his Olander family. He was really so stupid. He screamed in his heart, his face turned pale, and his whole body was trembling. He was really panicked and couldn't accept it. But at this moment, the massacre of Divis was still continuing. Under that sword, it was impossible to say anything. Hundreds of people have died under his attack, but this is just the beginning. Some people want to run away, but he couldn't even escape the sword energy he waved casually. There are many super strong people in the 6th Legion, even super strong people, but they still couldn't stop Davos from casually striking out with his sword. After all, he is a superclass, a genuine super powerful ordinary soldier. Such a battle was a complete crushing and massacre. In this way, under the gaze of Master Maynard with a pale face that was almost desperate, at the same time, many pairs of eyes on the walls of the new city of Greystone Village were shocked and shocked. Under his gaze, the troops that had previously consisted of thousands of people seemed to be melting away like ice and snow, weakening and reducing their numbers until finally, no one ran away, they were all killed and killed. Did I read that correctly? So many people just disappeared, it's too scary. Is that our super strong person? I didn't expect that the Lord would actually have such powerful subordinates. It's too exaggerated. It's really scary, super, unbelievable. We actually have super strong men, so many people's habitations are gone. Is this a super strong person? Is it too powerful? Many people were shocked, feeling shocked and shocked from the bottom of their hearts. And of course excited and excited. After all, that extremely powerful super powerful man, it seems now, is one of their own in the new city of Greystone Village, but there's the great Lord's subordinates, isn't this worthy of their excitement and joy? Ha. It's really great, they actually have a super strong person sitting in charge. If you're not stupid, to read cool novels, go to Filu Novel Network, everyone knows what this means, level Lilia and the others on the city wall were also shocked. They stared at the back of the extremely powerful Devas, feeling an indescribable feeling in their hearts. Fortunately, I didn't mess around, otherwise I would have been in trouble. There's really a super strong person here. How come we didn't know about it before? The young magician stammered in fear. His face was also full of shock and happiness. You must know that he was humiliated before, but if he wanted to turn against him, now it seems that fortunately he didn't do that. Otherwise, I'm afraid the grass on his grave is several meters high now. What's the level? How could he, Baron Raymond, have such powerful subordinates? This is simply unbelievable, simply unbelievable. Really, fortunately we didn't mess around, otherwise we would have been in big trouble. Mage Fokker smiled bitterly, and also had an indescribable feeling. Obviously this was because the things in front of them had such a huge impact on them, that their thinking ability was temporarily lost. After all, this is a super level. To put it harshly, this may even be the peak force that can completely destroy their entire family. Do you think he is afraid? It would be strange if he is not afraid. At the same time, Lilia is also staring at the outside of the city, but instead of staring closely at Devas, he stared closely at Raymond. He murmured in his heart, is that super strong man really his subordinate? Obviously, she has seen even more than others. In fact, she must have seen super powerful people. There's even such a hidden power in their family, but the question is, what is the relationship between them? Is it like Raymond and Devas? No. That is of course impossible. To put it harshly, the super powerful people in their family are completely their ancestors. Even his father. The dignified head of the family, the dignified lord of Hansen City, the dignified earl. When meeting the other party, he must be honest and polite, and dare not be a little presumptuous, contemptuous, or disrespectful, so she is familiar with this alone and is not familiar with it. The way they get along with each other can completely explain how big the status gap is between the super strong men in their family and the super strong men under Baron Raymond. However, such a powerful and amazing super strong man is actually in then Baron Raymond's subordinates are nothing? So how deep is he hidden? How many unknown trump cards does he have? Thinking of this, she is really scared, and her scalp is really numb. At the same time, Raymond finally started talking again. He looked at Master Maynard, who was pale and trembling, and showed a smile. You see, Master Maynard, they're finally quiet. Master Maynard was trembling even more violently, but he kept his mouth tightly closed, not even daring to speak. At this moment, his heart was completely swallowed up by huge regrets and fears. Of course. There is also a little bit of anger. How dare he? Even if he has a super strong man, why does he dare to do this? The entire 6th Legion is gone. This is a huge slap to the Olander family. But, they are the Olland family. The Rand family. As one of the overlord noble families in this area, the power and majesty of the Olland family cannot be suppressed by just a super strong man. They can even be trampled and overthrown. So much so. What is the concept of killing so many of them for such a trivial matter? It's really too much? But even though he was angry, he still didn't dare to speak, because he was really afraid. He was afraid that he would die too. Master Maynard, to be honest, I still appreciate your previous attitude more. How about you recover? Raymond said with a smile and squinted his eyes. What was his previous attitude? Maynard smiled bitterly in his heart, turned pale, and explained tremblingly, Dear Baron Raymond, yes, I'm sorry, I think this is all a misunderstanding. No. Raymond shook his head and said with a smile, Don't worry, I know this is not a misunderstanding. Your Olander family seems to be quite arrogant? But you can also rest assured, I won't kill you, because I need you to get out and bring a message to all of your Olander family for me. Speaking of this, Raymond narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone became serious, and he said with a sneer, I appreciate what you did to me, especially those threats before, so please increase your intensity. Today it's all just a small thing, it's just an appetizer, so let's have some fun. As soon as he heard Raymond's words, Master Maynard's bones were almost weak, his whole body was weak, and he was completely suffocated. It's over. It's over. He knew that he was really over now, because those things before were actually not. The intention of the Olander family was his own unauthorized assertion, but he did not expect to encounter such a result. He mentioned the iron plate and hit the big thunder. So it's really over now. Let's go back, Devers. At the same time, Raymond ignored him completely and turned around to return to the gate of the city wall, leaving only the pale Master Maynard staying where he was, unable to leave. No, I am completely in a dilemma. Half an hour later, the Bryan family's castle. Raymond, what are we going to do next? If stones and urban construction materials are stuck and the supply stops, this will still have a big impact on our urban construction work. Even though he was talking about bad things, Raymond was still smiling. But isn't that natural? Before that, he only knew that Raymond was level 7, but now? And now, he never expected that they actually have a second level 7 combat power. It's no wonder you're unhappy. Chapter 64. You must know that this is the foundation of 2 level 7 powerhouses. What is the concept? Not to mention this northern region, even anywhere, even in the imperial city of Lean district, absolutely no one dares to look down on them. From now on, the entire principality of Lean will hear about them. Their voices will all know their names. This is the deterrence and value of armed combat effectiveness. What's next? Isn't it obvious? How dare you jam my things? Haha, you really give them face. Raymond sneered, looked directly at Wenderman, and said lightly. Come on, you show us the way. Wenderman was stunned for a moment. Leading the way? Leading what way? But he immediately reacted in the next second, and then became excited. Yes, Lord Baron Raymond. I'll take you there immediately. As he spoke, he even laughed with some schadenfreude, because of course he knew that Viscount Clay and the others were going to be finished. Who would have thought that Baron Raymond actually had the power of a super strong man? How dare he offend him? Such a big shot? It's really ridiculous. This is not asking for death. What is asking for self-destruction? It is simply asking for death. Soon, a small group of people quietly left the new city of Greystone Village. In fact, there were only 3 people. That's it, Raymond, Devers, Wenderman. Yes, just the 3 of them, and then they were gone. And this seems to be very few? But if you put it another way, 2 super strong men, plus a leader guy, isn't this more reasonable? The so-called military speed is already very angry, so Raymond didn't bother to delay it anymore, so he dragged his family and his family with him. Let's just be more direct, just the 2 of them are enough. With the departure of Raymond and Devos, this matter seems to have come to an end for the time being, because the entire 6th Legion of the Island 03 family has been destroyed, and the only one who was allowed to escape alive was Maynard. The mage is just a person. It is conceivable that he cannot talk about such things with his mouth open, and he dare not say it. Therefore, it seems that the occurrence of this matter is not so easy to spread. However, there are always exceptions to everything. Fankeo District, Fankeo Plain, Duke City, Phoenix Chamber of Commerce. As one of the branch controllers of the largest chamber of commerce in the Principality of Lane, Ethan must be very busy with his daily work. For him, earning hundreds or thousands of gold coins every minute is definitely not a compliment, but a fact. The wealth of the Phoenix Chamber of Commerce is definitely as rich as that of the country. No, to be more precise, even the country is not as rich as them. At the very least, even the Principality of Lean is far behind them. You can imagine what this concept is. At this moment, someone came here in a hurry. Shout loudly, President Ethan, I am Drake. I have something urgent to see you. Ethan's expression remained unchanged, but he still nodded and said lightly, come in. With a bang, the door was pushed open, and the guy who claimed to be Drake walked in. Said quickly, President Ethan, something happened. Do you still remember those people you asked us to pay attention to before, and Baron Raymond? Our people just sent news. Just now, they did a big thing. They completely destroyed the 6th Legion of the Olander family. Oh? President Ethan was stunned for a moment, as if he was thinking about something. After a moment, he hesitated and said with some uncertainty, are they the same people who came to us to buy super magic cores before? Obviously, what happened before was really just a simple investment among his many investments. He didn't even remember it too deeply. But he didn't expect that they would come to his door today because of them. They the 6th Legion that wiped out the Olander family? Did you expect their strength to be so powerful? Yes, it's them. Why? How did they do that? A super strong person? No. Mr. President, he is a super strong man. Among them, there is a super strong person, Drake said with serious eyes. Level. President Ethan was immediately stunned for a moment, with an exaggerated expression on his face. Drake, are you serious? Really? Sure, he asked with a serious face. President, it's absolutely right, it's definitely the best. I have confirmed many times that the rewards from our people are all top-notch without exception. President, you are so awesome. How did you figure out that those people actually had such amazing strength? It's really incredible that they actually have super strong men, Drake said exaggeratedly. How did you see it? Ethan was stunned for a moment, but he also laughed. To be honest, he didn't know, or he didn't see it at all, but does it matter? It's very important. Obviously this is not important. He only needs to know that his investment this time is perfect and correct, that is enough. It's just 2 super magic cores. If he can get the friendship of a super powerful force, it's not blood. Is it profitable? Not bad. This is really good. Drake, you said the 6th Legion of the Olander family was destroyed? What was their reaction? Then he asked again. No reaction yet. Derek shook his head and said with twinkling eyes, the entire 6th Legion was completely wiped out, and no one was allowed to escape. However, Baron Raymond seemed to have deliberately let go of Master Maynard of the Olander family. So, sir, I feel like Baron Raymond wants to have a fight with the Olander family? Otherwise, there should be no need to let someone go, right? A fight? President Ethan was stunned for a moment, then fell silent, his eyes flickered, and he began to think thoughtfully. After this for a long time, he suddenly shook his head and said with a smile, Drake, on my behalf, take 3 pieces of level magic cores and give them to that Baron Raymond. In addition, let me tell him by the way that our Phoenix Chamber of Commerce wants to enter his city. I also hope to be able to talk to him face to face in a few days. Yes, President, I will do it immediately. Come to Longton West River, the Clay Noble Alliance, the Lord's mansion of Viscount Clay. Viscount Clay, who was dressed in a luxurious noble robe and had brilliant golden hair, sat in the chairman's position with an arrogant face. At the same time, there were 4 or 5 other people on his left and right sides. They were Clay nobles. The other 2 major viscounts in the alliance, Viscount Lacey, Viscount Ronaldo, and other slightly more powerful baron lords. Viscount Clay, why did you come to us? Is there a problem? Do you actually need to call us all? Is this making too much fuss? Viscount Lacey asked. He said a little impatiently. He didn't want to come at first, but he was forcefully called over, so that it was obvious that he was very resentful. But Viscount Clay was not angry either, just he smiled calmly and said, I only want to say 2 things. Listen carefully. First, Viscount Will is dead, and Bitten City is now controlled by his son Wingerman, but that boy seems to be working for someone else now. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then burst into excitement. What? Viscount Will is dead? When did this happen? Who did it? To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Who is Wingerman? Isn't Viscount Will's son Knight Evan? Yes, who is this kid? Quiet. Viscount Clay said coldly, then narrowed his eyes again and sneered. The second thing is that a new person came over to Fido Valley and seemed to plan to build a new city there. Before that, he secretly purchased stones and other city building materials from me through that boy Wingerman, so I have every reason to be suspicious. He should have killed Viscount Will, and now, he is also the mastermind behind the secret control of Bitten City. So the purpose of calling you all here this time is also very simple. That guy is dishonest. I'm going to give him a beating. I have detained and stopped the transportation of stones and urban construction materials to them before. He will definitely be angry and resist. So next, you should all understand what I mean, right? He sneered and said coldly. Gather the army and teach him a lesson first, then we'll look at the situation and consider whether to include him among us. After all, he can kill Viscount Will secretly, so he shouldn't be an easy person. Do not suppress his arrogance. It will still be difficult to get along with him in the future. What do you think? After the words fell, everyone fell silent, but then they looked at Viscount Leonardo laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Viscount Clay, are you really cruel? You've deducted someone's things and you still want to teach him a lesson. Why? Are you afraid that he will become bigger and threaten us? Wouldn't it be better to be more careful? Besides, this is not the first day you have met me. What I do is for the benefit of all of us, right? Viscount Clay shrugged and said calmly. Haha, then let's fight. Viscount Ronaldo did not refute, and said with a sneer, give me 3 days, and my troops will arrive. Let's do this. I will send out a large army, 2 super strong men. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then Viscount Lacey also spoke. Expressionless, me too, army. 2 levels, an earth warrior and an earth mage. Next, the other barren lords also nodded in agreement. I'll send out an army, I'm out, and I can produce a super strong person. In just a few seconds, another army of thousands of people was pulled up, and even several super strong men were included in it. This kind of formation was not to say the best in the entire Principality of Lane, but in this 1/3 of an acre of land in the northern district, it can definitely be regarded as one of the top powerful forces. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to survive so smoothly and comfortably in the cracks between the Olander family and Earl Guten. What do they rely on? It's all about strength. At the same time, Viscount Clay also laughed again and said softly, "Very good. If this is the case, then I will be more generous. I will send out a large army, and then I will let Haywood take action himself. In this case, we should all be relieved, right?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then Viscount Lacey even took a breath and said in surprise, 467 Haywood, hiss, Clay, do you need to let him take action personally? How could they not know? Why was Viscount Clay able to create such a powerful alliance of Clay nobles? Why are they willing to let Viscount Clay be the leader and boss? What is his greatest confidence and reliance? Isn't it because of Haywood? Haywood is a powerful sky warrior, Viscount Clay's biggest supporter and confidant, and this guy even had an astonishing record of killing powerful men of the same level before. You can imagine, and knowing what this concept is, this is definitely an extremely powerful superpower. It also makes them all feel pressure, fear and fear. But the problem is, what Baron Raymond really needs to let Haywood? Do you want to take action personally? Is this really necessary? To be honest, this makes them a little confused. Is there some inside story or secret that they don't know? Previously, Master Maynard of the Alland family contacted me and asked me to stop buying and selling stones and urban construction materials to them. It was also because of this that I realized something was wrong. At this moment, Viscount Clay spoke again and said calmly, "It can be seen that the boy has offended the Olander family, so be careful and you won't make a big mistake. I will let Haywood take action personally, so that it will be safer." The Olander family? Everyone looked at each other, and then they understood why Viscount Clay was so cautious. How dare he offend the Olander family? No wonder, in this case, they really should be more cautious. But their plan was ruined by the visit of an uninvited guest. Less than 3 days after it started. What did you say? Baron Raymond is here. Viscount Clay stared at the messenger servant in front of him in disbelief, because he really didn't expect that the other party would dare to come to the door. Yes, Lord Viscount, someone knocked on the door outside, and one of them claimed to be Baron Raymond. He also said that you robbed his things, so, you must give him an explanation in person. Moreover, Viscount Wingerman from Bitten City was also there, and he was also with them. The servant lowered his head and said carefully, "Explain? Ridiculous. What explanation do I need to give him? Who does he think he is?" Snort. "Something looking for death." Viscount Clay snorted coldly, with a strong look of coldness and murderous intent on his face, and then he asked again, "How many people are there?" Chapter 65. 3, Lord Viscount, there are only 3 of them, the servant stammered. 3, Viscount Clay was stunned for a moment. That's right, there are only 3 people, the servant nodded again. Viscount Clay was stunned for a long time, and then suddenly burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Does it seem like this is an attempt to subdue the weak and seek peace? Interesting, this guy is indeed a bit interesting. Then he glanced at the servant in front of him and said quickly, "Go and call Lacey, Ronaldo and the others, and tell them what's happening here." Where are the 3 of them now? Outside the city lord's mansion. Yes, Lord Viscount, then let them come in and see me. Boom. But before he could finish his words, a loud noise suddenly came from the direction of the door in the distance, and then the ground trembled, and even opened countless cracks. Gaps. In an instant, Viscount Clay's expression changed drastically, and he seemed to realize that what? Then I saw him shouting and roaring, "Call someone, quickly. Call me and tell Haywood immediately, and ask all the soldiers and troops in the city to come over, go quickly." "Yes, it's the Viscount, I'll go immediately." The servant's face also changed greatly, and he hurriedly flashed and left quickly. At the same time, footsteps came, and in the room like smoke in the distance, footsteps slowly appeared, and then emerged 3 figures. Viscount Clay's face darkened, and then he immediately turned around and wanted to run away. But at this moment, A sneer came out. Do you want to run? Viscount Clay, this is our first meeting, so we shouldn't need to run so fast, right? Why don't you stay and chat? Viscount Clay's face froze, and his face changed for a while, from green to purple, but finally he stopped and looked coldly ahead, where he saw Raymond, Devers, and Wingerman. The man had already appeared there, and at the same time he was stepping on the ruins with a sneer on his face and looking at him from a distance. That feeling made Viscount Clay feel extremely humiliated. Are you Baron Raymond? Viscount Clay looked at Raymond, his face darkened, and he said in a cold tone, Baron Raymond, you should understand what you are doing, right? This is my territory, and everyone here belongs to me. How dare you come here to cause trouble? What, Baron Raymond, do you want to die? Die? Are you talking about me? Raymond narrowed his eyes and started to mock. Haha, you are worthy of being a dignified viscount, he is so majestic. But, if you say you are looking for death, then you are looking for death. Who do you think you are? Do you have the final say? What did you say? Viscount Clay trembled and became angry. His face was full of anger. Then he was about to say something, but was interrupted. Raymond looked at him and said coldly, I'm here this time. I just want to ask you a question, Viscount Clay. You robbed my things and you want me to compensate you for gold coins. Viscount Clay's face changed for a while. He seemed to be very angry, but at the same time he seemed to be restrained by the atmosphere in front of him. The huge invisible pressure seemed to make him afraid to speak, but right here suddenly, a lot of footsteps came from far and near, and when he saw this scene, a smile finally appeared on Viscount Clay's face. Even a sneer. Because he knew, his army station near the city lord's palace has arrived. Although there are not many in number, just a few dozen people, they are all elites, and all of them are at least super professionals, or even above. In other words, he no longer needs I'm afraid, the situation has reversed, and he is now the one in control of the situation. No, Baron Raymond, gold coins? Now it's not gold coins. Now, it's gold coins. What do you think? Viscount Clay stared at Raymond closely, his eyes as cold as snake venom and said. At the same time, there was a sneer of contempt in his eyes, like a cat playing with a mouse, with a sure victory. Clearly he feels he has now won. Gold. After hearing this, Raymond also laughed. He stared at Viscount Clay, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said with a sneer, not to mention gold coins, even if it is. I can give it to you. But the premise is that as long as you are still alive, you can take this money with your life. That's okay, but can you? Raymond laughed. His face was full of sarcasm. Viscount Clay's face suddenly became very cold and gloomy. Strong anger burst out in his heart, and he felt humiliated because he knew that he had been was despised by the little baron in front of me. Very good, you kid, you are very good. Viscount Clay gritted his teeth, with a strong murderous intent in his eyes, and then waved his big hand and said viciously, get them all, kill him, call out, call out, call out. Almost instantly, at least 2 digits of people around them were already attacking Raymond, Devers, and Wingerman. At that moment, Devers didn't even think about it. He immediately stepped out and was about to take action, but the faster Raymond stretched out his hand to stop him. Devers, let me play first, Raymond said with a smile. Devers paused, then nodded immediately and said, it's the Lord, call out. At the same time, the sound of breaking through the sky quickly appeared, just at this moment. Raymond's figure flashed, and then he seemed to be teleporting. He appeared in front of the many incoming people at a very fast speed. After seeing this scene, no matter whether it was the elite strongmen under Viscount Clay, or even Viscount Clay himself, they couldn't help but be excited and sneered at this time. What an idiot, how dare you come up and die on your own initiative, I really don't know whether to live or die. Ha 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 ha, Viscount Clay laughed, as if he had seen what happened to Raymond next. As for the more than 10 elites who were killing him, they all had ferocious expressions on their faces. They all sneered the guy looking for death. Go to hell, you damn brat, even now, seize this opportunity. Kill him, kill him. Lord Viscount will never treat us badly, kill him. But the next second, a scene that shocked them appeared. I saw that Raymond actually seemed to be relaxed and free hand. He raised his hand casually, and then resisted an incoming blade. Then he swept his right hand across and swept away with a whip leg. He actually directly killed the first attacker. That guy kicked him instantly, blowing him up into a ball of blood mist on the spot. What? This is impossible, Viscount Clay's pupils shrank, his expression suddenly changed, and a look of disbelief burst out on his face, because he knew it, maybe he didn't know it. The guy who was kicked to death at this time was surprisingly a relatively good one under his command. A super high-level warrior. This is a super level warrior. He died with just one kick. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Filu Novel Network. How could this be possible? Viscount Clay's pupils trembled, and he died staring at Raymond in the battlefield. For some reason, he seemed to have some bad premonitions in his heart, but now he no longer dared to think about it. But at this moment, massacre, or rather killing, but it continues. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Almost instantly, the blades of 4 or 5 weapons struck, almost completely surrounding Raymond from all sides. There was no room for her to escape at all, but even so, Raymond's movement still did not slow down or stagnate at all. With a bang, he seemed to wave the 2 or 3 people in front of him. The incoming person was knocked away directly. Then he took advantage of the situation and pulled out the sword of light seal from his waist, sweeping out like a half-horse. Suddenly, a 2 to 3 meter long sword force shot out, directly smashing several people in front of him, and killing them on the spot. Hiss, how can it be? How could he be so powerful? Could it be that he is a super strong person? No, even a super strong person cannot be so powerful. Could it be that he is a super, level? This is impossible. Everyone was in an uproar, gasping, shocked, and even a little scared. The strength shown by Raymond at this moment was really too strong, completely overpowering those more than 10 elites who were at the highest level, are all played between the palms of the hands, as if they are hanging and beaten, and this is naturally a very scary and terrible thing for them. What is Raymond's real strength? How old is he? It looks like he is less than 20. A super strong man who is less than 20? Is this really possible? They couldn't believe it, but it was really hard to imagine. But at this moment, someone else came. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of a huge march sounded like the earth was shaking, and soon hundreds of elite soldiers rushed over and surrounded them. Not only that, the leader was surprisingly a super strong man with extremely strong fighting spirit. And there is even more than one such powerful person. Mark who, Jetter, kill him for me, quick, you all come with me. At that moment, as if he had seen a savior, Viscount Clay shouted excitedly. Of course he knew that this was the arrival of his true confidant, the top powerhouse. Mark who, a powerful earth warrior, outstanding Dill, a powerful super-level magician, is definitely one of the strongest men under his command after Haywood. Coupled with the hundreds of elite troops behind them, he knows it. His hope has come. This time he will definitely win. However, since he can become a powerful man, neither Marku nor Jedir are fools. At this moment, they all look at it with solemn faces. Looking at Raymond, his eyes were full of fear and shock. Is he the only enemy? Where does this guy come from? One person actually killed so many people. Is he really a super? Hubie and Mark and Najedir looked at each other, then waved their hands and shouted loudly. Give them all to me, kill him. Obviously, for the sake of caution, they even planned to use hundreds of troops to deal with Raymond alone. However, after seeing such a scene, Raymond raised his head and looked at them, and then he couldn't help but shake his head. Stand up, are you so afraid of me? Haven't you all seen that I am only one person? Are you afraid of one person? Jedir's face changed, his face turned a little red, and he became a little angry. Boy, you're dead, boom. He started chanting magic spells, and the majestic wind magic power particles began to rumble together, forming a huge storm visible to the naked eye, roaring, boom, boom. Then under the chanting of his magic power spells, burst out suddenly, storm, rumble, rumble, rumble. The huge and devastating storm broke out, sweeping directly towards Layman. At that moment, the whole earth seemed to tremble. The loud noise was astonishing and deafening. Countless stones from the ruins were heard. It was rolled up and bumped everywhere, creating a very shocking and turbulent scene. Lord Jedir, Lida Hale, is serious, such terrifying magical power, worthy of being a magician, really powerful. That kid is dead now. But at this moment, Raymond also started to take action. He glanced at the terrifying storm that was coming fiercely, and then he kicked his feet violently, hitting the ground with great force, leaving a huge hole on the ground. The huge pit, and then he rushed directly towards the storm. What? Jedir was stunned for a moment, then his pupils shrank and his expression changed drastically. How dare he? Is he looking for death? However, Time did not allow him to think so much. It only took a few seconds. When he saw Raymond, he had already rushed to the front of the storm, and then raised his hand, holding the sword of light seal in his hand. It was lifted up extremely smoothly and evenly, and then slashed down. It was completely simple, rough, and simple, but what happened next made everyone's pupils shrink. They were suffocated. There was a loud rumbling sound, and they saw the extremely terrifying storm was actually cut through from the front, directly cut off by this sword, and split into two instantly. Wah! What? This is impossible. Heir completely broke his guard, his pupils shrank, his face changed drastically, and his face was full of fear. But at this moment, a figure appeared in front of him, and at the same time, a slightly mocking and indifferent sneer also sounded. Passing came over. Why is it impossible? Why aren't you too weak? Heir trembled all over, then let out a gasp, and his heart was pierced by a gleaming long sword. Heir, Viscount Clay trembled all over, his face was defeated, his mentality completely exploded, and huge fear exploded in his heart, but this was just the beginning. Chapter 66. Heir, Viscount Clay trembled all over, his face was defeated, his mentality completely exploded, and huge fear exploded in his heart, but this was just the beginning. The dancing sword, killing like crazy, I saw the stubby mark attacking, slashing out, seizing this golden opportunity, and seemed to want to take the opportunity to cut off Raymond's head. The fighting energy surging in his body exploded. It was obvious that this blow, the power definitely contained the most powerful power in his body and throughout his body. However, next, Raymond's body twisted in an incredible way, and then a sword light flashed, and his arms they were all chopped off. Yes, not one arm, but two. Bang! Blood was flying all over the sky. Mark who wailed in pain. He stared blankly at his broken arm. Both of them were gone. The terrifying blood was pouring out, which was particularly dazzling. No, this is impossible. No, it's not true, it's not true. His expression became shocked and unbelievable. He even became a little crazy and became hysterical. How could the other party be so strong? How could you be so strong? How is it possible? At the same time, around him, the hundreds of troops who were originally preparing to besiege were completely stunned at this time. They all stopped in place, trembling all over, and their faces were pale. They stared blankly at the scene in front of them. Their feet also they all seemed to have been filled with lead. They had no strength and could not move. How could it be possible? They could not imagine. Why did their boss, why was the dignified Mark Hu and the Supreme Lord Heir just met each other? In Kung Fu, the opponent was so easily defeated. This guy, how strong is he? Your strength doesn't seem to be that great, right? Lemon looked at the Hu Bandit with both arms broken and smiled, then raised the sword of light seal in his hand, etc. Mark Hu's pupils shrank. He stared at Raymond's long sword and became extremely frightened. Please spare me, I'm sorry, spare me, do not kill me. 640 However, in the next second, Raymond did not hesitate at all. Cut it down with one sword. No, Hu Bandit's face changed drastically and he tried to dodge. But the speed of this sword was too fast. He couldn't dodge at all. Poof! This sword directly cut off his body, split it into two, and killed him on the spot. As soon as this scene appeared, everyone became suffocated and silent, staring at Raymond, with deep fear in their hearts. Turbulence appeared. Level, he is definitely level. He's too strong. We can't beat him, there was a voice from someone in the army. They were extremely frightened. However, the one who was more frightened was of course Viscount Clay, superior. Come on, kill him, come on, if anyone can kill him, I will give him 10,000 gold coins, give them all to me. He became crazy, turned pale, and roared. 10,000 gold coins. The huge wealth successfully inspired the greed of some people. Come on, there are so many of us, so what if he is a super strong person? Kill him, that's 10,000 gold coins, and you'll have to point it out for the rest of your life. That's right, let's do it, we can do it. I don't believe he can deal with all of us on his own. Kill him, he's dead. More and more people were swallowed up by the huge wealth and greed in their hearts. Then one person started to move and rush towards Raymond, then 2 people, 5 people, 10 people, or even several people. 10 people, hundreds of people. The avalanche effect appeared, and the actions of more and more people successfully inspired the courage of the companions. Then they all raised the weapons in their hands and attacked Raymond fiercely. When seeing this scene, Raymond also felt a little emotional. There are too many people. As soon as he said this, Viscount Clay suddenly became excited because he thought Raymond was scared. This gave him hope, but what happened next made him successfully see hell. Since there are so many people, let's reduce the number of you, Limang murmured, and then raised his hand. The sword of light seal in his hand shone instantly, erupting with extremely terrifying and astonishing fighting spirit power. At that moment, it was as if the world was created, and the flash shone. A huge fighting spirit light column burst out. There was even a terrifying monstrous force, which directly shot up into the sky, and then fell down like a meteor shower. Holy light sword technique, judgment sword rain, boom, boom, boom. At that moment, countless light rains fell and exploded on those who were extremely frightened. The soldiers of Viscount Clay's army started to erupt one after another, and even countless terrifying explosion sounds erupted continuously. It's like an extraterrestrial meteorite, and it's also a large number of extraterrestrial meteorite stars. What is this? This is impossible. Everyone became frightened, their eyes widened, and the emotion of fear was all over them. However, this did not end just because of their fear. On the ruin-like land, countless meteor showers were exploding, and even almost every moment, someone would scream death. Buried under the terrifying light rain of fighting energy. It wasn't until more than 10 or 20 seconds later that this tragic hell-like scene slowly stopped. At this time, there were countless broken corpses and traces of blood on the ruins. At least half of the original army of hundreds of people was dead. At this moment, everyone was silent, stagnant there, covered in blood and injuries, and their motionless bodies were all on the ground. The atmosphere also seemed particularly dead and frozen. How long had it been? It was only a few dozen seconds, enough hundreds of people, almost without exception, were all injured, and more than half of them were even dead. It was equivalent to Raymond sweeping them all by himself. What kind of concept is this? Demon. He's so strong, he's a devil. Some people's mentality was completely exploded, they couldn't hold it any longer, and they roared in fear. Then, like an avalanche, more people began to roar and ran away frantically, not daring to stay here any longer. In other words, Raymond alone defeated everyone, and the army of hundreds of people was completely demoralized, and they all ran away in fear. And after seeing this scene, the people who were even more frightened, of course, there is also Viscount Clay. At this moment, he stood stiffly on the spot, unable to move. He had witnessed all the previous scenes. For Baoshuang novels, go to Filu Novel Network. A chill shot up his spine, completely frightening him out of his wits. He began to tremble. It seems like you won't live long enough for me to give you gold coins. What do you think? Viscount Clay. At this moment, Raymond's eyes came, which completely shattered Viscount Clay's mentality. His whole person became weak and fell directly to the ground. You, Viscount Clay stared at Raymond. His face was pale, and he couldn't say a word, because he really never thought that it would turn out like this. Why? Why is Raymond so powerful? Why are there so many troops, even Hube and Mark, Jeter and others who came in person, but they can't stop him alone? What is this? He was crazy, he was really going crazy. The huge fear made him lose all his strength, and his legs began to weaken. Then he murmured, my army, was destroyed by him alone. Why is this happening? Is he a devil? Although this is not all his strength, for him, everything that happened before has completely torn her heart into pieces. It's too strong. Raymond's strength is really too strong. In this case, the number of people has lost its effect, and he seems to have lost, unless Haywood can come over. Right. I haven't lost yet, I still have Haywood. Even if this guy has super strength, Haywood is definitely stronger than him. Yes, I still have Haywood, I haven't lost yet. He suddenly became excited, and there was a fierce light of despair in his eyes. Next, he stared at Raymond, as if he was a desperate beast, with a wild and crazy temperament, and then his face was full of ferociousness. He laughed wildly. Baron Raymond, I admit that I underestimated you. You are indeed very strong. But don't worry, even if you kill me today, you will definitely die. Do you think you are the only one with super combat power? No, I'm telling you, I have to. In this city, you can't escape. You can kill me if you can, but I will definitely let you be buried with me. But as soon as he finished speaking, with a hiss, Raymond's figure rushed directly in front of him, And then in the other person's suddenly enlarged and horrified pupils, he sneered. "This is what you said, Viscount Clay," but at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud roar, and a terrifying and powerful fighting spirit struck. At the same time, a roar also came immediately. It exploded. "Stop, get out of here." In an instant, a figure rushed over, as fast as lightning. Moreover, he had even slashed with terrifying fighting energy, forming a shock wave that struck straight at Raymond's back. The speed was too fast and the power was astonishing. Wherever he went, huge cracks were cut into the earth, and earthquakes rumbled. It is conceivable that if you are hit head-on by this attack, it will definitely not feel very good. "Hey, Haywood," when Viscount Clay heard this voice, he was immediately surprised. He even became ecstatic, because he knew that his savior was coming. His most powerful man and the most powerful force had already arrived. "Baron Raymond, you are dead." Then he looked at Raymond with resentment, arrogance and confidence. "Yeah." Raymond smiled, then turned around and slashed with his sword. It was simple and rough. The shock wave that hid him was shattered in an instant. It was like a toy and had no effect at all. "Wah, what?" A shocked and incredible voice came, even filled with a hint of fear. The next moment, a figure came and appeared on the ruins not far from Raymond and the others. Stepping on those ruins, he was in doubt. Staring at Raymond, there was even a trace of horror, disbelief in his eyes. It was obvious that he seemed to have realized something. Looking at Viscount Clay, his mood at this time seemed to be like the roller coaster was completely up and down. At this moment, he was shaking all over, his face was pale, staring at Raymond, his mouth wide open, but it seemed that he couldn't even say a word. This was because, although Haywood, Raymond and others are not as powerful as Haywood, but he is a Viscount. Of course he still has some vision that he should have. With a casual sword, he directly smashed Haywood's fighting spirit attack. What is this concept? This can only show that Raymond's combat power is at least not lower than that of Haywood. At the very least, he is a top-level super peak powerhouse. Or even higher. When he thinks of this, he has already his heart, which was about to be broken, was even more shattered at this moment. He stared at Raymond with trembling eyes, and then suddenly whispered, "Baron Raymond, please forgive me. I am willing to surrender. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me." Obviously, this time he was really scared, and when he saw this scene, Raymond also laughed. "Viscount Clay, to be honest, I still appreciate your arrogant face before. How about you recover?" Viscount Clay opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something more, but at this moment, with a bang, a sword-like pierced his heart. His pupils shrank, and then his whole body went limp and he fell down completely powerless. "Viscount Clay is dead." Hiss! The sound of gasping for air came, and many people around him were shocked. Their faces were full of shock, their scalps were numb. Even the so-called most powerful man under Viscount Clay, Haywood, the same is true. Viscount Clay is dead. Logically speaking, he should take revenge, but now he doesn't even have the courage to act. This is because, after all, even a weak person like Viscount Clay has already, after realizing this problem, how could he, a top-level 6 expert, not realize it? Level, this guy is actually a super? Am I dreaming? Chapter 67. Haywood stared at Raymond with a bitter look on his face, feeling an indescribable feeling in his heart. Although it was just a simple encounter, but he has already felt something different. The other party's behavior when he smashed his attack was too simple and easy. It was as if he usually bullied the weak with a big one, or even bullied the weak by torturing them. In other words, the opponent is very strong, and may even be far more powerful than him. Therefore, there is only one possibility, that is level. This guy, this kid, he is actually a super professional. No, he is only about 20 years old. He is actually a super strong person. Who is he? How could it be so powerful? Unbelievable, Haywood screamed in his heart. His emotions fluctuated greatly, and his mentality at this time seemed to be instantly penetrated by this terrible reality. It's just that the mentality is so explosive that it's difficult to adjust, isn't it? It doesn't even need more rhetorical modifications, just 2 words, level. This was enough to shatter his self-confidence and mentality, because he knew very well that such an enemy was invincible, at least he would never be defeated. Once you take action, there is absolutely only a dead end. Therefore, he immediately made the most correct choice, which was to give up resistance, stop. Because you can't be stupid enough to go against a super strong man. Especially, this is such a powerful and young super strong man. Not to mention that Viscount Clay is dead. Even if he is not dead, his life is his own. He cannot be stupid enough to fight a super strong man for the sake of others. He is not stupid enough yet. However, even he didn't dare to take action, and others certainly didn't dare to do it either. At this moment, corpses could be seen everywhere on the ruins of the entire city lord's palace. Everything was bloody, sticky blood, flowing in the gaps in the ruins. The pungent smell of blood rose in the air and spread in all directions. This scene is simply shocking. Simply terrible. However, what is even more frightening is that Viscount Clay is gone, and the behemoth that used to be here collapsed. This reality successfully frightened everyone, especially Viscount Lacey, who came later. Viscount Nato and the others were so frightened by such a scene that they almost wet their pants and collapsed on the ground. Their faces were pale and they had no strength to move. What kind of monster is this guy? Viscount Clay was killed. Damn, am I dreaming? Viscount Lacey murmured, it's over, it's all over now. That guy is too scary. Is he a super strong man? Viscount Ronaldo stared at Raymond's back, his mind buzzing, as if he was swallowed by fear. He was completely suffocated. At this moment, all of their eyes were fixed on that young figure. Countless bloodstains and hundreds of corpses, all of this successfully created his strength and deterrence for him. With all this, everyone lost their resistance and became afraid. They all gave up. They all knew that, all of this is over. From now on, the era of Viscount Clay is over, and even the era of these so-called nobles is also over. Next, all of this will usher in a change. At this moment, Raymond suddenly looked towards Haywood not far away. He said lightly, "Are you still planning to stay?" Haywood shuddered, then lowered his head without hesitation and said, "Dear sir, I will leave immediately." After saying that, he wanted to run away immediately and escape from this place of right and wrong. But Raymond had no intention of letting him go. "Did I tell you to leave?" Haywood was stunned for a moment, and then his face turned pale. Then he lowered his head and begged for mercy. "Dear sir, please go around me once. I have no intention of going against you. In fact, I don't know about all this at all. You are a great super, how dare I go against you? I really don't have the guts." As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell silent. Class. Really? They stared at Raymond with expressions of disbelief. All eyes were fixed on Raymond, with fear and awe in their eyes. Extremely shocked, frightened, and suffocated. Is he really a super? Is this a dream? How old is he? How could this be? Is it really a level 1? Isn't this too exaggerated? How old is he? How can he be a super? Nothing is impossible. Didn't you see that he destroyed everyone by himself, and even killed Viscount Clay? His strength is too strong, as strong as a monster. Even Lord Haywood is afraid of him. Lord Haywood will not admit his mistake. He must be right. Who is he? It's really unbelievable that he is a super strong person. There was an atmosphere of terror among the crowd. Everyone's lips were trembling, their faces were pale, and they were shocked. The powerful man, even among the top figures in the entire Principality of Lane, did not expect this to happen. Moreover, he is even so young. They really can't connect Raymond's young appearance with that terrifying super strong man, but reality is reality. It's all right in front of them, and they can't question it. At this moment, Raymond suddenly took steps towards Haywood. Realizing this, Haywood smiled bitterly, and the helplessness and suffocation in his heart deepened. Still want to kill him? Resist? He tried to muster up the courage to resist, but still didn't dare. Then he could only lower his head and wait in agony. The awe and fear in his heart prevented him from meeting Raymond's eyes. Then, Raymond finally came closer. Then he whispered to him, "Want to live?" Haywood was stunned for a moment, and then said immediately without hesitation, "Think." Well, Raymond nodded and said calmly, "You have 1 day, and I'll give you a chance to live. I will make everyone pay for what happened before. Do you understand?" "I understand, dear sir. Please rest assured, leave everything to me, I can do it." Haywood didn't even ask what the matter was, he just agreed without hesitation. Because he didn't know, he could ask and investigate, but if his life was gone, then nothing would really be lost, so he still carried it. I had to figure out what to choose and how to do it. Raymond also smiled. To read cool novels, go to Philu Novel Network. Then he stretched out his hand and patted Haywood on the shoulder, and then he turned and left. After so many deaths, Although he vented his anger, he was indeed a little uncomfortable now, so let it go. They didn't need to do the next thing personally. Someone could do it for them. That's it, let's go. Then Raymond and the others left here, and at the same time, a terrifying force finally erupted from Haywood's uneasy body and eyes. And that thick, extremely terrifying thing. The fierce cold light seemed to kill someone. He was the one who was angry before, but now, it was his turn to vent his anger. Then he looked towards Viscount Lacey and Viscount Ronaldo in the distance, with the cold light flashing in his eyes, filled with murderous intent. It's as if he wants to eat people, and he seems to have noticed the gaze and murderous intent. For a moment, both Viscount Lacey and Viscount Ronaldo felt their scalps numb and their faces turn pale. For most of the next day, the entire city was completely enveloped in blood and carnage. Perhaps it was in order to survive, or to vent his anger, or even for both reasons, the commotion Haywood made was really big. In this half-day, not only the many noble troops of the Clay Noble Alliance were wiped out by him, but even the two Viscount nobles, Viscount Lacey and Viscount Ronaldo, died tragically under his knife. Next, what's even more exaggerated is that not only did he kill the outsiders, he didn't even spare his own people. He had almost killed all of Viscount Clay's direct henchmen before. The head count and the death of a large number of people also paralyzed almost all the personnel in various systems in the city. Overnight, it turned into a bloody city that was out of order but also extremely peaceful, because Yiren didn't dare to go out anymore, for fear of being affected. Zero request for flowers. Did you know that the next day, when the sun shone down, the ruins, corpses, and even bloodstains on the ground were all cleaned up overnight, as if nothing had happened at all? It wasn't until this that everything calmed down a little bit. In Viscount Clay's city, the city lord's mansion, Haywood stood in front of Raymond with his head lowered anxiously, and said cautiously, "Dear Lord Raymond, everyone has been cleaned by me, Viscount Clay's army, close relatives and so on, Viscount Lacey, Viscount Ronaldo, and other members of the Clay Noble Alliance. Their military strength has been almost completely eliminated by me. The current Clay City has lost its ruling aristocracy. To a certain extent, it is an empty city. You can capture it at will, kill them all." Raymond was stunned for a moment, and then his face became weird. He didn't expect that this guy was still such a cruel person. Just a word from him, he actually wiped out everyone. How many people would have died? Hundreds? Definitely more than 2,000 or 3,000 at least. It's really cruel. But he didn't say much, because he didn't have the right to say much about this issue. After all, he killed him in the first place. There are not a few of them, there are at least several hundred. The fact is that when one becomes powerful, this sense of indifference towards the weak has almost become a natural instinct. Even in this world, everyone has this kind of indifference. Large-scale massacres are absolutely natural, and I don't think there's anything wrong. Strong people are powerful, so they can kill more people. Isn't this reasonable and natural? Raymond shook his head, and then asked, what is the population of the city? Also, where's Viscount Clay's money? Do you know how much money he has? Dear sir, I have brought someone with me. He is the tax collector of our city, and under normal circumstances, all the official wealth is in his hands. So it may be more appropriate for you to ask him these questions. Haywood said cautiously. Where are people? Where? Baron Raymond, please wait a moment. Haywood immediately turned around and left. After a while, he immediately caught an old guy who looked like he was full of oil. Baron Raymond, this is the tax collector Ovi I'm talking about. Because I knew you might need this information, I didn't kill him. Ovi, I think you are a smart man. Let's start talking now. Whether you can survive or not depends on your mouth and brain. Haywood said yes, respected Baron Raymond. I will definitely tell everyone I know. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Ovi was sweating profusely and his face was pale, but he couldn't help his fear and said quickly, now our Clay City has a population of more than 140,000, and in terms of finances, there are about 6,760 gold coins, as well as some copper coins and silver coins. So little. Lemon frowned. Although these 6,000 gold coins are definitely a lot, Viscount Clay's net worth should definitely not be limited to this. For such a small amount of money, this is the so-called Leilong Duanxi River, gold trade route? Impossible. This is impossible. Dear Baron Raymond, please listen to my explanation. It is like this. The tax collector Ovi trembled and quickly explained. Viscount Clay is a very greedy vampire, and he takes away financial money almost every few months, so it's not just that little bit. Instead, they were all taken away by Viscount Clay. Raymond was silent for a moment, then looked towards Haywood and asked, "Do you know where his money is hidden?" "Sorry, dear Lord Raymond, this has always been Viscount Clay's secret. I don't think anyone knows where his money is hidden, but please give me some time." Haywood narrowed his eyes and promised resolutely, "As long as the money is hidden in the city, I can definitely find it, I guarantee it." "What if it's not in the city?" Raymond glanced at him and asked. Haywood was stunned for a moment, then turned pale and stopped talking. "Yes, what should we do if we are not on the city?" Chapter 68. Dear Baron Raymond, I think it is impossible to be outside the city, because those gold coins are very large, unless there are space treasures such as space rings. Otherwise, the background has been around for so many years. Viscount Clay, he can't always successfully hide all of us and give away all those treasures and gold coins, the tax collector Ovi said, wiping his sweat. That's right, Haywood nodded crazily and said quickly, "Dear Baron Raymond, that should be the case. All his wealth should still be in the city." After hearing this, Raymond felt that it made sense, so he stopped worrying, and then spoke again. He continued, "If that's the case, then I'll be more direct. Viscount Clay is dead, and all his close relatives are also dead, so the wealth they have accumulated over the years, the treasures in their hands, gold coins, magic cores, etc. Can you find all of these for me?" "Sure. Dear Baron Raymond." This time Haywood responded quickly and nodded without hesitation. Then he said categorically, "Dear Baron Raymond, as long as you are willing, all the wealth and treasures in the city, everything, they will be yours, I can guarantee this, absolutely no questions asked." For him, financial reports and wealth are the icing on the cake, because he is a powerful man. As long as he survives, he is destined to never worry about mere wealth in this life. Therefore, for him, no matter what Raymond it is and matter how big his appetite is, no matter how much Raymond wants, because he is willing to take out 053. As long as he can survive in the end, that's fine. This is his only one wishes and extravagances. But Raymond spoke again, narrowing his eyes and said, "If I talk about not just this Clay city, but all the other noble cities of the Clay Noble Alliance, their population, wealth, industry, treasures, etc. Do I want them all?" That's right, he plans to do something big this time. Anyway, Viscount Clay, and other Viscount Lacey, and Viscount Ronaldo are all dead. Everyone is dead. You can imagine the so-called the Clay Noble Alliance will also become an empty shell. If this is the case, it is better to let him swallow it up. Next, he is not sure whether the Olander family will fall out with him, but he doesn't plan to just sit back and wait. Now that the opportunity has come, he might as well launch a wave of troops, and then pursue the victory to kill the Olander family. Clay Noble Alliance. Haywood was stunned for a moment, and then nodded quickly and said, "Dear Baron Raymond, if you plan to capture their territory and city, I am willing to serve as your vanguard. Attack them for you, and before that, Viscount Clay and Viscount Ronaldo were all killed by me. Without these noble lords, the armies in their territories should not resist too fiercely. Anyway, you can leave this matter to me, dear Baron Raymond, I can definitely give you a perfect result." As he spoke, he became more and more excited. It could be seen that in order to survive, he was completely willing to do anything. He even planned to be a dog for Raymond. Do all the dirty work. But after hearing these, Raymond thought for a moment, then nodded. "Agreed, if you can give me a perfect result, then I can also promise you and spare your life, let you go. Real, thank you, Baron Raymond." "Thank you, Baron Raymond." Haywood became excited, with the excitement of surviving a disaster. "Don't thank me in a hurry. Wait until you come up with results that I'm satisfied with." Raymond glanced at him, then paused, and then looked at Deves outside the door and said, "Devos, you stay with him for the time being, just watch first. You don't need to take action yet. If there's anything he can't solve, take action yourself again." "Yes, my lord." Deves nodded without hesitation, and at the same time, Haywood's face froze when he heard this, and then his pupils shrank. It seems that he has noticed something unbelievable and unbelievable. What do you mean there is something that Haywood can't solve, and if he lets Deves take action himself, can it be said that this guy is more powerful than Haywood? However, he is a super peak Sky Knight strong man, even more powerful than him. It is impossible that this guy is also a super powerful person, right? How can this be? However, The scene that happened next made his scalp tingle and his whole body tremble. The next moment, he subconsciously glanced back at Deves, but this very glance made his whole body tremble. Trembling, his eyes widened and rounded, because he had realized something was wrong. Pressure. The overwhelming and terrifying pressure came. Although the other party did nothing, it was as if everything had been done despite this extremely terrifying and overwhelming pressure. Really, he stared at Devos with dull eyes, and then his body began to tremble more violently. Because he had already got the exact answer from Devos. Super. This is actually a super strong person? Devos Firth, Baron Raymond, they actually have two super strong men at the same time? Are you kidding me? Haywood's heart was beating fast. And the fat tax collector Ovi was so frightened that he didn't dare to raise his head. He buried his head low, not daring to say or do anything. A great fear enveloped their heads until Raymond he spoke again, and all this atmosphere was slightly broken. Wingman, you also stay and take charge of things here, Raymond Wingerman said calmly. Next, I will give you two tasks. First, population. Without destroying the income structure in these local cities, all other excess populations should be moved to the new city. Second, urban construction materials, all the stones, urban construction materials, etc., were given to me immediately to organize manpower. Ship it back as quickly as possible. Wingman, I think you don't need me to teach you how to do these two things, right? Do you have any other questions? No. Absolutely no problem. Wingman's whole body trembled, and he nodded quickly. An unequivocal pledge. Don't worry, Baron Raymond, please leave all these matters to me. I will definitely satisfy you, hope so. So much the better. So quickly, they began to split up. Raymond left Clay City and rushed back to the new town of Greystone Village. Haywood and the others also started a search and plunder in Clay City. Then it was time to attack and conquer other territorial cities of the Clay Noble Alliance. At the same time, the news of the disastrous defeat of the new city of Greystone Village and the destruction of the 6th Legion finally came through the Master Maynard. The news spread back to the Olander family, which also caused an uproar. There was a big earthquake in the entire Olander family. Amkunsut City, the Olander family castle. In a very luxurious and huge conference room palace. To read exciting novels, go to Philu Novel Network. The only survivor who was extremely arrogant before, but lost an entire legion because of it, Master Maynard. At this time, he was already kneeling here with a bruised nose and face, and even injuries all over his body, and he was still being beaten. Idiot. You damn idiot, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Count Brunus was like an angry lion. He roared, and cursed angrily. He kept beating Master Maynard in front of him, and he was still dancing and moving his hands and feet, as if he wanted to kill him on the spot. The appearance of being beaten to death. Others in the palace also watched all this with cold eyes. Even their faces and eyes were still full of murderous intent and anger. They stared at Master Maynard closely, as if they can't wait to replace them. Instead of Earl Brunus, replace their family head, directly kill this useless fool, waste. The 6th Legion, a legion of thousands of people. And they are all composed of strong professionals. All of them. They are the elite of the elite, but what now? But now, the entire army is gone, actually all of them were killed, and the whole army was annihilated? Such a loss is really too great, even for them. For the Olander family, it is really hard to believe and even harder to accept. Therefore, they really want to kill this useless thing who has failed to achieve anything and is prone to failure. He really deserves to die. Besides, he is already dead anyway. He has killed so many people, and no one can be short of him. So it's better to just kill this useless damn thing and let him vent, take a breath. But Count Brunus was still beating there, and they had no way to start. Just like that, they beat violently for several minutes. It seemed that Count Brunus was also a little tired, and then he slowly stopped. Roll, he said expressionlessly. Master Maynard, who was covered in blood, immediately became excited and happy, as if he had received an amnesty, and quickly thanked him. Thank you, Earl, thank you, Earl. After saying that, he crawled out without hesitation and left. Why not kill him, my lord? If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have lost so much, Viscount Davidson, one of the 6 viscounts, said murderously. It was obvious that he really had murderous intentions and wanted to kill that useless thing. The 6th army is already gone, why expand the losses? Isn't it good to use waste? No matter what, he is still a super Earth mage. It will be more valuable to keep him alive, Count Brunus shook his head, and then said with a serious expression. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore, let's get down to business. What are we going to do about this? We have to admit that we were indeed careless and underestimated them. We didn't expect that they actually had super powerful people. Hey, the more he spoke, the angrier he became, but Count Brunus couldn't help but sigh in the end. Super strong man, if he had known this, he really wouldn't have been able to provoke the other party so hastily. In other words, these losses now, in the final analysis, he still blamed himself and blamed them for underestimating Baron Raymond. How to do it? Master, do you still need to consider this? Since we have already made enemies with them, we can only start a war. Besides, the Sixth Army cannot just let things go, they must pay the price for this. Kill them and pay for it all with their blood. We must take revenge on them, Viscount Davidson said without hesitation. His tone was full of murderous intent. And it wasn't just him. Upon hearing this, Bellamy, one of the 6 viscounts, also nodded immediately. With a cold tone said, Master, apart from the 1st Legion and the 2nd Legion, our elite troops originally only had men, but what about now? 1/5 of it was lost. More than 1,000 people died. It is absolutely impossible to pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, who would dare to sacrifice their lives for us? If we don't take revenge, we will definitely mutiny. As soon as these words came out, everyone else in the palace nodded, and their attitudes were highly unified. Yes, no matter what, 3.7 must take revenge. Firstly, for themselves, and secondly, for the sake of stability. Keep your morale in mind, after all, this kind of thing happens twice once. If it is not solved, what will happen next time? What to do next time? No one avenged those dead legionnaires, so how could anyone continue to be willing to sacrifice their lives for them? This is absolutely impossible. Therefore, the choice in this matter is already determined. They have no choice anymore. Okay, let's start formulating a battle plan. Count Brunus didn't waste any words, he nodded directly and said with twinkling eyes. Since it involves super strong men, I will let Simpson and Lord Godjam take action personally. I believe that in a 2-on-1 situation, the winner will definitely be us. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes lit up. They all nodded and said that's right, when it comes to super powerful people, they must take action personally. Only in this way will we have a chance of winning. The opponent only has one super strong person. In a 2-on-1 situation, we will definitely win. Simpson and Godjam, these are 2 super strong men enshrined by their Olander family. At the same time, this is also their Olander family. They can do this in the Ixd district, one of the 2 major districts in the north. The biggest trump card is to be the king and dominate, or even become a local emperor directly here. It's because they also have super strong people, and there are 2 of them. However, even so, someone still suddenly spoke. Somewhat worried, hey, it would be great if I could kill that guy. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69. Although 2 versus 1 can be won, it should be difficult to kill the opponent, right? Isn't it troublesome that the opponent's super strong man is immortal? This is a big threat to us. That being said, super strong people are super strong people after all. It is too difficult to kill them. Even super strong people of the same level would find it difficult to do such a thing. Hey, this is indeed a bit troublesome. The main reason is that their territory and fiefdom are still in our territory, and there are super powerful people under our noses. This is indeed a big hidden danger. Obviously their biggest problem now is this: can this war be fought? Can we fight and win? You can win, but can you completely kill the opponent? Solve this problem? It's really hard to say. After all, if you just win the battle but can't kill the super strong man on the other side, this actually doesn't mean much. After all, everyone knows that if there is a super strong person, even if there is only one person, he is still a real behemoth. But what if there is no super strong person? No matter how huge the family fortune is, it is like a mirror in a mirror. They are just meal tickets and meat pigs. It's impossible to defend, but the question is how to kill? The chance is too small. The other party just needs to be careful. It's almost impossible. So, all these problems have become a dead end again. I have an idea. We need to find some more help. At this moment, Viscount Bellamy, One of the 6 viscounts spoke again. He seemed to have thought of a way. His eyes flashed. Do you still remember Beckley, the head of the Greedy Wolf mercenary group? The head of the Greedy Wolf mercenary group, Beckley? Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they all looked at Earl hand-eyed. At the same time, their eyes and expressions began to become a little thoughtful, and the surprise is subtle. This is because they all know that Haggite's Master 03 father, the second disciple of the super strong Lord Mawson, is not the chief leader of the Greedy Wolf mercenary group, Beckley. Not only that, but more importantly, this Beckley is also a genuine super powerhouse. I think you all also know that Beckley, nicknamed Greedy Wolf, is a very greedy guy. As long as we pay enough for revenge, he will definitely help us with this favor. By then, with his strength, coupled with Simpson and Godjam, I think we will definitely have a lot of confidence. That super strong person who can definitely kill the opponent. So, what do you think of my approach? Viscount Bellamick asked in a deep voice. But, Count Brunus shook his head hesitantly and said, I know that he, Beckley, is indeed very powerful, and he does things for money, but he has a huge appetite, and we may not be willing to satisfy him. Secondly, his reputation is very bad. It seems that many people have been tricked by him. As he spoke, he couldn't help but look at his brother, as if he wanted to see what the other person thought. Beckley, Hate murmured, as if he thought of some very bad memories. His face wrinkled, but he still spoke again, speaking slowly. That is indeed a self-righteous, selfish, and greedy guy. I hate him so much. But if you really plan to do this, I can go to him and ask him. However, you must also be mentally prepared. His appearance fee is very expensive. This time, I estimate that he will ask for at least 100,000 gold coins. Even more is possible. 100,000 gold coins? Everyone couldn't help but look at each other, a little speechless. Damn it, the lion really opened his mouth. Do you want so much? What do you think? Count Brunus looked at everyone and asked you if you run out of money, you can make more money, but the threat from this super powerhouse is definitely far greater than gold coins. Everyone, I hope you will seriously consider status, that power. These are eternity. Do you still want someone to take away our dominance? I guess you are not that stupid, right? Viscount Bellamick said seriously. As soon as he said this, everyone's expressions also changed slightly. 100,000 gold coins, although they are indeed very distressed. They are reluctant to part with them, but they are even more reluctant to part with their status and power. So, almost instantly, they already had the answer in their hearts. I agree, kill him. Nothing is more important than this. 100,000 gold coins is 100,000 gold coins. It's worth it, I agree. So be it. They must be killed and made to pay. Almost everyone agreed. So Earl Brunus nodded directly, then looked at Viscount Bellamick and his brother Earl Hate and said, Hate, Bellamy, leave this matter to you two. By the way, there's more. Either don't do it, or if you want to do it, do more, spend more money, and hire the Greedy Wolf mercenary group. According to the intelligence, the opponent's other legions are also very powerful, so there is no need to fight them head-on. But he didn't finish his words, but was interrupted by the Earl of Haggite. No. Brunus, you said it yourself, either don't do it, or do more if you want to. They really should hire the Greedy Wolf mercenary group, but our 1st Legion and 2nd Legion, let them go too. It was because of carelessness that we suffered such huge losses before. Next time, I will never make the same mistake again. Brunus was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, Okay, then do as you say. How long will it take? 1 month at the latest, half a month at the earliest. The headquarters of the Greedy Wolf mercenary group is in the Ikesti district, which is far away from us. It takes some time to come and go, Hate said calmly. Good, Count Brunus nodded, then said with a cold look in his eyes. Then tentatively declare war on them in 1.5 months. Also, Cody, go get the news out to me. Just talking about this matter, our Olander family will definitely come back with revenge. Let's calm down the military morale of the major legions first, clear. In Hansen City, Count Guden held the piece of newly minted information in his hand. He was immersed in shock and surprise and did not speak for a long time. After such a long time, he suddenly smiled bitterly, shook his head and said, Fortunately, I didn't act impulsively before, otherwise it would have been really troublesome. I didn't expect that they actually had a super strong person. And they actually dared to attack the Olander family. The entire 6th Legion, with over 1,000 troops, was killed just like that? That's really courageous. Bang bang. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and then an old voice came. "My lord, we have distinguished guests. Master Rutherford is here." Mage Rutherford? Earl Gooden was stunned for a moment, then immediately stood up and walked towards the door. There, he saw a beautiful woman with long snow blue hair and a graceful figure. Standing there with a calm face. "Hello Master Ruthdove, I'm sorry that I didn't know you were here, and I didn't go out to greet you personally." "I'm sorry," Earl Gooden said politely. Because of course he knows how powerful the other party is. Mage Ruthdove, a member of the royal family of the Principality of Leen and the Magic Knights. For Baoshuang novels, go to Filu Novel Network, a majestic magician. The great eye-star magician, so whether it is his own strength or his status, he is definitely at the top of the Principality of Leen. Definitely a real big shot. "I'm not here to find you, why should I tell you? Where is Lilia? Why don't I feel his magical power? Isn't he here?" Mage Rutherford said indifferently. It seemed that she didn't want to say anything more to Earl Gooden, and her attitude was not very good, but Earl Gooden didn't care about it. He just nodded and said with an embarrassed smile, Master Sedev, if you are here to see Lilia, I'm sorry, but she is indeed not here right now." "Where's she?" "Greystone City in Fido Valley." "Greystone City in Fido Valley." Rutherford frowned slightly, her eyes flickering, as if she was thinking about where exactly that place was. But she didn't seem to have any impression. So Count Gooden also explained. "Master Rutherford, Greystone City is a new city located in the center of Fido Valley in Fankeo District." "Yep." Ruthdove nodded, then turned around and wanted to leave, but was stopped by Count Gooden. "Master Rutherford, wait a minute, are you planning to go there? If not, have any questions?" Ruthdove said coldly. "No problem, that's what I meant, Rutherford Mage, but the current situation over there is not very good, and there may be a battle between super powerful people there next." Count Gooden explained. "Super war?" Ruthdove frowned and asked. "The Olander family, yes, it's them." Earl Gooden nodded, and handed the intelligence information in his hand to the other party. Said, "Mage Ruthdove, you can take a look at this." The latter was stunned for a moment, but she still took it and looked at it carefully. After a while, her face became a little strange. An unknown mysterious powerhouse? And the Olander family was actually wiped out by a 1,000-man army? This is indeed a bit cruel. "Do you mean you have no intention of showing mercy at all?" Then she asked again, "Is Lilia also in that place?" "Yes," Earl Gooden nodded and said with twinkling eyes. "Why she went there, I can't explain for a while, but if you, Master Ruthdove, plan to go to Lilia, please help me take care of her safety, thank you." Ruthdove glanced at him, then shook her head and said, "You don't need to tell me that, I will do the same. In addition, you should prepare yourself next. The situation of the border war is very bad, and Archduke Ryan has already planned to start a nationwide recruitment. This is troublesome. If you don't want to go, someone has to go in your place. Understand, Grand Duke Lane, the only Duke of the Principality of Lane? Because our Principality of Leen is a principality country with only one Duke, so this is actually the king of their Principality of Lane. Nationwide recruitment." Earl Gooden's face froze and he said in disbelief. "Is the situation already that bad? Isn't it, not so?" Ruthdove glanced at him and said coldly. "Not long ago, news came from the border war zone that the Thunder Tiger Legion suffered heavy losses. Only less than 10,000 of the 50,000 strong army were left, and even the leader of the Thunder Tiger Legion, Count Lanz, was dead. Do you still think this is not enough?" Count Gooden was stunned for a moment, and then his expression changed drastically and he became shocked. "What? The Earl of Reims is dead? What on earth do they want to do in Dick Kingdom? Are they crazy?" Thunder Tiger Legion, one of the 5 legions of the Principality of Lane, is a class-level legion. This means that all of them are class level and above. You can imagine what this concept is. The important border city, landlord of Sichuan City, commander of the Thunder Tiger Legion, an extremely veteran and powerful superstar great rider. This is the Star Great Rider. What is the concept? This means that in addition to being a superstar himself, even his mount is also. His mount is a super magical beast, the earth-shattering armored beast. But now, he is actually dead? I don't know if they are crazy or not, but the days ahead for us in the Principality of Leen will probably be very sad, especially over the border. Once you go, the risk of death is very high. The rest, you think about it yourself." Ruth shook her head, turned and left. "Thank you Master Ruthdove, Thank you for the information. Thank you, Earl Guten said quickly, very excited and grateful. Of course he understands that this kind of thing must be known and prepared in advance. In this case, there is still room for maneuver and can be operated. Otherwise, once the end comes, there will really be no way out or escape. By then, it will definitely be in big trouble. The next time passed very quickly. Both the Olander family and the Alliance were actively preparing for the war in secret. But not before that. The turmoil about this matter, the prelude to the war, has been released through the mouth of Viscount Cody of the Olander family, quickly and with great fanfare. Therefore, in the current territory of the Olander family, and even in other more distant adjacent areas, this news has begun to become a topic of conversation among people. And as more and more people talk about this matter, it is inevitable that the scope of the spread of the news will become wider and wider. Later, for the first time, Baron Raymond's name, as well as the name of the new town of Greystone Village, Greystone City, began to leave his mark in the hearts of many people in a real sense and mark. Raymond's reputation has really come to light in the Principality of Lane, and has even spread far and wide. Chapter 70. After all, even if you look at the whole country, the strength of the Olander family is definitely top-notch. Although there are forces that are more powerful than them, they are definitely not many. There should only be 20, 30 or 40 of them. In other words, their strength should be considered among the top 50 in the country. Being able to have conflicts or even war with such a powerful forces, in a sense, proof of one's own strength. It is also a symbol of honor and status. After all, even the weak could not make it that far, but later people gradually found out that Baron Raymond of Greystone City actually had super strong subordinates, and even dared to ruthlessly destroy an entire 1,000 members of the Olander family. After joining the Human Legion, this immediately pushed the reputation of Raymond and the Greystone City to the highest point. After all, even if you look at the whole country, the super strong ones are definitely the top strong ones, not to mention the destruction of the 1,000-man legion, which further highlights and reveals their strength, and their extremely domineering, cruel and ruthless acting style. All of this is worthy of making them feel scared and shocked. So later on, more people's eyes began to focus on this. After all, the Olander family's declaration of war had already been declared and it became a foregone conclusion. Then, a big war is about to break out, and the real big event is about to begin. Hey. Have you heard everything? Nonsense, the 6th Legion of the Olander family is gone, which is really a relief. You deserve it, ha. What is the origin of this Greystone City? They actually have super powerful people? It's incredible. I heard that the Lord of Greystone City is just a baron named Raymond, but he is very powerful. Not only that super strong man, he even has many super and super flying monsters. Hiss, flying monster? Are they all grade 1, so smart? Nonsense, otherwise why do you think he would dare to attack the Olander family? I guess he plans to challenge the supremacy of the Olander family. After all, who doesn't know? The Olander family is the local emperor in that area. Hiss, really or not, does he have this strength? If I remember correctly, doesn't the Olander family also have super strong men? And there are still 2 of them. Yes, they also have Lord Simpson and Lord Godjam. They are both super powerful men of the Olander family, 1 against 2. Isn't this asking for death? This is good. The Olander family has suffered such a big loss, there is no way they can just let it go. Next, they will definitely come for real. It's not as if you are seeking death, but you will definitely lose if you lose. There is no doubt about the strength of the Olander family, but it seems that Baron Raymond is still too arrogant and confident. Haha, isn't this just right? A brainless idiot, just because he deserves to be a super strong person? It's really good luck. It's best for such an idiot to die. Go to hell. And amidst this extremely heated discussion, inconspicuous transport vehicles were quietly touched and sent into the Greystone village along with the large troops transporting stones and building materials. Obviously, these are Raymond's trophies from this period of time. They have all arrived. Greystone City, the castle of the Bryan family. In the training ground, there are boxes filled with gold coins, silver coins, copper coins, and other treasure boxes with various fighting spirit secrets, battle secrets, artwork decorations, magic cores, etc. They were all piled up in front of Raymond's eyes. At this moment, even with Raymond's mental preparation, he was a little overwhelmed, because the brilliance of these jewels was really too dazzling, too bright to blind his eyes. Got it. This is simply too much, dozens of boxes, and they are really going to be distributed this time. Raymond swallowed, then looked at Haywood in front of him and asked, how many are there? Haywood, tell me about your trophies. Yes, Baron Raymond, Gulu. Unexpectedly, Haywood also swallowed his saliva, and then he spoke again, saying in a deep voice, Baron Raymond, there are a total of more than 678,300 gold coins, more than 1 million silver coins and copper coins here, and then there are 2 super magic cores, 31 super magic cores, and 200 super magic cores. $33. In addition to these, there are 11 fighting spirit secret books, 22 combat skill secret books, and 2 space rings. There are hundreds of pieces of art and decorations. There are hundreds of pieces of jewelry, etc. Anyway, Baron Raymond, all of these things add up. Its value definitely exceeds 1.5 million gold coins, 1,500,000, Raymond murmured, then fell into silence, and his heart began to beat loudly. To be honest, he had thought that this operation would yield huge gains, but he really didn't expect that this time his harvest was actually so big. 1.5 million gold coins. Isn't this too weak? Even if he robbed the treasury, it would be nothing more than that, right? This was too cruel. It almost stunned him. Got it. These damn rich bitches. They are so rich, Raymond murmured, and then immediately laughed, his eyes widened with smile. His whole body was shaking. These bitches are rich, but now. These things, these money, they are all mine. This is so comfortable. It's great. Especially the appearance of the 2 super magic cores. It's even more timely. In this way, his super combat power will be 4, what is there to worry about? Just take off. But he quickly noticed another detail. There seemed to be no super magic core here. So he asked Haywood, where are the other low-level magic cores? Haywood was stunned for a moment, and then quickly explained. He said with some guilt. Dear Baron Raymond, there are other levels of magic cores, but only a few hundred. Because it seems that nobles like Viscount Clay prefer to collect and hoard higher-level magic cores, so I took it upon myself to exchange them all for gold coins and send them back. Yes, sorry, Raymond glanced at him, but was too lazy to care, so he asked again, well done, I'm very satisfied, but I'm curious, with so many things, how many people and cities did you rob? Baron Raymond, there are 24 cities in total, Haywood said without hesitation. How many? 24 seats, Raymond said in surprise. That's right. Haywood nodded and explained, these are all franchise cities of the Clay Noble Alliance, including 4 Viscount cities, 20 Baron cities, but now they have all been attacked and captured by us. Then part of their population was also transported here one after another, totaling about more than 500,000, right, more than 500,000, so much, Raymond, he was a little surprised. Yes, Haywood nodded again and said. Because they are close to the golden line of the Longton West River, the member cities of the Clay Noble Alliance are very prosperous and wealthy, so much so that their populations are also large. For example, Viscount Clay's Clay City has a population of more than 300,000, and the other 3 Viscount cities also have a population of 100,000 or 200,000. Here alone, there are almost 700,000 to 800,000 people. There are also other Baron cities, their population is at least over 10,000, and if there are many, there are even close to 100,000. So these more than 500,000 people are actually not many, because there are still more than 1 million people who have not let them come. After all, the trade route to the West River in Longton, various commercial outputs, etc. all require a large population to stabilize and maintain, otherwise there will definitely be problems. Hearing this, Raymond nodded and said nothing. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Filu Novel Network. Although he wanted to gather the population and vigorously develop his Greystone City, he also knew, one bite cannot make him a big fat man. Now that his Greystone City has just started, he can't eat so many people. More importantly, now he has also taken over the entire Clay Noble Alliance's territory. What is this? This is simply it's a big treasury. It can continuously withdraw gold and explode gold coins for him. Therefore, short-sighted and stupid things must not be done. At least in a short period of time, the industrial layout agencies of the Clay Noble Alliance must be kept. Keep it for he makes money. Thinking of this, he had no problem, and then he waved his hand directly and said, Congratulations, you survived, you can go. But Haywood hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but said, Baron Raymond, can I stay? Raymond glanced at him and said lightly. It was buying life before, but now it's allegiance. Have you thought about it? One thing I have to remind you is that things here may be completely different from what you are used to. If you can't stand my rules, you might even die. Don't worry, Baron Raymond, I can accept it, Haywood said without hesitation. Then he knelt down directly. Baron Raymond, please take me in. I will definitely uphold your will, work seriously, and do what I say. That's okay too. Raymond nodded and said calmly. Then just follow Deeves. Any questions? No problem. Absolutely no problem. Okay, let's go. Raymond nodded and let him go directly. Oh, by the way, go out and tell them. No one is allowed to come in here. I have something to do. Clear. Haywood immediately buried his head and left, with a trace of joy on his face. It could be seen that he really wanted to stay. After Haywood left here, Raymond also laughed out loud, because the next thing he feels comfortable is, he's going to start blasting troops. The Olander family? Congratulations. Next, I will use these magic cores to blast out all the troops. Use them to entertain you. Snort. With a sneer, Raymond immediately walked towards those super magic cores. Ding. Recruitment resources have been detected. Do you want to recruit ordinary soldiers, griffins? Ding. Recruitment resources have been detected. Do you want to recruit the enhanced unit, the Royal Griffin? Ding. Recruitment resources have been detected. Do you want to recruit ordinary soldiers, Templar swordsmen? Raymond rubbed his hands excitedly, and then said without hesitation. Recruit. Ding. Host, please note that you have successfully recruited a level 1 ordinary soldier, the Griffin. Enhanced troops, Royal Griffin hero. The first class ordinary soldier, the Templar swordsman. Boom. 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 In an instant, there was a loud roar, and the ground trembled for an instant. Then hundreds of griffins, Royal Griffins, and the Templar swordsmen appeared out of thin air in the training ground. And their appearance directly overcrowded the vast and huge training ground to the point of bursting. The scene was very spectacular. Templar swordsman Anton, Clodgate, see the respected Great Lord, Royal Griffin Guy, Kyle, Adolphus, see dear Great Lord. Then they all knelt down and bowed to Raymond. But at the same time, Raymond also noticed something different. Royal Griffin, hero. Raymond was stunned for a moment, and then he looked at the guy in the group of Royal Griffins who was obviously bigger than the other companions. He asked curiously, Guy, who are you? Royal Griffin hero, are there any differences between you and them? Dear Lord, I am indeed the Royal Griffin hero. As for the difference you mentioned, I think it is that I am stronger than my companions. In addition, I have all the powers of a military hero, command troops, grant enhanced abilities, etc. Royal Griffin hero Guy held his head high and said confidently. Strength and abilities. Raymond was stunned for a moment, and then immediately recalled the details in the previous life of invincible heroes. Hero units can lead troops to battle, and can use magic skills, talent skills, etc. At the same time, they can also be given 4-dimensional attribute points to strengthen their following. Follow his army of troops. Is this possible? So he quickly asked, Guy, what is the scope of your hero enhancement ability? Are all levels of arms available? That's not true. Guy shook his head and explained. Lord, I am a tier strengthened unit, so I can strengthen all units that are the same as me, as well as those with lower tier strength than me, such as Royal Griffins, Templar marksmen, archers, etc. If the level of power is higher than mine, such as these temple swordsmen, or even the temple monks, priests, etc. who are of a higher level than them, then it won't work. My rank strength cannot lead them, not to mention strengthening them. So it's like this. Chuang. Li Meng understood immediately. It turns out that there are restrictions on level power. But on the other hand, if there are no restrictions on level power, wouldn't it be chaos? Obviously that is definitely impossible. Then he asked with some expectancy, Guy, how much can you increase their strength? Chapter 71. You must know that he has now recruited multiple griffins, multiple royal griffins, which together are definitely a genuine army of 300 griffins. What is the concept of this? This is definitely the most he currently has. At the same time, it is also the core legion with the strongest overall strength. Therefore, if their strength can be doubled, the numerical advantage is here. This will definitely be a huge improvement, or even a huge qualitative change. Lord, if it is the griffins and royal griffins of our griffin family, I can probably strengthen and increase their strength by 20 to 30%. I should probably be able to strengthen them by about 50%. Raymond suddenly raised his eyebrows and became a little excited. 20 or 30%? 50%? This is really a lot. After all, this is the enhancement of group growth. Just like his innate skills, it's the same as the holy blessing enhancement. Wait? Is it the same as it? Raymond narrowed his eyes, and then asked again. Guy, can your power-ups be used with this thing? As he spoke, he directly used the power strengthened by the sacred blessing. With a buzz, a sacred power enveloped the entire place, and also covered everyone. Is this a natural skill? Guy was surprised, then nodded and said. Lord, yes. Although these two enhanced powers cannot be superimposed, they seem to be applicable at the same time. In this way, there will be some effects. After a pause, he added. Lord, I feel that everyone's strength has improved. After using this talent skill, it should have increased by about 10% based on my original strength. 10%? That's not bad either. Very good. Lemon became excited. In other words, on this basis, his Griffin army and the Royal Griffin army can be strengthened by about 30 to 40%. This is definitely not a small number, especially under the premise of a large army. The effect value will definitely be infinitely doubled. Okay, everyone, get up. Please keep a low profile and hide for a while. There will be a war in the near future, and by then, it will be your time to show your strength. Lord, don't worry, please leave it to us, Temple Swordsman Etten said without hesitation. Then the other Templar Swordsman Clawman immediately nodded in agreement. Said quickly. Lord, please rest assured, no matter how difficult the task is, we will work hard to complete it for you. Any enemy, we will destroy them and crush them. Of course I will believe you. Raymond nodded, and then dismissed these Templar Swordsmen, Royal Griffins, and the Griffin army. And in this case, his current strength should become Templar Swordsmen, as well as Royal Griffins, Temple Sharpshooters, Temple Archers, Temple Grand Guardsmen, and Temple Spearmen. This time, the strength has increased dramatically. Multiple Royal Griffins, more than 200 Griffins, these alone are scary enough, and there are also 3 Temple Swordsmen. In this case, I should be able to directly deal with the Olander family, right? How about just taking the initiative to attack? Or should we wait until I replace all these other things with magic cores and exchange them for a wave of recruitment? Raymond started to think about it. Mainly because of the remaining gold coins, copper coins, and silver coins, as well as other mysterious fighting spirit secrets, combat skills secrets, jewelry, artworks, decorations, etc. There are too many. And it is useless to keep them. It's better to sell them all, clear them out in one wave, and then explode the troops in another wave. That way, it will be safer and safer. But how to sell these things? Lehman is a little confused. Obviously he knows that it is not only how to sell these stolen things that is a problem, but also the purchase channels for the high-level magic core. This is also a problem. After thinking about it, it seems that it is also a problem. Only the Phoenix Chamber of Commerce can afford this batch of goods, and only they can buy higher-level magic cores? Looks like I need someone to go to Duke City, Raymond murmured, and then he was about to leave to find Uncle Matt German to do something, but he didn't expect that by such a coincidence, the other party was about to come to him. Raymond, get ready. I just received a greeting from the Phoenix Chamber of Commerce. It seems that in a few days, Mr. Ethan, the president of the Phoenix Chamber of Commerce in Duke City, will come to Hanson, Adab, City to meet you in person. Who? Raymond was stunned, a little unbelievable. You mean, Mr. Ethan, the president of the Phoenix Chamber of Commerce? What's the problem? Matt German was surprised. Then he explained again, saying, they actually came here once some time ago, but you were not there at the time, so they went back directly, so this time should be considered their second visit. Raymond, the Phoenix Chamber of Commerce has a big background. It is a very powerful and terrifying multinational chamber of commerce, so if it is not necessary, it would be better to have a better relationship with them. Raymond nodded and said, Uncle Matt German, don't worry, I know how to treat them. Besides, I also happen to have trouble with them. This is a coincidence and saves you trouble. By the way, what's going on with the Olander family? Did they say there was going to be a war? Why hasn't there been any movement? I think you want them to attack us. Matt German couldn't help rolling his eyes, and then said immediately. It should be soon. According to the news spread everywhere, The Olander family seems to be planning to use their first and second legions to deal with us this time. The first and second legions? Just like the 6th legion before, Raymond curled his lips and said disdainfully. That's it, isn't this a suicide? That's certainly not the case. Matt German shook his head and explained. The Olander family has 7 legions, of which the 3, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th legions are all regular legions. Their overall strength is about the same, totaling more than 5,000 to 6,000 people, but the 1st and 2nd legions are different. This is the elite and powerful army of the Olander family, an elite legion of strong men. Yes, Matt German nodded and continued. The 1st legion of the Olander family is called the Magician Legion, and its members are all powerful magicians above the level of advanced magicians. It is said that there should be dozens of people, right? The same goes for the 2nd legion. They are called the Warrior Legion, and their members are all strong warriors above the level of advanced warriors. And there should be dozens of people there, too, to read exciting novels, go to Filu Novel Network. In short, they must have realized that sending regular legions to attack us would be a sure way to die. So they changed their strategy to this elite and elite strategy, but when will they do it? No one knows yet. Hearing this, Raymond couldn't help but smile, a little mockingly. Only a few dozen people. You must know that his Griffin army alone now has more than 200 people. The 2 legions only have a few dozen people. The total of more than 100 people is not enough to deliver food to them. How weak. But that Matt German couldn't help but said seriously. Don't let your guard down too much, Raymond. You are a top expert yourself, so you should understand. The lethality and threat of top powerhouses are definitely far greater than those of ordinary regular legions. Don't underestimate them, Uncle Matt German. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid, but I'm not letting my guard down. I'm confident. Lemon smiled, and then said mysteriously, Uncle Matt German, if not, I will give you a surprise. You can go to the Griffin Army's station now. Believe me, it will definitely be a surprise. Surprise. Matt German looked at Raymond with doubts on his face, but he still couldn't hold back his curiosity and quickly followed the instructions. Shall I go over and take a look first? Go ahead, be careful, don't get scared. Not long after, the dull-eyed Matt German was thrown into confusion in the wind where the Griffin clan was stationed. He was dumbfounded and shocked. Who am I? Where am I? Me, I am not dreaming, am I? A few days later, in Greystone City, Ethan, the president of the Duke City branch of the Phoenix Chamber of Commerce, was walking on the street here. At the same time, there was another person behind him. It was Drake, who had come here once before. Mr. Ethan, this Baron Raymond seems a bit arrogant. When I came alone before, he actually refused to receive me and even said he wasn't here. Snort. How can it be? He is the new city lord, and everything here is under construction. Where would he be if he weren't here? What a lame excuse, Drake complained, feeling a little unhappy in his heart. Although he is only a subordinate of Mr. Ethan, he is actually one of the top leaders of the Phoenix Chamber of Commerce and the Duke City branch. With his status, it is impossible to do this at ordinary times. To be looked down upon in this way, or even refuse to receive him. So this made him really have a lot of opinions about Baron Raymond in Greystone City. He felt very unhappy in his heart, but after hearing this, he felt. Mr. Sen shook his head and said calmly. A lame excuse? I don't think that's the case, Drake. You weren't in Duke City a few days ago, so you don't know yet. In fact, a big event has happened in the Clay Noble Alliance. What's the big deal? Drake was stunned for a moment and said in surprise. Someone bloodbathed the entire Clay Noble Alliance and captured all their cities and territories. Mr. Ethan suddenly laughed when he said this, then looked at him and said with a faint smile. Drake, who do you think did this? Bloodbathed the entire Clay Noble Alliance. Drake was stunned for a moment, then swallowed and said in shock. President, you mean, Lele, Baron Raymond? Obviously, he is not stupid. He guessed the answer immediately. Congratulations, you got it. Mr. Ethan nodded with deep eyes, then squinted his eyes and murmured, while they were about to start a war with the Olander family. They actually still had time to think about defeating the Clay Noble Alliance. It is conceivable that a war with the Olander family should not be so stressful for them. So, Drake, this Baron Raymond is really not simple. I'm really becoming more and more curious about him now. Really interesting. Derek squirmed a few times, but then he smiled bitterly and didn't dare to refute with any nonsense. Before, He thought that the other party was deliberately ignoring him and looking down on him, but now the misunderstanding was resolved. He didn't expect what was going on. But for him, this reality was still more shocking and impactful. He was shocked and unbelievable. After all, although the clan noble alliance was indeed not as powerful as the Olander family, it was not a soft persimmon either. As one of the largest local grouping forces relying on Nale Longton West River, this alliance, the strength of the clan noble alliance is actually very, very strong. But now? In the past few days, it has suddenly disappeared? Was it directly conquered by a bloodbath? Is this really serious? At the same time, I saw Mr. Nayazan constantly looking around at everything around him, such as wide roads, tall buildings, magnificent city buildings, clean and tidy streets, etc. All of this had a great impact on him. I didn't expect that Greystone City would be built like this. It seems that the Lord of Greystone City, Baron Raymond, is really ambitious, he murmured. As soon as he said this, Derek nodded in agreement and said with emotion, "Yes, Mr. Ethan, this city is different from most large cities I have seen before, even giant cities. This kind of urban planning is very well done, and the houses and streets built are also very impressive, and more importantly, the design plan here is said to have a 3-ring design. Once fully completed, it will be able to radiate to almost the entire Fido Valley. By then, the population size and prosperity here will be unimaginable. It may even surpass the imperial city of the royal family, Lane City." But Mr. Ethan doesn't seem to have much feeling or reaction to such praise. After all, he is also a person who has seen the big world. In this small principality of Lane, the size and population of Lane City are, in terms of quantity, prosperity, etc., it is indeed the undisputed number one, but that is all. After leaving here, other larger countries, such as kingdoms, empires, even those that are powerful enough to dominate the entire Luoman continent, a superpower that shakes the world, etc. In the place, a city with a population of several million is just like that. It is nothing at all, so it is said that it is enough to surpass Lane City? What about this majestic phoenix like him? For the president of the Chamber of Commerce branch, he really doesn't feel anything. However, he is still a little shocked and surprised by the city in front of him, because he discovered the unusual places here. Chapter 72. The stones and urban construction materials here seem to be different. He touched the stone sculpture on the roadside and murmured, "Sir, this thing seems to be called cement." "Cement, Derek nodded and said with twinkling eyes, "It is said that this guy Baron Raymond came up with this. I have to say, he is really a genius. This thing is really great. I've been experimenting a lot with these cements these days. Finally I came to the conclusion, the strength, adaptability, and resistance of this cement are dozens of times that of ordinary stone. It is conceivable, what if houses, streets, even city walls, etc. were built with this kind of cement, its strength, effect, adaptability, etc. will definitely be dozens of times that of ordinary houses, ordinary streets, and ordinary city walls." Speaking of this, his eyes suddenly became hot. He stared at Ethan and said hurriedly, "Mr. Chairman, this kind of cement is of great value. If we can imitate it, we can definitely sell it for a lot of money. So, can it be copied?" Ethan asked. Derek's face froze and he said awkwardly, "I don't have a clue yet, but I already know the location of their cement manufacturing factory. How about I send someone to sneak in and take a look?" Ethan was silent for a moment, and then shook his head. "It's better not to worry for now. Wait until I get to know the details of Baron Raymond." As they talked, they had already arrived at the Bryan family's castle, and not long after, they finally met Raymond. It was just a moment they met. Whether it was Mr. Ethan or Raymond, they both of them were a little shocked and surprised, because they almost all noticed something was wrong immediately. The other person, they both seemed to be super. "Baron Raymond, you?" Mr. Ethan stared at Raymond in disbelief. "How old is this guy? He is already a super strong person at such a young age? How did he do it? Are you kidding?" "Hello Mr. Ethan, I'm Raymond. It's our first time meeting you." "Nice to meet you," Raymond said with a smile. Although he was a little surprised, he didn't expect that Mr. Ethan was actually a super strong man, but when he thought about the other party's identity, he felt relieved. The president of the Duke City branch of the Phoenix Chamber of Commerce has no skills. I'm afraid people really can't sit in this position, but that's right. "Hello Baron Raymond." President Ethan paused for a moment, and then suddenly smiled bitterly. "Baron Raymond, You really gave me a big surprise. No wonder you dare to be so cruel to the Olander family. It turns out that's why, at the end of the sentence, he shook his head again, and then looked at Drake behind him. Derek, you go out first, President. Drake was stunned for a moment, but when he saw Ethan's eyes, he immediately stood up and left silently. After he left, he only saw Mr. Ethan, and then he said again with a solemn face. He spoke to Raymond. Said, Dear Baron Raymond, hello, I am Ethan from the Phoenix Chamber of Commerce. This is our first meeting. This is a small gift. Please don't be polite. Please accept it. As he spoke, the space ring on his finger flashed slightly, and a somewhat huge but exquisite box suddenly appeared in front of him. Open it and take a look. There were 3 gleaming super demon cores among them. Very eye-catching, Mr. Ethan, you are so kind. This gift is a bit expensive, otherwise, let's forget it. Lehman glanced at the magic cores, but still shook his head and said, the so-called no reward for no merit, although he wanted these magic cores, but definitely not on this way. When Raymond refused, Mr. Ethan I didn't force it, but pretended that none of this had happened, and then spoke again. Dear Baron Raymond, I have 2 things to do here this time. Mr. Ethan, please speak. The first is the matter of the Chamber of Commerce moving in. We, the Phoenix Chamber of Commerce, plan to move into your Greystone City. Please give me a piece of land as our Chamber of Commerce area for your convenience. After finishing speaking, Mr. Ethan glanced at Raymond and found that he didn't speak, so he continued to speak. Said, the second thing is cement. Baron Raymond, I plan to buy your cement-making formula. Don't worry about the price. This is definitely not a problem. What do you think? His tone was full of confidence. Obviously, in terms of wealth, their Phoenix Chamber of Commerce is definitely qualified to be confident. But for these 2 questions, Raymond did not answer them immediately. Suddenly he got up and stood up. Mr. Ethan, would you mind taking a walk with me? Mr. Ethan was stunned for a moment, but nodded and said, of course you can. Then they left here and went to the training ground where dozens of treasure boxes were placed. When he saw those treasure boxes filled with all kinds of wealth, Ethan was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. Mr. Ethan, I wonder if your Phoenix merchant will accept these things? I want to sell them all. Then replace them all with magic cores. At this moment, Raymond spoke again. As soon as he said this, Ethan nodded without hesitation and said, of course, please give me a moment, Baron Raymond. After saying that, he walked directly towards the treasure boxes alone. This lasted for several hours, and then he reluctantly raised his head from the last treasure box, walked back, and faced Raymond. He said with a smile on his face, Baron Raymond, there are about 600,000 gold coins and more than 100 silver and copper coins here. There are also other fighting spirit secrets, combat skill secrets, jewelry, art decorations, etc. I took a look at them all, and they are all valuable. I roughly estimated their value, which is about 12.3 million gold coins. Of course, this is definitely not an accurate price. If you want to deal with them, Baron Raymond, I will immediately notify my people to come and deal with them. In addition, I can pay you 150 super magic cores in advance. What do you think? The market price of a super magic core is about 1,000 gold coins, but if the quantity is large scale, it can be cheaper. If it is reduced to more than 1,000, there should be no problem. In other words, the unit price of gold coins, the number of cores. The total is gold coins. The prepaid price has exceeded 80%. It can be imagined that his sincerity is indeed quite sufficient. But Raymond simply shook his head and said, I want super magic core. As soon as these words came out, Mr. Ethan was stunned for a moment, and then said with a strange expression, Baron Raymond, if you can't afford the super magic core, you can buy these things. I don't have the right to sell them to you. No rights? Why? To read cool novels, go to Philo Novel Network? Raymond frowned, a little confused. Baron Raymond, this is because of the blockade of strategic resources. Mr. Ethan explained directly, for our Chamber of Commerce, the stability of the region is more important than anything else, so we will try our best to block all kinds of strategic resources to avoid triggering fight. The most important one is the magic core. The magical power contained in the magic core can make it possible for strong warriors and strong magicians to break through the current strength, especially the realm of high-level strong ones. The appearance of any high-level powerhouse will trigger a chain reaction. Therefore, We do not sell super magic cores in the Principality of Lane. At most, they can only be super magic cores. And there is also a quantity limit. For example, I can only give you 2 super magic cores at most. This is already the limit. Sorry, Baron Raymond, this is the rule in our Chamber of Commerce, and there is nothing I can do about it. After hearing this, Raymond opened his mouth and was a little confused. He didn't expect what was going on. He originally expected to use the wealth he had picked up for free to exchange for a big promotion. He didn't expect that this would be a direct result. Just strangle him in the cradle and end him immediately. No solution at all, he said unwillingly. Mr. Ethan glanced at Raymond and said with twinkling eyes, "My superiors are at the divisional headquarters over in Dick Kingdom. If you can get their permission, of course you can. But I think you should also understand, Baron Raymond, the probability of doing this is very low, and you are indeed still far behind in these things. The market price of a super magic core is at least gold coins, and if you were to buy it, you would at least have to pay more, without a loss." Limang also fell silent. 0 Please give me flowers. 0 I don't want to say whether this method can work. Even if it can, buy a super magic core with gold coins? Is he not sick? If he has gold coins, he can definitely buy it. A super magic core. Then recruit them all into royal griffins to hunt super level, even super level magic beasts. Can this be lost? This must be impossible. Thinking of this, he no longer struggled. He said directly and nodded, "Mr. Ethan, I need to replace all these things with magic cores. I can exchange as many as I can. The higher the level, the better." Can. Ethan nodded and asked again. "What about those things I said before? Check-in is possible, but a space fee is required." Pit fee? Ethan was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, "What does this mean?" Literal meaning. Lemon shrugged and said calmly, "According to my plan, Greystone City will have a population of tens of millions in the future, and it will even radiate to other areas, and the regional business network formed will also double exponentially. I think, Mr. Ethan, you should also know how big the market here will be by then, so if you want to come in and make money, you need a pit fee. In other words, you need to give me money." Mr. Ethan was stunned for a moment, and then became angry. "Baron Raymond, I don't think this joke is funny. We are the Phoenix Chamber of Commerce, and there has never been a precedent for this. Mr. Ethan, you are a businessman, so you should understand that just because it has never happened does not mean it will never happen in the future. As for whether what I said is right or not, you should know better than me. In addition, I can tell you clearly about cement. 2 super magic cores, otherwise no discussion," Raymond said calmly. Ethan was stunned for a moment, and became even more angry. He roared, "Baron Raymond, are you blackmailing? Super demonic core? Why don't you go and rob? Isn't this what you started robbing first?" Raymond spread his hands and said calmly, "These are my conditions. In addition, I have to remind you, Mr. Ethan, that the pit fee is very small now, but it will become more and more in the future, and in addition to the rent, share, etc., I will ask for them all. Therefore, I suggest you decide as soon as possible, otherwise the price will become more and more expensive." Ethan is really anxious now. He wants a share of the rent? "Baron Raymond, are you a vampire? How can you be so greedy, brazen?" Mr. Ethan, you are a businessman. I think you should also know this very well. Business, if you want to buy it, if you don't want to, you can get it. Aren't you willing to sell me the super magic core? Everyone each other, Raymond said calmly. Ethan gritted his teeth and said, "Then aren't you afraid that I won't even sell you the super magic core?" Casual. Raymond shrugged and said calmly, "I don't believe that any businessman would spit out the meat in his mouth and give it to others. Mr. Ethan, if you are willing for such a good person, then I wouldn't mind helping you. Just think of it as your dream." Ethan's face turned blue and purple, but in the end he suddenly shook his head and said helplessly, "Baron Raymond, I didn't expect you to be more of a businessman than me. Your mouth really impressed me." After a pause, he stopped talking nonsense and nodded directly, saying, "Baron Raymond, I want these things. Within 3 days, I will have someone pick it up and pay 100 magic cores in advance." "Why 100? Isn't it 150? Raymond frowned and said, "Don't you want a super magic core?" Ethan asked back. "Make a deal." Raymond's eyes suddenly lit up. Ethan hesitated for a moment, but then spoke again. He gritted his teeth and said, "Baron Raymond, do you really not want to think about it? Although a super magic core is absolutely impossible, I can give you a super magic core. Walk slowly and don't send me away." Stars. Don't be too greedy. I know your stuff should be easy to copy. Don't force me. Don't doubt the ability of our Phoenix Chamber of Commerce. Ethan was anxious and couldn't help but threaten. It doesn't matter. If you have the ability, try it, as long as you don't regret it. Raymond shrugged. Although he spoke calmly, Ethan could hear the murderous intent in his tone. Chapter 73. Imitation? He admitted that cement is not simple, but it is not too difficult. If someone comes to steal and learn how to make cement, it should be impossible to prevent it. But it doesn't matter to him, just copy it and don't regret it. Anyway, a gentleman will take revenge for 10 years. Whoever dares to stretch out his claws will definitely make the other party pay the price. Either give him money to buy his things, or he will fight to the death. It's that simple. Alice. Ethan sighed and finally gave up. He has tried his best, and the chips are worth a premium to him, but this damn Baron Raymond doesn't even let go. Then there is really nothing he can do. Forget it, let's do this for now, we'll see what happens later. Then he was about to leave here, but at this moment, he suddenly seemed to think of something, then his eyes flickered, and finally he looked at Raymond, said, Baron Raymond, by the way, I have a message for you. Do you want to hear it about the Olander family? Of course, I thought. What news? Raymond asked curiously. The Olander family has hired a greedy wolf mercenary group to deal with you, and they seem to be heading here now. You'd better be careful, Ethan said. Greedy wolf mercenary group? You don't even know about the greedy wolf mercenary group? Ethan glanced at Raymond in surprise, but he still explained carefully. The Greedy Wolf Mercenary Group is one of the top 3 super mercenary groups in the Principality of Lane. It is very powerful. They have more than 100 official members, and the minimum requirements are magician level and warrior level or above. At the same time, they also have 2 powerful men, namely the 597 leader of the General Regiment, Greedy Wolf Beckley, and the deputy leader, Assassination Knight Linnock. More importantly, Greedy Wolf Beckley is also the second disciple of the super strong Mo Sen. Oh, by the way, you probably don't know about the Ice Wolf Knight Haid of the Olander family. He is the second Earl of the Olander family, and he is also the third disciple of the super strong Mo Sen. In other words, he and Greedy Wolf Beckley are still brothers, super strong. Raymond was stunned for a moment, and then frowned slightly. Although he really doesn't care so much about super enemies now. But if it were super enemies, this would still be a bit tricky and a bit troublesome. Raymond also noticed that a trace of surprise appeared deep in Ethan's eyes, but he still couldn't help but say, You don't have to worry about that old guy Mo Sen for the time being. He's not in the Principality of Lane right now. It will take at least half a year to get back. But are you really not worried about Beckley and the others, the Greedy Wolf Beckley, the Assassin Knight Rannoch, and the strong men worshipped by the Ullen family, Simpson and Godjam? These are 4 powerful men. Can you beat them? There is no need for you to worry, Mr. Ethan. Raymond shook his head, and then squinted his eyes again. Said coldly, Mr. Ethan, make a price. I want their real-time whereabouts information. Where are they now? Mr. Ethan was stunned for a moment, and then stared at Raymond for a long time with his eyes full of surprise. Then he suddenly shook his head and said, Forget it, I'll treat it as a gift to you. They should be 5 or 6 days away from here now. If you really want it, I'll have someone contact you when I get back. Thank you, Baron Raymond. Then I will go back first. I'll give it to you. Thank you, Mr. Ethan. After Ethan left the Bryan family's castle, he couldn't help but turn his head and stare in the direction of the castle for a long time, with an incomprehensible look in his eyes, and he didn't speak for a long time. President, how are you doing? They should all be successful, right? Drake couldn't help but ask. Success? Ethan smiled bitterly, shook his head and said, They all failed. Drake stared, his eyes filled with disbelief. Lost? Failed? How is this possible? Is it true or false? Let's go back. Ethan shook his head and walked away. Although it was indeed a failure, he also received a big deal, which was not a loss at all. But, Baron Raymond doesn't really intend to intercept the Greedy Wolf mercenary group, does he? While it's true that this is a little less risky, only having to face 2 levels, the question is, will this work? If he really does it, I'm afraid those guys in the Olander family will also be in bad luck, and they may even be killed directly, right? Baron Raymond, you really gave me a big scare. If you really have such strength, I can try to apply for lower-level magic corps permissions for you. I hope you won't disappoint me, he murmured in his heart before disappearing at the end of the street left here. This probably only takes less than a day. People from the Phoenix Chamber of Commerce are here again, and this time, they are here to give Raymond the real-time whereabouts of the Greedy Wolf mercenary group. Dear Baron Raymond, I am Basil, the envoy of the Phoenix Chamber of Commerce. We have investigated a place that the Greedy Wolf mercenary group must pass through on their trip. I can take you there and wait for them, but you'd better be mentally prepared too. The two powerful men of the Greedy Wolf mercenary group, the general leader Beckley and the deputy leader Renog, seemed to be together. They were both here. A middle-aged man with gray hair who was wearing a hat and looked ordinary and unremarkable said respectfully to Raymond. It doesn't matter, you just need to take us there, Raymond said softly, and then looked towards Deves not far away. Devos, go and call the Templar Swordsman Army, the Royal Griffins, and the Griffin Army. Yes, my lord. Obviously he was planning to do it for real this time. Just drive all the high-level units over at once. Greedy Wolf mercenary group? Let's see if you can withstand it. Not long after this, the mighty army of Griffins and Royal Griffins was already fluttering into the sky, flying towards the southwest. And when they saw this scene, everyone was shocked to hiss, what's going on? Is this the Lord's Griffin, the Royal Griffin army? No, when did they become so numerous? Isn't this too exaggerated? Hundreds, my god, it is said that ordinary Griffins have the strength of super strong men, and the Royal Griffins even have the strength of super strong men. In other words, our Greystone City has hundreds of levels and levels of combat power of Warcraft. Am I not dreaming? Long live the Lord. It's good now, we don't have to be afraid of the Olander family's attack anymore. A super powerhouse, snort. We have so many Griffins that we can kill them all in a heap. Long live the Lord. Long live. At the same time, somewhere in Greystone City, Mr. Ethan and Drake both had dull faces, staring at the mighty army of Griffins flying away. The whole feeling of shock, surprise, disbelief and many other emotions. It's written all over their faces. The Griffin army is comparable to super strong men, or even super strong ones. There are actually hundreds of them in Greystone City. Is this really fake? Are you serious? To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network? Yes, sir. No, how could they be so powerful? There are actually hundreds of those Griffin army residences? I am not wrong. Right. Drake stared blankly at the sky, his lips trembling, and a deep sense of shock swept through his heart. There was no way. This kind of thing was really shocking. It had a huge impact on him. After all, these hundreds of units of Griffins, the army may not be able to compete with the super strong ones, but it can definitely run sideways among the super strong ones. After all, no matter how powerful your super strong people are, it is impossible to withstand the siege of hundreds of units of the Griffin army. There are many sometimes, quantity can indeed lead to qualitative change. At this moment, Ethan suddenly smiled bitterly. He shook his head and said, basically, that guy looked so confident. I didn't expect him to have such strength. Hundreds of Griffin army monsters, this strength is really scary. Now, those guys from the Olander family have kicked the bucket. What's even worse is that those guys from the Greedy Wolf mercenary group may also be in bad luck. His eyes were fixed on those black spots at the end of the sky, and then he was silent for a long time, and then suddenly turned around and left. President, let's go. There's nothing to see anymore. The disparity in strength is too great. The Olander family is finished. It seems that we have to reconsider our attitude and arrangements towards him. What is the origin of this kid? There must be someone behind him, right? With full of doubts, Ethan left Greystone City. At the same time, he also began to seriously consider Raymond's matter. Super Magic Corps? What if they really replaced the Olander family's status and even power? At that time, should we give it to them? It doesn't seem impossible. A few days later. Greengrass District, Flag Mountains, Brown City. This is a mountainous city located in the west of Fenkeo District. It is surrounded by mountains on both sides and has a harsh environment, so it is inaccessible to people. However, it is also the only way to connect the north and the central area. For this reason, many people choose to rest here. But just today, some very dangerous guests came here. There are dozens of them, and the aura of each of them is very strong and vigorous. You can tell at a glance that he is definitely a strong one. And at the front of them, there are two powerful men who are obviously leaders. One of them wears a very exaggerated pointed hat. There are many shiny and even very valuable items hanging on his neck and wrists. The jewelry, gold and so on look very dazzling. However, in addition to these, the huge and coercive power of fighting spirit in him is also extremely dazzling. The fighting energy behind him vaguely condensed into the shape of a poisonous snake, like a lifelike dynamic totem, exuding terrifying power class. Obviously, this is definitely a super strong man. And even if his strength is at that level of strong people, it should be considered a relatively powerful level. You can imagine what this concept is. Apart from him, the other person's appearance is obviously normal. The standard noble knight dress, armor, helmet, weapons, everything is available, but the color of these things is black. It exudes a deep cold light, which is biting and chilling. Moreover, this should also be a genuine super powerhouse. Boss Beckley, Boss Lennox, this is Brown City. After passing here, you will reach the end of the Fledge Mountains, which is the Fenkeo district. Once you get there, it should not be far away. We should be able to reach our destination in 3 days at most. Someone followed them and said cautiously. Beckley? Raynond? Obviously, these people are not anyone else, but the greedy wolf mercenary group who were paid to do things. Why 3 more days? So far, Beckley said unhappily, and then looked around again, and found that many people seemed to be afraid of them, which made him couldn't help but sneer with great enjoyment. What a bunch of weak ants. It would be great if the goal of this mission could be like these weak ants. Then wouldn't we be able to make a lot of money easily? Ha ha ha, 0.4 Unfortunately, it's so troublesome. He curled his lips, his expression a little nervous. Like a madman, crazy. There's no way. After all, it is a big business of 300,000 gold coins. No matter how easy it is, it won't be any easier, but it doesn't matter. Raynond shook his head and sneered with a sinister look in his eyes. Isn't the goal this time only 1 level combat effectiveness? Then let them fight first. Wait until they have fought enough and both are injured. Anyway, as long as we can kill that guy, that's all. The Olander family doesn't dare to rely on our money. You're so smart, Raynond. But don't be so smart next time, okay? Do you know that I thought of this horse riding first? Beckley shrugged his shoulders and cursed. But his eyes were equally cold and sarcastic with a strong sneer. He was not stupid. Of course he knew that his junior brother planned to spend money to do things and use them as spearmen to fight this war. The biggest loss, but he doesn't think so. What he is thinking about now is that he wants money and even more trouble. Next, they only need to wait until the 2 sides fight to the death, and then go out to clean up the mess. But right here at this time, a sigh suddenly came from their ears. 300,000 gold coins? Didn't expect that our lives are worth so much? Isn't this Olander family too cunning? As soon as these words came out, Beckley, Raynond, and even the other members of the greedy wolf mercenary group were stunned for a moment, and then their faces darkened and their expressions changed drastically. Who's talking there? Get out. Chapter 74. The crowd suddenly became commotion, and many people even had pale faces and fear, because even if they didn't know Beckley and the others, they could definitely recognize the fighting spirit of that level of strong people. Who is it? Why is he so stupid? How dare you challenge such a behemoth composed of so many super strong men? This idiot, doesn't he want to live? However, at this moment, footsteps appeared in the crowd. Click, click, click. Only a group of 4 people were seen slowly walking out of a tavern on the street, and then they actually walked straight towards the greedy wolf mercenary group without any hesitation, facing each other. Suddenly everyone's eyes began to gather towards them quickly, and even those from the greedy wolf mercenary group were no exception. The 4 of them, Beckley's eyes trembled, and he became a little surprised, because he actually found that the aura and pressure on the other party fluctuated, and it was almost the same as him. In other words, is this level? And it's still level 4. He was stunned for a moment, and then his expression changed drastically, but at this moment, Raynond next to him seemed to notice that something was wrong, and immediately pulled Beckley in front of him while lowering his voice. He said in a shocked and solemn tone. Kelly, the 4 of them seem to be, I know, but there are only 4 of them, Beckley said coldly, then raised his head and stared at the young boy who was obviously the leader among the 4, and asked, we don't know each other, right? What, you want to cause trouble? Do not know. The young man smiled, then stared directly at his face and sneered. You may not know my face, but you definitely know my name. Let me introduce myself, Lord of Greystone City, Raymond. You must be the greedy wolf mercenary group, right? What did you say? Beckley's pupils shrank, in disbelief. His eyes trembled and he stared at Raymond. "Way, the Lord of Greystone City? Lay, Raymond." Then deep anger burst out in his heart. 03. He cursed and roared. "Damn Hyde, damn the Olander family, is this the super powerful person you call? How dare they play tricks on me?" But at the same time, Raymond also spoke again, staring at Beckley with a smile. Or sneer. "Let me ask you a question, are you here to kill me?" As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Beckley and Rannoch changed instantly. It was very exciting. Coming to kill him? Of course. But the problem is that they can't say it now. There are 4 of them. The super strong people were in front of them, which directly put unprecedented pressure on them. "If this is a misunderstanding, do you believe it?" Rannoch spoke and said in a deep voice, "We didn't know that you had such strength. If we knew, we would never come here. In other words, you are really here to kill me." Raymond looked at him and said with a smile, but that smile made people shudder. 300,000 gold coins. At this moment, Beckley suddenly said, "The Olander family gave us 300,000 gold coins to deal with you. Now these gold coins are all yours. It's all just a misunderstanding. Let's leave here now. What do you think?" As he spoke, he actually threw a gold card directly from the space ring on his finger. "This is our golden card of the Principality of Lane, and it is also an anonymous card. There are 300,000 gold coins in it, and I have sent someone to verify it. Now it's yours. Can we go?" After that, he didn't even wait for Raymond to reply to him. He raised his hand directly, turned around and wanted to leave, but at this moment, Raymond's voice came over again. "If I were you, I will never throw my back to my enemies. What do you think?" Beckley's face froze, and at the same time, he turned around and stopped walking. He was silent for several seconds before he slowly turned back and stared at Raymond. "It seems that you think that just the 4 of you can defeat us, boy. You are really looking for death?" His voice was cold, his eyes were devoid of any emotion, and he no longer had the crazy and nervous feeling before. Instead, he had a very cold and bloodthirsty and ferocious feeling. It made people's scalp numb and shuddering. "Court death? I don't think so, but I still need to unfortunately tell you that since I'm here, you will naturally become my target. Next, I want to discuss with you, put down your weapons and commit suicide yourself. I think you won't mind, right? Otherwise, if we take action personally, we won't be so polite," Raymond said with a smile. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the whole place suddenly became very strange, dead silent, silence. Or even suffocation. Suicide? What is he saying? Even if the 4 of them are super powerful, there is no need to be so arrogant, right? After all, the greedy wolf mercenary group is really not weak. A full 2 levels. Dozens of levels. With such strength, if they really fight, it's hard to say what the outcome will be. So why does he dare to be so crazy and arrogant? But even so, many people still became frightened, and then they quickly rubbed oil on their souls and ran away quickly. Because they all understand that there will definitely be a war next, even a large-scale super war. The influence of this level of combat power is too great. If they are not careful, it is very likely to affect them, so they can only run ahead of time. Of course, in addition to this, there are still many other people who are curious. Even if they are frightened, they still take the risk and stay far away. Want to witness what happens next? After all, a super battle of this level is really rare. At the same time, Beckley, Rannoch, and everyone else in the greedy wolf mercenary group, of course, are not at all worried about it. Everyone became furious without any suspense. "Boss, this kid is too arrogant. Go ahead and kill him. We are not afraid of them." "That's right, boss. Our strength is not weak, so we'll fight if the worst happens. This kid is really too arrogant." They roared, as if they were very angry, but in fact, no one dared to take a step forward. After all, they were angry, but the existence of the other 4 powerful men was also real and genuine. Let them fight with these levelers? Although it is not impossible, absolutely no one wants to be the one who stands out, because such people usually only die. "Let me ask you one last time, are you seeking death?" Beckley spoke again, coldly saying. At the same time, the fighting energy in his body also burst out, forming an extremely terrifying illusion of poisonous snake fighting energy. The shock wave spread out, very scary, boom, boom. After seeing this scene, Raymond seemed to have lost interest in playing cat and mouse. So he shook his head, for Bayosha novels, go to Filu Novel Network, and then directly raised his hand. "Come on, Raise it, guy? As soon as this scene happened, all of Beckley's faces suddenly changed, and their whole bodies tensed up, because they thought it was Raymond's gesture to declare war. However, next, no matter it was Raymond himself, it was the other three super strong men dressed as swordsmen behind him. They didn't seem to make any movement. This scene seemed to be very strange. However, at this moment, someone suddenly seemed to notice something strange and suddenly raised his head. "Come and take a look." Then his face immediately changed and he shouted in panic, "Then, what is that, Warcraft? This, so much? Oh my god? Impossible, how could there be so many flying monsters?" As soon as these words came out, everyone looked up reflexively. Then their faces turned pale, their bodies trembled, and a look of fear burst out in their eyes. All pairs of eyes widened. In the sky, there were hundreds of huge, domineering and ferocious flying monsters, flying towards their direction. Then, they hovered directly in the low altitude of their area. The majestic sense of oppression came over them overwhelmingly, covering all of them. At this moment, let alone the ordinary members of the Greedy Wolf mercenary group, even the two Beckley and Raynok, the commander-in-chief and deputy commander, couldn't help but feel numb after seeing them together. Their faces were extremely pale and their whole bodies were trembling. Their faces were filled with deep fear. Flying monster? And it's a super-level flying monster? There are so many? How can this be? Beckley said with some doubts about life. Everyone was paralyzed. It felt like a dream. 2 or 300 flying monster armies of level 1 and level 3? What is the concept of this? You said this is to conquer the level 100 powerful people. Some people believe it. Why do you want to bully them? It's really unreasonable. Next, just when he was about to ask for mercy, he suddenly saw Raymond raising his hand again, and then directly said a concession. He was covered in cold sweat, and the word of ours trembled. That was kill. Roar, roar, roar. At that moment, the roar roared into the sky, and the huge sound wave seemed to tear everything apart. It was so violent that even the houses in the city began to shake. At the same time, the Griffin army in the sky was already swooping down. Kill him straight away. Directly kill everyone in the Greedy Wolf mercenary group. They were all completely covered. Of course, before that, Devos, Anton, and Cloman, the three generals of the Templar swordsmen, had already taken the lead and went straight to kill the opponent's two leaders, Greedy Wolf Beckley and Assassination Knight Raynok. The war broke out instantly. It immediately reached a fever pitch. The first is the battle between the Griffin army of the Greedy Wolf mercenary group. A full 300 or more dozens. This is definitely an unquestionable advantage for me. In this unequal battle with an absolute disparity in numbers between the two sides, almost every member of the Greedy Wolf mercenary group needs to face 4, 5, or even 5 or 6 Griffins and Royal Griffin enemies at the same time. And this is actually no different from dying quickly. Boom. 830 in a few seconds at most. An unlucky guy with super strength was torn to pieces by a group of Griffins and Royal Griffins. This is also like the precursor signal of a prairie fire. As soon as it appears, it will continue to double and explode. Boom. 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 Bang. In less than a minute, 2-digit members of the Greedy Wolf mercenary group were killed, and their bodies were torn into several pieces and fell to the ground. It's really miserable. They are really no match at all. It's over. The Greedy Wolf mercenary group is over. They are no match for them. It's not that they are no match, but the numbers are too different. Each of them needs to face the attack and siege of several monsters at the same time, and there is no way to fight. Yes, there is no way. Besides, there are still a quarter of magicians among them. In this kind of close combat with an absolute disadvantage, the existence of a magician is a burden. No one can save them. Too powerful. Really too exaggerated. Who are they? 4 super powerful men in an army of more than 300 super level flying monsters. How could you know that there are such powerful and terrifying guys in our Principality of Lane? Didn't they just say that? Lord of Greystone City, Raymond, but who is this? Why haven't I heard about it? I know, it's them. Who is it? It's the Lord of Greystone City who is preparing to go to war with the Olander family, Baron Raymond. Unbelievable, he actually has such terrifying strength? It seems that the Olander family is going to be doomed too. Is it actually that Raymond? Seriously? Everyone was shocked and frightened. At the same time, the number of ordinary members of the Greedy Wolf mercenary group was still falling rapidly, or even accelerating. More and more people died faster and faster. Almost half an hour passed like this, And finally the last super powerful member of the greedy wolf mercenary group was cut into pieces by 5 claws and became a corpse. Shapeless pieces of rotten flesh. At this point, the greedy wolf mercenary group was almost completely wiped out. Except for the 2 who were still struggling, Beckley and Raynok, everyone else had been completely destroyed. They all died here now. Beckley's eyes were splitting, and he was extremely angry. This was all his hard work, and now everything is gone and dead. This was really a big blow to him. It almost made him go crazy, but even so, he is just a caged beast now. He can get angry and crazy. But that's all. He can't do anything else. Chapter 75. Commander, we can't continue fighting, we have to escape. Raynok's voice came, sounding a little scared and panicked. Now there are only 2 of them left, but there are hundreds of opponents, and there is almost no loss. If this happens, they really can't carry it. Stop. If you continue to fight, you will definitely be dead. Run? Don't I want to run? The question is, can it run? Beckley roared angrily, and then stared at the army of griffins surrounding them in the low altitude in all directions. There was deep despair in his eyes. The other party is really smart and vicious. They just surround them, not at all. Attack them. This way, they won't be able to run away at all. Once they run away, they will definitely be beaten back by concentrated fire, and then they will be consumed here alive. But, Raynok kept saying but couldn't say the next word. It was obvious that he was really panicking now. Of course he didn't want to die, but everything in front of him was a desperate situation. Completely incomprehensible. However, just as he was distracted, the majestic and huge Judgment Holy Light Sword key suddenly shot out in a semicircular arc and struck hard on his neck, helmet and armor. No, at that moment, screams full of despair erupted, and the fierce and majestic Holy Light Judgment fighting energy continued. Cruelly. It exploded on the armor, and then, it finally broke through. Poof! The terrifying power slipped from Raynok's neck. Boom! Boom! The power of fighting energy penetrated the ground behind, and even the city wall. Leaving behind ferocious and terrifying traces, the entire city wall area even experienced a violent storm. The turmoil was like a small earthquake. At the same time, Raynok's eyes were blank, blood spurted out. Plop. He fell to the ground, and the head was separated. The head flew out directly. He rolled several times on the ground before he stopped. Raynok, Beckley was shocked. His scalp was completely numb and his face turned pale, because he knew that it was over. It was really over. Raynok was dead and he was left alone. This was the only way to die. Baron Raymond, please let me go. You must know that my master is the super powerful Lord Mawson. If you kill me, you will die too. Please, spare me and give me a chance. I can buy my life. I have money, I have lots and lots of money. Then he couldn't hold himself any longer. He actually begged for mercy, but what he responded to was a sword aura from Raymond himself. There was a loud rumble, and Beckley was blown away by this blow. The 3 long swords that followed came at him quickly and pierced his body, making him freeze. Did anyone tell you that there is no turning back when you draw a bow? 300,000 gold coins are not that easy to get. Since you dare to come, of course you must be mentally prepared to die. What do you think? Lemon mocked, then walked over and slashed out with a sword. Cut off the head of the greedy wolf Beckley, who refused to die. Then, the atmosphere around him and everyone's voices seemed to be cast. As if using a silencing technique, everything was strangely and completely silent. It was as if there was no sound at all. Search them all and take away everything useful and valuable. But then I heard Raymond speak again with great interest, because he knew that the time had come to harvest the spoils, the gold belt of murder and arson. Maybe he could make a big one this time. After all, he has, after the incident with the Clay Noble Alliance, his mentality has changed now. No matter where he comes from or what method he uses, explosive troops are the way to go. Strength is the only thing. As long as there is an opportunity, he will never miss it again. Just grab it and that's it. It's a pity, I don't know where their headquarters is. It should be a bit far away. Otherwise, just go and ransack the house, Raymond murmured. There was also some regret and pity on his face. But not long after, he laughed directly, because his trophies had already been collected. 3 space rings, more than 10 this fighting spirit secret book, combat skills, dozens of weapons, etc. These are all valuable items worth digging into. He should not be disappointed, either. Let's go back. After doing this, Raymond directly ordered him to leave. It was not until they all left here that everyone woke up from a dream and burst into excitement. Go, my god, I'm finally gone. It feels like I'm in a dream. So many level 7, level 6, and level 5 strong men died so easily. This is simply too exaggerated, there's no way. Haven't you seen their strength? There are hundreds of super strong people, I believe you if you say they can kill super strong people. They are too powerful. Baron Raymond? When did we have such a powerful and terrifying guy in the Principality of Lane? How come I don't know anything about it? I have a hunch that this incident will shock the entire country. The Greedy Wolf mercenary group is gone. Yes, but I remember Beckley, the head of the Greedy Wolf mercenary group. Isn't he the second disciple of the super powerful Lord Mawson? How dare Baron Raymond do this? Isn't he afraid of angering Lord Mawson? That is a super strong person, who knows? After all, to be honest, with his strength, even those who are truly super strong would consider it, right? It's so powerful, it's unbelievable. Along with their countless heated discussions and shocks, this matter quickly swept through the entire land of the Principality of Lane, as if it were plowing the ground to clear holes. The movement was huge. After all, in a strict sense, the existence of Greedy Wolf Mercenary Group can be regarded as a national-level force well known throughout the country. Otherwise, the Olander family would not have traveled so far away to spend money to ask them for help. Besides, the combat power of 2 super strong men, and even dozens, hundreds of mercenary group members who are super strong. Such a powerful strength, for reading Baoshuang novels, go to Filu Novel Network, will definitely not be much weaker than the first-class Olander family, but what about now? They were almost completely wiped out. They were wiped out clearly and cleanly. One can imagine how terrible the seriousness of this matter is. Greedy Wolf Mercenary Group, they were actually destroyed? It's really incredible. It is said that the opponent has 4 powerful men, and hundreds of flying monsters at the level. Oh my god, it's really an exaggeration. They deserve to die at the hands of an army of this level. Such bad luck. Yes, I heard that guy's name is Raymond, Baron Raymond. It is really unreasonable that such a powerful guy is just a baron. I haven't even heard of him. I have heard of this name. Some time ago, the Olander family in the Kratos district declared war on a certain noble, didn't they? Their opponent seems to be this Baron Raymond, right? I had also heard about this matter. At that time, I thought that someone was so unlucky that they were targeted by the Olander family. I didn't expect that it was me who underestimated them. With such great strength, the Olander family is nothing. Also, I heard that the Greedy Wolf mercenary group was invited by the Olander family to help, but I didn't expect that Baron Raymond would be even more ruthless. He actually took the lead to intercept them and killed them all, so that's it? Now it's fun. The Olander family is going to be in bad luck. Maybe they will become history from now on. It is possible that they would even dare to kill the Greedy Wolf mercenary group. It would be nothing if they kill more of the Olander family. In this world, fists and strength have the final say. Countless people are talking about this matter, and it even directly triggers a flashpoint. The news spreads wider and wider, and spreads farther and farther, gradually. Raymond's name, as well as the existence of Greystone City, began to be firmly remembered by more people. Be known to them. At this moment, Raymond's name and the existence of Greystone City have truly occupied a pivotal position in the Principality of Lane. It is already famous all over the country. In the Lane district of the Principality of Lane, the imperial city of Lane City, in a huge and luxurious palace, an old man with silver lion-like hair was quietly looking at the intelligence information in his hand, with a very interesting expression on his face. The brilliance in his eyes was also somewhat uncertain. It felt like I was shocked and surprised. Incredible. 4 super powerhouses, an army of more than 300 super-level flying monsters. Raymond, Baron? When did such a guy appear in the north? Why didn't I receive any information? Holding the information in his hand, he raised his head and asked. In front of him, there was a middle-aged man wearing a grey noble robe. If anyone knew him, they would definitely exclaim, because this is clearly Orion, the most powerful military force in the Principality. The deputy leader of the Royal Magician Knights Caller. Lord Glorious Kaloma. At the same time, this is also a genuine super strong man, originating from the royal family of the Principality of Lane, the Lane family. And he's even the uncle of contemporary Archduke Ryan. A genuine royal old man. Don't say it's you, little Ryan, Even I know them for the first time. I've never heard of this name before. Wayokaloma shook his head, then squinted his eyes and said, Little Ryan, their appearance is very strange, but their behavior is also very strange. If they are spies installed by other countries here, they should not be so high profile, and their strength is a bit ridiculous. There are 4 super strong men and an army of more than 300 super strong flying monsters. I think even ordinary super strong men will be killed by them. This is very troublesome. Although the opponent does not have a super level, quantity can also cause qualitative changes. Once the opponent's strength can threaten or even kill super strong men, then the opponent's status and value will be completely different. Even their lame family, it must be treated as a level being. Uncle Kaloma, what should we do next? Regardless of them. Do you think you don't know what to do? After all, our current situation is very bad, and the pressure in Dick Kingdom is very high. If civil strife is added to the mix, the trouble that will follow is unimaginable. Grand Duke Ryan said helplessly. We can only win over them first. Little Ryan, we need time now. As long as we can hold on until that little guy is hatched, the next thing will be much easier to handle. Huayokaloma gritted his teeth and said, Yes, if he can be hatched, we can also negotiate terms with the Dick Kingdom. Damn, it's still too slow, Archduke Ryan said angrily. Then he continued to ask, Uncle Kaloma, how do you think we should win over him, Count? Or the Marcus? Unexpectedly, the glorious Kaloma became angry and said angrily, Don't be ridiculous, little Ryan, don't you know if these things are useful? You are already at that level of strength, how could you still be constrained by your useless title? It will be really useful. Won't they accept Dick Kingdom's solicitation? Do you want to push them towards our enemies? Little Ryan, Grand Duke Ryan's face froze, and then he said with a smile, Sorry, Uncle Kaloma, what do you think we should do? We need to show our sincerity. Kaloma narrowed his eyes and said coldly, I remember that little girl Daphne is your most beautiful and beloved daughter, little Lane, just let her go, only she can represent the sincerity of our Lane family. Archduke Ryan was stunned for a moment, and then said silently, Uncle Kaloma, does this have to be the case? Kaloma said lightly, Little Ryan, I am just giving you the best advice. As for whether to decide or not, it is your own business. In addition, I want to tell you one more thing. What's up? News just came from the border that the 3 legions of Dick Kingdom have penetrated the defense line of Kratos Mountain. If nothing else happens, they will definitely kill them all the way down. By then, if no one helps us resist them, then we will have to go in person. Think about it carefully. What will be the consequences then? Grand Duke Lane's expression changed again and again, and finally he sighed suddenly, as if he had compromised. I understand. I will tell Daphne personally about this matter. I believe he will understand me too. But, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but ask, how is it going with Master Mosen? Beckley is his second disciple. If he knew about this, I'm afraid it would be very troublesome. Soft Mosen, Kaloma curled her lips and said with twinkling eyes. Did you forget it? He went to the Oak's Empire. Participate in the trial of the Blood Soul Sword Master. Let's not say whether he is dead or not. Even if he is still alive, wait until he receives the news and then rush back. It will be at least half a year later. Do you think we can hold on for that long? Grand Duke Lane opened his mouth, and fell silent. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.